Hi guys, what's up? I hope everybody is doing good. And finally, here is the most awaited strategic management marathon for the new syllabus. And this is going to serve you with specific purpose of clearing the exam with great marks. So before I start the marathon, I would like to tell you a few things that point number one. Okay, I just write a few points here because whenever you're watching a long marathon, it is very important that you have certain things kept in mind. Now, first and foremost, I'd call this a prerequisite is be aware of the subject, at least one revision of the subject to be done. Okay, revision to be done at least once of the entire subject and then come to the marathon. Because if somebody is of the opinion that I will simply do only the marathon and write the exam, I am not again going to give you any guarantee about the outcomes. If you have already done the subject, if you are fairly well uh, understood, then this revision is going to be of great help because it's going to give you a great boost. So if you have already done that once and then you want to do further revisions along with this marathon, definitely you can do so. Two, the second prerequisite is keep a notes of what you're doing here, right? Simply connecting it to the ears and just listening would not make sense. So at least the first time, maybe if you're a repeated listener of a concept, you can probably do that. And first listening, first time when you're listening, first listening, I would generally recommend at normal speed. Okay, and then going further to it, if you are comfortable at 1.25, right, or 1.5 from further. Okay, 1.25 to 1.5 for further revisions. I'd recommend that because you would have already known what is the content and all that. Otherwise, the normal, speed will be for the first time. It'll do good. So these three things, if you just keep in mind, it'll be of great use. Why keep a notes is because your hands are also at work, your mind is also at work. It makes more of an impact, and that too, strategic management, which is a subject of 50 marks. There are huge possibilities of scoring in the 40s nicely, right? And since the combination now has made it more deadly, that is, you have financial management. If you are even good at that, then probably you are looking at something 70 plus, very achievable in this subject. Now, as you all know, in this 50 marks, we have 15 marks of MCQs, and based on what we are understanding, we are seeing a lot of case based scenarios which will. Okay, again, I would very beginning want to clarify that you don't need special preparations for these 15 marks MCQs and case based scenarios. If you are thorough with your fundamentals and concepts, you should be able to do this well. And on the other side, you have about 35 marks on the descriptive story, right? For which, again, you need to be very good in concept whereby you can present all the points, right? Are there any special tools and tips for presentation? Nothing. Before I start the marathon only, I will tell you, because many people ask me that, sir, what about presentation? Simple only. Few point agenda. One, write in points. Always you write in points. Avoid lengthy paragraphs. Okay, that is one thing that I would generally like to say. And two, limit the answer to what is asked. Very important, because most people are writing unnecessary stories of what you know. I don't know who has guided them on that. First one paragraph will be their introduction, and they will write definitions and something there which is not at all necessary. See, very important point on presentation is that only unnecessary things are being included. If an answer has about 5 points, you write those 5 points correctly. If you write three correctly and expect that, for 3 marks I wrote three correctly, so they should give 1 mark each, they are not going to do that unless all the 5 points are there. So please don't compare this marks and points. Now, like say for example, advantages of something might have 8 points. You might ask that question for 3 marks. You write all your 8 points. Don't write elaborately all the 8 points in paragraphs and all that. What the 8 points are? 8 lines about each. Mark 1 to 8 and write. you definitely get 2.5 out of 3, or maybe if you write all the points correctly, you get 3 out of 3 also. So write in points and limit the answer to what is asked. So they asked only for 3 marks, so I will write only 4 points, or I will write only 6 points. Don't do that. Whatever are the number of points there, that you should write. That's all. This is the only thing. And case based scenario questions are sometimes, each can turn out to be for 2 marks. So be very, very careful in reading the question, and all that will come when you pay attention to detail. So throughout this marathon, I want you to do one thing, that you have to have attention to detail, because it is going to be crisp. It is going to, obviously I'm not going to get in length in explaining each concept, because this is neither a regular class nor any class in the first place. This is purely revision. So if you have no idea about a concept that I am revising, immediately put the video on pause, go read the topic, revise it, then come and listen to me. Okay, that is only going to help. But again, I'm telling you, this whole marathon is going to be of great help, provided you have done at least one round of revision. And since it is being released at a time where you have enough time till the exam, you should be in a position to watch it once fully at the normal speed comfortably. Plus you should be able to watch it more multiple number of times by increasing the speed later. Many students who I know or who have interacted, and my own students who are regular batch students, there are a lot of students who are writing only group 2. Only group 2, that too have qualified group 1, have only 2 subjects to write, audit and FMSM. So for those people, you have so much of time, right? So all the time you utilize properly. So even if you need another 4 or 5 days or 1 week for a regular preparation, finish it, and then probably plan about a 2 or 3 days split and watch the marathon. You need not watch the entire marathon at once. Split and watch, plan all that. That also I will put as an additional point here. Okay, split and watch. Don't watch the entire marathon at once, because that might not be of a great help, because we want all the content at one place. We are uploading it as a marathon, but there is no need. I don't have to tell this, but I still feel that I should be guiding you with that. And one last thing is, whatever I'm writing on screen now, this PDF, I will also share it in the description. Okay, the PDF of this particular marathon, I will share it, but that will only be part of your phone or the device. Since it's going to be of multiple colors, don't take color printouts and all and waste your time. Keep that as a PDF in your phone or the device in which you're watching it. Run through it and revise, which is why I advise you to keep a notes, so that when you are making the same notes that I am making here, you don't even need this file. But still, I will keep it for reference. I will give it to you, don't worry. You can scroll through your notes and revise it very fast, even faster than watching the video and revising. That's it. So that is a little that 6 to 8 minute talk that is needed before the marathon. So straight away, let's get into the story of what strategic management is. I will get to the syllabus discussion, so that we know what we are faced out, and my flow of things. If you have seen me in the past, if you know how I do it, or if you're a first timer also, the subject has a very wonderful flow. So we are going to use the very same wonderful flow of strategic management, and go by that. I hope all of you know the definition of strategic management, but I will come to that in a couple of minutes. Strategic management in the new syllabus is split into 5 topics. Okay, broadly how these 5 topics have come, again we know that the 5 chapters. The first one is introduction, introduction to strategic management, followed by the next step where we are talking about are the 2 chapters which are coming in under the concept of strategic analysis. I will keep making so many tables like this. So if it's possible and keep near you, you can do it. Strategic analysis are split again into 2 parts. First is external analysis. What are the factors in the outer world that are affecting a particular business, and how they will, in the long run and short run, impact a business? Accordingly, how should your decision making span up? All those are also discussed in the second chapter. It goes up till discussion on globalization, then followed by an internal analysis. No matter how great you have done an external analysis of, you should know about who you are and what you're doing. Internal, more to deal with strengths and weaknesses. Now these, once done, we will then get into what is called as strategic choice, which is about choosing the right strategy This is called as strategy formulation. Okay, out of the multiple choices available, out of the multiple actions that you can take, which one are you going to choose? Do you want to be a cost leader? Do you want to be what do you say, differentiator? Are you going to focus? That is at the business level, you think like that. And at the corporate level, you might want to stabilize, that is stability, expansion, retrenchment combination. All of the strategy formulation aspects which we are going to put on paper is also a point of discussion, right? So first we are talking about introduction, then followed by a strategic analysis, then also followed by strategic choice making, which is then topped up by one of the most important steps in strategic management called as strategic implementation. And then this also is continued by what do you call as strategic control. Okay, so going by how this entire story is discussed, if you have to mark up to the ICI module of the syllabus, this predominantly is our chapter 1, followed by this is chapter 2, internal analysis discussed as chapter 3, strategic choice and formulation of these are part of chapter 4, and these two topics have been discussed under chapter 5. So that's all, guys. This is your set of 5 chapters. And there is, again, like I said, what you see in itself is a very beautiful flow of things. I would keep mentioning the aspects of strategic management in multiple times, multiple lines. Now we are also going to prepare something very similar like this for the definition of strategic management. Sooner or later we will come to that, because I wanted just mark the chapters here. So I hope you are understanding what we are dealing with and what you're doing. The first 10 minutes that we spent is to understand the overview. Now, taking this, I will again go by discussing what strategic management is all about. The first chapter of our discussion talks about basic concepts in strategic management. Many people generally don't consider chapter 1 to be something which is of an interesting piece, because a small only know, sir, what is their strategy management definitions and all that. No, many times questions are coming from this. Couple of very important questions are there in the likes of benefits of strategic management and limitations. I am going to discuss everything that is there in the first chapter in our very first segment. So let us start segment 1 of our discussion, which is on about strategic management. So segment 1 goes on the discussion of strategy and management. This is what we are going to discuss in separate terms. Then we will combine together these two terms and discuss the concept of strategic management. So management, what do you talk about management? In the normal context of discussion, management is used in couple of senses. The first sense where management is being used is the the set of interrelated function to represent certain set of interrelated functions. What are those interrelated functions? I think all of you know what the general functions are: planning, organizing, staffing, leading or directing, and then controlling. If you don't know the full forms of it, you have to stop and write down in your book clearly. P for planning, O for organizing, S for staffing, which means putting the right person at the right place, leading or directing, or we'll simply stick to leading because leadership is a concept in our book, leading, and then controlling. Okay, then this is one context of use of management. The other context of use of management is to represent key group of people in an organization. Key group of people in organization. When you say key group of people, this is the set of people who are the top CEOs, CFOs, and all levels of managers and all that. When you say talk to management, when somebody is using the word talk to management, they are not saying talk to interrelated functions. That time they're representing people. You understand now? Like say I went to school, right? I have a child where I have to go for admission, then I'm talking to the administration team there, then they are like, no sir, for this you have to talk to our management. When you say talk to our management, when you say that time, they're not representing talk to planning and all that, they are saying talk to our key group of people. So I asked for something which the administrator couldn't answer, so they are redirecting me to a higher level of people. Those key people, that means who are in decision making spots, no, they are only called as key group. They are also represented as management. So this is the basic idea and the first thing to start with the concept of management. Now let me bring you the second definition that I would want to discuss, which is called as strategy. Strategy has a couple of definitions, both of which are actually very good definitions, both of which are giving decent explanation of what strategy is. See, to define what a strategy is, there is an ocean of things that we can define. But again, like I said, we have to draw lines of what we are discussing. If we are doing an MBA, okay, if you go to Harvard, Stanford, anywhere, there also they will discuss strategy and it will contain the same elements. So you need to understand what exactly strategy is all about. Strategy, I'll tell you how to understand definition. See, whenever we are talking about any definition, the definition should be in such a way that there are certain things explained in the definition which should not give a scope for the opposite person to ask another question. The definition in itself should be very complete. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so what is strategy? Generally, to answer this, we have a technique whenever we're talking about definitions. What is my technique? There are only 6 questions in English language, correct? What, where, why, how, who, when, and where, the place. So all these 6 questions, if you are able to answer and join them decently with an English sentence, that is what is called definition. Now, most times we may not be able to explain how in a definition, because how generally represents a process. For example, you're talking about definition of auditing. Auditing is a process, correct? Now, when we're talking about auditing, you can't explain how to do auditing in the auditing definition. Auditing is an independent examination, you can tell only that. Like that, what is strategy? You can tell that. How to execute a strategy, that you can't tell in the definition. So, what is strategy? Where it is used, when it is used, timing, long range, short range, like that, certain things we can tell. So, by using all these questions only, we have coined up a definition. What is strategy? Strategy is a long range blueprint. What is the first part? Strategy is a long range blueprint. Acha, very good. Now I hope everybody knows a blueprint. What is blueprint? Blueprint is something that we prepare before we construct the house, right? A design. Huh? Long range. That too, timing is emphasized clearly. What is strategy? A blueprint. Which blueprint? A long range blueprint. Whose blueprint? Of an organization. That is a long range blueprint of an organization's what? Desired, three words, three keyword: desired, image, direction, and destination. Okay, what are these? Strategy is a long range blueprint of an organization's desired image, direction, and destination. Image means what it wants to become. Direction, how it, I mean, like, how it wants to go there, what is the direction, and destination, ultimately where do you want to reach. This only is later translated as a vision statement. Ultimately, in the long run, where do you want to achieve, and I mean, like, where do you want to go and what do you want to achieve. Once again, guys, strategy is a, this is a revision session, so I will be keep on multiple times repeating certain things, so you're not supposed to get, like I said, frustrated or saying that I already know this, why I'm repeating. So which is what exactly will reverberate with you in the examination hall. So stay with me, believe in the process. I don't think I have to tell you, I've been in business right now for 12 years, I've been doing this only. There are so many classes, marathons, student ideologies, everything have been discussed. The fine tuned and the best version is only coming to you. So just, I won't repeatedly tell this, I'm not on any campaigning mode. So I will tell you only once: stay with me, be in the process. You will definitely be very appreciative of your own time, okay, for watching this. Okay, be confident about it. So long range blueprint of an organization's desired image, direction, and destination. Okay, that is the first part. Then there is a very beautiful definition given by William F. Glueck. Now, why specifically? Generally, I don't ask people to bother about the names, but there are a very few names in our book which really need emphasis, because nowadays, since the MCQs are there, they might ask you something and say, who gave this also? So, which is why William F. Glueck's definition of strategy goes by saying, he says, strategy, again, Nobody can deny that strategy is a plan, but he gives three words. Okay, strategy, he says strategy is a unified means one, unification means bringing everything together in one, unified, comprehensive. Strategy is a unified, comprehensive, one plan that covers everything. And third one, integrated. Strategy is a unified, comprehensive, and an integrated. What? Again, nobody can change the fact that it is a plan. Just that this plan has all these three characteristics. It is one plan, it's a broad plan covering everything, and it links one to the other. Integration. Unified means one, comprehensive means covering everything, integrated means brought together. So unified, comprehensive, and an integrated plan for what? So unified, comprehensive, and integrated plan designed to achieve something. Obviously, if you don't achieve something out of this, what is the outcome? So designed to achieve what? Designed to achieve what is called as basic objectives of a business. What is it? Designed to achieve the basic objectives. For those of you who don't know what basic objectives of a business are, what are the basic objectives of a business? All of you should be knowing this, but otherwise also, if you don't know it from now. Survival, stability, growth, efficiency, and profitability. If you don't know, please write full forms as you listen to me. Survival, stability, growth, efficiency, and profitability. This is the basic set of objectives every business should have to achieve. Okay, now there is no much of a discussion on management, its discussion ends here. But when you talk about strategy, there is a little more discussion about it. I hope everybody has understood the definition of both strategy and management. While strategy is a long range blueprint, or it's a comprehensive or an integrated unified plan, both of which covering the definition of what strategy is, set of interrelated functions of these five and key group of people are called management. Okay, guys, I will keep alerting you in between. You might want to pause me in between and revise whatever we have discussed, like once in every 30 minutes, or I will keep giving you those alerts. It's a time for you to now revise, then you can do so. Okay, so strategy, let's go further about what it is, why strategy making is very important. So you know now what is strategy, right? Now how is this strategy made? One of the very important questions which has appeared in exam so many times is about strategy being the nature of strategy. When you're talking about nature of how a strategy is having two dual nature, right? Strategy is partly proactive. Very important question, guys. Multiple times this has come in the exam. How is strategy made? Strategy is partly proactive and it is partly reactive. Okay, what is partly proactive and partly reactive? Partly proactive means an organization makes a strategy and does it in the first place. Okay, strategy will be created by the organization, it will make a strategy and then it will implement it. It is called proactive strategy, whereby organization makes a strategy and implements it. What did I say? Organization makes the strategy and implements it. This is the proactive action. Okay, implements it. Now, in response to this, sometimes a strategy may fail, right? Or we might have to learn what, like in the first time when we made a proactive strategy, there are all possibilities that we may make mistakes because we don't know much about it. So, in response to this proactive strategy, or in response to changes in the environment, or because of new learnings, you are now going to create another strategy which is in response to the reactive strategy. Whatever we are talking about generally is the reactive strategy is something which is in response to what? It is not necessary that it's always in response to changes in the environment. Please be mindful of that. Okay, it is in response to changes in environment. That is one reason. That is not the only reason. That is only one reason. It's in response to changes in the environment. Understanding of, or I'll simply say new learning emerges. That's more easy. in response to new learnings. New learnings means you learned better, or hey, this is a better way of doing this. When you do something two, three times, I think later in the situation we'll discuss a concept called experience curve, right? Experience curve is such a concept where when you repeatedly do the same thing, you will get better about it, and the per unit cost of that also will come down, and the time taken to do also will come down. Remember experience curve. Now that you know the whole syllabus, we should be able to link up all these things. So that is called new learnings. New learnings when emerge, you might want to obviously change a strategy. Your old strategy is wrong, I am not saying that. Now you have a better strategy, so then always you can change. And a strategy, therefore, that is a, what is the word, nature of strategy is nothing but the word, right word to use is, it is a blend of what, blend of proactive and blend of reactive. Okay, so this is where we talk about what is strategy and the nature of strategy. Then, to close the discussion on strategy, I would want to tell you a very, very important take home point. This strategy is no substitute. This strategy is no substitute for a sound and alert management. This is a point I want you to understand and take home. Why? Because no matter how hard you make a strategy, fantastic strategy is there, sir, with me, I don't need any management. Wrong. For these strategies to be executed well, you'll still need a very sound and alert responsible management. And I think with that, we just have one more question to answer. Where I hope everybody understood what is strategy, nature, and strategy is now, not a substitute for sound, alert, and responsible management. You still need to have a sound, alert, and responsible management, despite having a good strategy. Only when these two come together, they will be a perfect match of it. And then the last point about strategy is, where is strategy made? Okay, very strategy means in an organization. First of all, I would want all of you to recollect or remind that every organization has three levels. Okay, now strategy making strategy making happens at which level? If anybody tells me that it is only corporate level, you are absolutely wrong. Please be very mindful of it. Strategy making happens at corporate level. Strategy making happens at business level, and strategy making also happens at functional or operational level. In short, strategy making happens at all levels, just that the strategies that are made at all these levels are pretty different. Okay, now before we discuss about strategic management, since we spoke about these three levels, I would like to quickly revise about things here only without making much of a fuss of what those levels are and all. At corporate level, we have all the corporate brass, CEO, CFO, uh, CTOs, etc., the top set of people in the organization. And these corporate level people, they make decisions which are generally having a long term impact, or generally long term in nature. And of course, corporate level people, when they make decisions, it involves huge amount of resources also which are to be allocated. Then coming to business level, we have managers or supervisors, however you want to call them, managers and people who have supervisory role. And what do business level people do generally is, these people translate. See, business level people have some very important role to play, because corporate level, no, the language they speak, that is very difficult for functional level people to directly understand. Okay, so what generally the business level people do is, the business level people, they translate what the corporate level people are talking and give it to the function. Because see, functional level people are, they are responsible for execution of tasks. No doubt they will execute tasks, but again, they will also have to make functional strategies, right? Functional level also has functional managers. So, what are they supposed to do? That is basically business level will translate what? Corporate intent. Translate the corporate intent. That means whatever these guys at the corporate level are telling, translate corporate intent into individual. Individual means what? Finance, marketing, HR, like that function. Translate corporate intent into individual plans. later which can be implemented by these people. So this is the story about what strategy making happens in terms of at all three levels, and what are those three levels. There is a little more detail about all these three levels, and also at this point whenever I keep mentioning functional level, there is no much of a discussion of functions here. So that is why I'm going to write what are the functions: finance, marketing, HR, logistics or inventory management, and then of finance, marketing, HR, production, and then of course there is R&D. What do we call all these six as? These six are called as functions of a business. Five of them are predominant for every business: finance, marketing, HR, production, and logistics. When I say production, please don't associate the word production to manufacturing only. I hope all of you know, even if you're writing a code or a software, that is also called production environment only. And R&D specifically is highlighted as a ancillary because some people spend on R&D, some people don't, which is why we are talking R&D as an ancillary function. Okay. So, guys, I think the first half an hour of the session is through. Where what I want you to now do is definitely go by putting me on hold and running through and revising everything, because whatever we have discussed, it merits a quick 2 or 3 minute, 1 or 2 minute also is good enough round of revision. Strategy, management, and then you quickly revise all these three levels and come back. We will discuss a very, very important topic called as strategic management. And then, after discussing strategic management, we will go to the very first stage, which is talking about vision, objectives, and all that. Okay, so kindly do that and get back. There you go, the entire thing has been just brought in. If you can just run through that, I'll be whatever we discussed under strategic management, strategy and management. This is pretty much the thing. Take a minute to revise from here and then get to the next part. I hope you have gone through this, guys. So let's now move on to the next definition, which is about strategic management. Now, I want all of you to be very, very careful here when it comes to the definition of strategic management. If you know this definition by now, I hope everybody should be very well versed with this definition. But still, because if you know what strategic management is all about, that is going to be the entire book in the syllabus. So, thereby, let me introduce you to the definition of strategic management. What is strategic management? It is a managerial process. Strategic management is a managerial process of, right? It is about five things, guys. As per the definition, what are these five things? Let us write that. Then I will also convert them into five phases of strategic management and how we are going to do that. Okay, strategic management is a managerial process of one, setting a vision. Okay, or say rather than setting will be a right word for objectives. So it is a managerial process of, let's say, developing, because vision is developed generally, developing a strategic vision, developing a strategic vision, followed by setting objectives. Strategic management is a managerial process of developing a strategic vision, setting objectives, crafting a strategy. We're not using the word drafting, we're using crafting. Crafting generally is an art. Crafting a strategy, implementing the strategy, implementing the strategy, and obviously, finally, which is taking corrective action, taking corrective action, which in one word is known as control. Generally, taking corrective action is called as control. So if you now look at what we have done here, strategic management is a managerial process of, when you use the word managerial process, managerial means where managers are involved. So strategic management is a managerial process of one, developing a vision, two, setting of objectives, three, crafting a strategy, four, implementing that strategy, and five, taking corrective actions whenever required, which is strategic control. That's all, guys. This is what strategic management is all about. Okay, and also I would at this point tell you that strategic management has two objectives: strategic management objectives. Why strategic management is necessary? Is there a rule that everybody has to compulsorily follow strategic management? Is there anything that we can do without strategic management? Of course, you can definitely do business without following the process of strategic management. There is no compulsion about it. But one thing that you have to remember is strategic management, when followed, gives you a framework. What you're seeing no now, strategic management generally here, you should remember that strategic management generally what it does is to provide a framework. Strategic management is not an end in itself, it is not a story of its own. Okay, so one needs to understand what is it. Provide a framework. So it is not an end in itself, the story. This strategic management provides only a framework. Sir, I don't want this framework. I know how to do my business better. You can always do it on your own. There is no rule that you have to follow the framework that is given here only. So in that context, strategic management gives you two objectives. If at all you are following strategic management, the first and foremost advantage that you have is one, to provide competitive advantage. Or rather, I'll say to create. First one, it is called create competitive advantage. Create a competitive advantage. And two is to get through or sail through all the changes. I think all of you know that environment is dynamic. So the strategic management will help you to guide the company through all the changes in the environment. All the changes in environment. See, it is very clear. Sometimes you need to keep quiet. That means you don't have to do anything to as a reaction to the change in the environment. Sometimes you need to work intelligently to understand what is going on in the environment and react immediately. Sometimes you need not react immediately, you have to wait. So there are three strategic actions, if you remember, least resistance, proceed with caution, and dynamic response. These three are called responses. Which response has to be given when? So based on this, if you understand what strategic management is and how it will help, these objectives can be taken care of. What is strategic management? 5-step process. And what are strategic management's objectives? I hope you are clear till here. Now we are moving on to two exam questions, guys. I want everybody's full attention to be dropped onto these two aspects, because both these have been questions that have been asked multiple times in the exam. Okay, so this is what strategic management's importance and limitations, two questions. Okay, strategic management and its two branches, both these have been very important questions, guys. So that is why let us put up, what is the importance of strategic management? What is the importance and what are the limitations? See, generally questions, many people are thinking that so how will questions be asked? They are not asking direct questions. This is also one of the point that they have mentioned very clearly. Most students have a problem with that. See, you have to read the question carefully. End of the day, though they are giving half a paragraph of story, they are only asking you what is the importance or major benefits, or rather simply they are talking about you know what are the limitations. So questions, if you see, I would again tell you to go through all the questions that are given at the end of every chapter in the ICA study module. So once you're done with all this revision, go through all the questions that are given in the ICA study module at the end of every chapter. You'll see the entire question being framed. Last line will ask you the specific question. So it is very simple that you should recognize the fact what are they asking. Okay, so let's say what are the benefits of strategic management and what are the limitations. That's how they're being asked. So I will tell you a quick and easy technique to remember the benefits. 7 points are there. How will you remember all the 7 points? First point has only one word, that strategic management helps you be proactive. Proactive is a key word. Okay, it helps you be proactive. The second definition has two, I mean, like, so first one has one, seventh one has seven. Like that, from 1 to 7, I've made a stepwise 7 points so that you'll never forget the benefits. Okay. What the first one? Helps you be proactive. You can make a decent sentence out of this after that. Second one, what is it? Enhance longevity. Enhance longevity of a business. That means if you have strategic management, you can go through the process and you can enhance it to be in a longer zone. But if you are not doing so, you might die quickly. There's a story of die quickly and die slowly in the last chapter, wherein when we talk about formulation and implementation gaps, we'll see that there. I'll describe that, but for now, yes, one of the benefits of strategic management is to enhance longevity. Third one, it acts as a corporate defense mechanism. Three words. Okay. uh, Corporate defense mechanism, a set of three words. Defense mechanism against sudden falls. Fourth point has four words to remember, right? As I just told you, strategic management is not an end in itself, right? It provides only framework. So I'm going to use four words: provide framework. Provide framework for what? For major decisions. Four words: provide framework for major decisions. Fifth point is something that everybody should know. And I'll say develop, first word, then two words: core competencies and competitive advantage. It helps you develop core competencies and competitive advantage, and is just a connector there. So develop core competence, competitive advantage. Five words in this one. Sixth one is a very, very important point, right? Helps develop what? Realistic objectives and goals. Okay, six words. Helps develop realistic objectives and goals. And seventh and the last benefit of strategic management is prepare. It helps an organization prepare organization for pitfalls. Pitfalls means what, right? Rather it says face the future. Prepare organization for facing the future. Prepare organization for facing the future, because this one, it is acting as a guide. Strategic management is like, it's not a textbook available everywhere that somebody can buy that and follow all of that. It prepares the organization for facing the future by acting as pathfinder. Okay, pathfinder means in which direction should we go. Okay, that is the last point. Organization, face future, acting as pathfinder. Like that, you can pick up something out of that. There, the seven words are highlighted. So basically, you will not miss any of these points if you follow the sequence of steps. Helps organization be proactive, enhances the longevity of the organization, acts as a corporate defense mechanism. It provides the framework for major decisions that are taken in the organization, and then it helps you develop core competencies and generate competitive advantages. It helps you develop realistic objectives and goals, prepare organization for facing the future. Like that, all the 7 points are there. I want all of you to run through it once again. Now on the other side, we know that limitations of strategic management are there, because every good concept will have certain limitations. Strategic management, that way, is a wonderful concept, so definitely there will be certain limitations. What is that? The first limitation says that environment is highly complex and turbulent. Complex means it has too many factors, and turbulent means, I think all of you understand what turbulence is. Something that we experience in a airplane or an aircraft when we go, when it hits the clouds and all, a shaky it's not, it's wrong to call it unstable. That's why they're using the word turbulent. Okay, turbulent. Environment is highly complex and turbulent, and therefore it is very, very difficult to understand environment and plan for it in totality. Okay, so environment is highly complex and turbulent is not the limitation. To understand that highly complex and turbulent environment and then make decisions is the limitation. So please understand, environment is highly complex and turbulent is not the limitation. That is the characteristic of environment. Okay, it is difficult to understand. Environment is highly complex and turbulent. It is difficult to understand. That is the limitation. Difficult to understand environment in complete sense. Okay, That is the issue. You can understand environment in parts, one part, other part, and all that, but it's very difficult to understand it in totality. That is the first one. Second one is a straight and simple limitation. Doing all this is a very time consuming process. Doing all this is what? A time consuming process. Whenever so much time and effort goes in, it also turns out to be a costly process. Despite it being a time consuming and costly process, one of the points to understand is that there is no guarantee of the outcome. See, if it is at least guaranteed that outcome is certain, I will at least don't mind in spending the time and money. But you know, that is also not certain. And the last and the most important point is strategic management is not restricted only to you. It is made for everybody, right? So if you do something, what will competitor do? We don't know that. It is very difficult to estimate competitors responses. Understood? So if you do something, they will also do something else. So strategic management is something that is available to everybody and they can do. These are the four limitations of strategic management, guys. This is a very first part of our discussion. Now the definition of strategic management steps into strategic intent, which I'm going to explain. So this is a time for you to revise entire thing at the first half an hour. If you've done it, very good. Otherwise, this is also a point where you can put me on pause and definitely revise everything of what we've discussed: strategy management and strategic management. Then we can talk about, now going further, what is the five stages or five aspects that are involved in strategic management, that we are going to do in detail. And from there on, we will take piece 1, piece 2, piece 3 and cover everything as part of our marathon. Okay, strategic management again. Strategic management phases. What are the phases of strategic management? Phases or stages, however you want to call it. Some people call it phase, some people call it stage, whatever it is. Strategic management phases or stages. Let's see how this works. Strategic management has five. Start with first one, which is called as stage 1. We are calling stage 1 as developing strategic intent. Let's say stage 1, developing strategic intent. Okay, then this stage 1 is followed up by a very crucial and important stage 2. And in stage 2, what we are going to talk about or do is a very deep rooted strategic analysis. Strategic analysis is a very important step, because only after analyzing who you are, what sort of a business you are, then you get to stage 3. Stage 3 in itself is an self explanatory aspect of crafting a strategy. Or this is only called as strategic choice. What all comes under stage 3, we will discuss in detail after we get to that particular stage. Then stage 4 is one of the straight and most important stages, called as strategy implementation. Strategy implementation. And stage 5 or phase 5 of strategic management is called as strategic control. Strategic control. Control is a corrective action taken. What are these? Now, if you are able to get a clear understanding of all of these, that's all. Our syllabus is done. We don't have to go much further in detailing out anything else. If you are able to grab this up, this is enough, right? Now, let me also explain you, since this is a revision, by now you should know what comes where. So I don't think we have to wait for that chapter to get over to what it is, right? So under developing strategic intent, what are there? First, we are talking about creating a vision. Then we have what is called as mission, objectives and goals. Vision, mission, object. This one screen or one frame that you are seeing now, that's all. This is what the whole strategic management is all about. Of course, we will detail it out in greater discussion, but vision, mission, objectives and goals go hand in hand. And then one of the most important things that you need to understand here are Values are something that need to be present across when you are making vision to when you are achieving goals everywhere. See, values are something which are omnipresent, like that, it says so. So we will also talk about what those are. Intent is nothing but where an organization is going, what it is ultimately willing to do. Okay, and I will detail out each of the stage in the respective timings, but for now I'll say strategic analysis is simply broken down into external and internal, because what we are discussing under each of them we will discuss. And crafting strategy happens at about three levels. What are the crafting strategy happening at three levels? Crafting strategy happens at corporate level. Crafting a strategy happens at business level, which are in the likes of three Michael Porter strategies: cost, leadership, differentiation, and focus. And then all the crafting of functional strategies ranging from finance strategy, marketing strategy, HR strategy, and all of that. And under the concept of strategic implementation, we again have some wonderful topics. First of all, the concept of strategic implementation starts with discussion on organization structures. You need a good organization structure. 8 different structures are there, and what those are, followed by a concept of strategic leadership. Because if you just have a great what do you say organization structure, it is not enough. It needs to be topped up by good leadership, followed by the concept of strategy and culture. What is the bridge between strategy and culture? And then the concept of strategic change, in which we also have, under strategic change, we have a Kurt Lewin change process, very important topic. And then finally, strategic control. Since strategies are made at all levels, you need obviously control also at all levels, right? These are three control: strategic control, managerial control, and functional control or operational control. Three controls. All I'm saying is strategic control is required at all stages, which means in control, what we're doing is to take corrective action. When something goes wrong, all we need to do is to take corrective action. This is what the entire story of strategic management is. I would want you to take a clearer look about this, and we will discuss all this in detail. So just like, I would want you to have an understanding of this entire process. Do something, take a screenshot, write this down, or do whatever, and then we will continue discussing from what is called as stage 1, which is about developing a strategic intent. All right, guys, let us then move on to what is called as a strategic intent. Now, the first part of our discussion, where we will talk about stage 1. Stage 1 is all about the concept of strategic intent, wherein we have vision, mission, objectives, and goals, which are then followed by obviously values. Now, values are something which are omnipresent, which are supposed to be there at all levels. I'll explain you this very clearly. First of all, before we discuss what are the elements or contents under the heading strategic intent, we are supposed to discuss a few things about strategic intent. What is strategic intent? If anybody asks you what is strategic intent, you have to call it as the philosophical base of an organization, the logic as to why it exists, philosophical base. What are you as an organization? How do you exist as an organization? Why are you there? What are you set out to achieve? That is what philosophical base is about. And not only that, this also should answer a question. Okay, whatever intention, we are not talking about something outside our understanding. We're simply talking about a intention. There are two questions that this strategic intent answers: what they want to do, what they means the organization, what they want to do. And the second one obviously will be the logic of doing it, why they want to do what they want to do and why they want to do. These two are basically the story of philosophical base, the real logic behind why something exists or how something is to be performed inside. Or why do you do something and what do you do? Later, the same things only are broken down into more serious words which have contextual meanings, which are only in the form of strategic intent, are broken down into a vision statement, followed by a mission statement, followed by objectives and goals. Here, two words are there, objectives and goals. Though they resonate something very similar, since two words are there absolutely different, and then they are followed by something called as values. Now, this entire discussion comes under the bracket of what is called as strategic intent. See, strategic intent of an organization is not definitely permanent. Sir, what does it mean? Are you saying that vision, mission, objectives tend to change? Yes. See, today, one of the best examples that I can tell you is about you doing the CA course. All of you want to become chartered accountant. All of you want to become a chartered accountant in 3 years, 3.5 years, 4 years time, whatever the minimum amount of time required to become a chartered accountant. You will all have to work on that and become a chartered accountant. That is what your vision will be. But for you to become a chartered accountant someday, suddenly you can't become a chartered accountant. So what will we do? We will do something now. What are you doing right now? Your present business scope and currently what you do is called as mission. Mission CA Inter, not Mission Impossible. Mission CA Inter. Right? Like that only when they say mission, mission means a specific task that you're set out to do. If it's Tom Cruise, he's saying mission impossible and then he's doing something and making it possible. Correct? So same way here, mission CA Inter. CA Foundation, one mission is over. CA Inter, currently a mission is going on. CA Final, the next mission that we have to take up. Now, within this mission, there are some numbered targets, performance targets, which are measurable in nature. 40 in each subject, 50 overall, 600 as a total. Of that, 300 to get the aggregate, right? So like that, there are certain numbered targets are referred to as objectives. In that again, group 1, group 2, in group 1 this 150, group 2 150, like that there are certain goals that are given to you by the institute. Okay, see, these objectives are certain things which are performance targets and numbered. They are closed ended attributes, while goals are different, they are open ended attributes, right? Like your closed ended and open ended means, in fact, before I discuss that, some people who are discussing strategic management, they don't even distinguish between objectives and goals. There are so many management fundamentalists who have given definitions of objective as goal, goal as objective. Okay, some people have made it a clear distinction, like say objectives are generally associated with numbered targets, while goals are associated with again precise aspects of achieving something. Okay, so like that, goals more. Sir, are you saying objectives are only numbered in nature, they are not qualitative? I'm not saying that. Objectives also can be quantitative and qualitative, but goals predominantly are, like say in the game of football, you cannot lift the goalpost and keep it wherever you want and kick the ball inside. The goalpost is fixed. You have to bring the ball through all your, like your center. I mean, like your center half, and then cross that. The other, get into the penetrate into the other half. Your forwards have to take it with all their skill. Like how Messi dribbles it and takes it across, cut 3, 4 defenders of the opposite team, then punch into the goal because the goal is fixed. Now, all these players' performance, the more they perform better as a team, that will reflect in scoring a goal, right? So, these are the only three aspects of what a strategic intent is. Sir, what are you talking? You have values on your screen and still you're saying that. Listen, values, they are certain things which are intangible in nature. Okay, value is something you have in your heart, right? Integrity, honesty, sincerity, uh, a human nature, humility, understanding of something, right? Thinking about the good or bad of the others, they all come under values. Now, generally here, vision is generally something that is a corporate vision is associated with the corporate level. Vision is generally associated with corporate level, while mission is associated with generally a business level, and objectives are generally, again, objectives are associated at the functional or operational level. Like this is the understanding. But when you talk about values, values are at all levels. Everybody doing anything, let it be at the corporate level, business level, or functional level, values are important for everybody. Okay, that is why values have a specific discussion about who should embrace values. Everybody in the organization should embrace values. let it be the CEO or let it be the gatekeeper, everybody in the organization should embrace some values. Okay, so that is why values are something which are in the nature. See, they can't be defined, sir. Where can we find values? Values are found in your behavior. Values are something that people tend to develop by their actions and attitudes. So values, in other words, I will start with values because they are supposed to be there with everybody. Values, in other words, you can call them as deeply rooted principles. What are values? Deeply rooted principles. If you pick up your book, you will find values definition to be as deeply rooted principles which guide the achievement of something, how they are and what they are. And they have to be, in fact, values are, let's say, omnipresent. Where are values present in the organization? I mean, they're omnipresent, they're there everywhere. There's no specific place. In this place value should be there, in this place value should not be there. That is not the idea. Okay, now let us get to the discussion of the other three major words: vision, mission, and objectives and goals. I will also point out and tell you what are important here. A couple of questions are important in each one of those. I don't think, again, like I said, I would be able to do it everything line by line. So I will highlight that and you can go there and refer to. But first of all, let us catch up with the definition of vision. Vision is nothing but a roadmap of company's future. It is a roadmap of company's future. I want you to remember five things here. Okay, vision generally is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're already a student of mine, you have marked that in the book 1 to 5. Otherwise, now you can mark them. What are those? Vision, the roadmap of company's future, providing specifics about something that the company wants to do. What are you talking about? It is a roadmap. Roadmap means what? What are you going to do and how are you going to do? It is a roadmap of a company's future, providing specifics about. Now let me write 1 to 5. We are going to mark up those aspects between 1 to 5. What are those? First one, who are your target customers? Okay, tomorrow after you grow as the company, whom are you targeting? One, customer focus. Providing specifics about customer focus means which group of customers are you going to focus? Where are you going to focus them? Huh? Second one, what technology are you going to use? Okay, technology, because today technology has taken enough amount of space in this entire business domain that you have to be very clear about what technology are you using to reach the public. Then third and the most important thing is about which geographic, means in which physical places you will be there, geographic and product markets. Where will you deal with? Which geographic and product markets you will deal with? Okay, because what products you are dealing now, 5 years later, they may not be the products that you would want to deal with. Understood? You might want to diversify, you might want to develop new things. So like that, there are multiple things: customer focus, technology, geographic and product markets. Very, very important thing are points 4 and 5, because point 5 is intangible, but point 4 is very interesting. Have you heard the word core competencies? Point 4 is talking about that only. Capabilities. Capabilities it plans to develop. And most importantly, in the fifth point, it says kind of company. What kind of a company management is trying to create? Kind of company you're trying to create. That's all, guys. This is what vision is all about. What is a vision? Vision, in other words, is nothing but a roadmap of company's future. Roadmap of company's future, which is going to provide certain specifics about what? About all these, right? It is nothing but customer focus, technology, geographic and product markets, the capabilities it plans to develop, and the kind of company it is willing to create. This basically is the story of what a vision is. Vision gives you a long range idea. Acha, this is where I'm going. So now every morning you wake up and do anything. It might be for your exam, it might be for your level called inter, it might be anything, but ultimately it is all for you becoming chartered accountant. So everything what you do today resonates to your vision some other day. Okay, sir, today if I wake up and study, how will I become chartered accountant? But today, if you wake up and study, today's syllabus is over. Tomorrow, another syllabus will be over. Like this, when you pile up and finish the entire syllabus, a subject will be over. Like that, if you continue to do, multiple subjects will be over, then a group will be over. If group is over, a particular level will be over, a particular level is over, then you definitely become a chartered accountant. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So, sir, are you saying that everything that we are doing now, listening to this revision, is also a step to becoming chartered accountant? Of course. Otherwise, why would you be listening and spending time here? You believe that this is helpful for you. It will help you score marks in the exam. If you clear that exam, you will clear that level. If you clear that level, you will go to the next mission. So everything is logically intact related to the vision. Now, under vision, there is a very essential set of points to be understood. A question that can always come in the exam. I'll follow it up here, putting the heading as what are the essentials for a strategic vision. This is a question that has been asked in exam multiple times. There are only 4 points in that. Okay, first and foremost thing is think creatively. These are all shortcuts. If you have the book next to you, if you're making notes, do make notes. But if you have the book, if you want to underline or something like this is what you have to understand. First and foremost essential for you having a good vision is don't copy somebody's vision. It's not going to work. In fact, don't copy anybody's vision. Nothing of that will work. So you have to start thinking creatively how you can create something very genuinely. What should be the idea for being prepared in future? Okay, think creatively about future. Think creatively about future. Then exercising intelligent entrepreneurship. Okay, this one is a very, very important. See, risk taking ability is called entrepreneurship. Everybody knows that it's about risk taking ability. But the point is, blindly, if you take risk, it's not going to take you anywhere. Correct? Blindly, if you go on taking some risk, it's not going to be of any use. You have to channelize that risk in the right direction. Okay, now again, like many people invest in stock markets with the idea of becoming rich. Overnight, they see some YouTube video and be like, wow, let us go and also invest. You have to do your research, understand what stock markets mean to you. If you invest like that, will it be fruitful for you? You have to see all this and then go about it, no? Huh? Without all that, if you straight away go and do something, then it doesn't make any sense. So, which is exactly why it is very important to understand on what logic or what basis the vision has been established, and you channelize your effort intelligently. Risk you take. The entrepreneur obviously have to take risk. That channelize in the right direction, exercising it in an intelligent way. Developing a vision is a job of thinking creatively. If you can't think creatively, others obviously will think creatively and go ahead of you. Exercise entrepreneurship, take risk ability, but use a little bit of intelligence. The third most essential point of a vision is a clearly articulated means well written. A clearly articulated vision, you know what it should do? It should create enthusiasm. Okay, create enthusiasm among the members in the organization. A clearly articulated strategy vision should create enthusiasm among members of the organization, because once they read that vision, they'll be like, wow, okay, this is what we are here for. Like that, it should give a boost to the employees in the organization. And the most important thing about a vision is when somebody reads vision, you will not be like, okay, sir, we don't know what we are doing, we don't know where we are. No. Yeah? A best worded vision, again, best worded vision, if you write a vision carefully, the best worded vision should clearly illuminate means highlight, clearly illuminate the direction. In which direction are you headed? What are you doing? Clearly illuminate the direction. Here it has to create enthusiasm. Okay, take home these points, that is enough. What are the four essentials of vision? That is, a vision should be thought about creatively, exercising intelligent entrepreneurship, create enthusiasm among the members, and a good vision should clearly illuminate the direction in which it is meant for. That is the main idea of doing something here, guys. please run through this part because this has been an exam question multiple times, and I think you should definitely be a little careful about these type of things because they are easily repeated. Okay, so this is the first and foremost story of vision. Then let us now talk about the second one. Here we are talking about what is called as a mission statement. Mission is nothing but what are you going to do now. Okay, mission is about present business scope. Multiple times we have discussions about mission, but mission is all about what? Present business scope. Present business scope. In other words, it answers a couple of questions. Okay, what question? Just like how this told. In vision, we are asking, or okay, I'll write that also for you in vision. In vision, we are answering a question. Where are we going? Where are we going? This is what generally a vision answers about. Okay, where are we going? But in mission, we have the present business scope. It talks about two questions. One, what business are we in right now? What are we doing? What business are we in? What is your present business scope? Huh? And second one, what do we do? What business are we in and what do we do? Which is nothing but establishing currently what you are doing, ensuring unanimity of purpose. As such, why do you wake up and do something? Like say for every question of yours as to why do you wake up and do something, answer is very clear. You want to become chartered accountant. If you don't want to become chartered accountant, you don't have to do anything in this context, right? So that is what the first and foremost story in mission is. Just like how we have essentials for strategic vision, there are two questions that I would like you to revise. I will just orally revise them because I can't write all the points and keep wasting time. It's there in the book. Please come to a point of discussion called as why should organization have a mission? If you look at this particular question, why should organization have a mission, you'll find that there are 7 points in this. Okay, I'm not obviously going to waste time by writing all the 7 points, but if you come to that particular thing in your book, we can actually figure out what those are. Ensure unanimity of purpose, to develop a basis or a standard as to what it is, to provide a basis for motivating the use of organizational resources. Can you see there are 7 points? To establish a general tone and climate. Why should an organization have a mission? Please be a little careful about reading that question. It's a very, very important question. Okay, let me discuss all the 7 points orally for you. First one, it gives you a unanimity of purpose, means tells you why you are doing whatever you are doing. Two, to provide a basis for allocating organizational resources. See, one of the most important points in business is what? Resource allocation. Everybody is crying about that only, that resources are not being allocated properly. If resources were allocated properly, we would have been successful. So where is the effort going? So mission will tell you where to put the right time. I mean, how much effort to put where, all of that. Then it provides the basis for motivating the use of organizational resources. How to use and what should be the logic of using. Followed by, normally, if anybody asks you what is going on in your organization, to give a general tone, to establish a general tone, mission is useful. Followed by, as I told you from some time, I've been telling you repeatedly, right? Wherever you go and ask the question, today what is the answer? The answer is you're doing CA Inter. CA Inter is your mission, right? That is called focal point. In fact, you know why mission is needed? That these missions, whatever we are talking about here, this mission that we have, those missions, they serve as a focal point. Missions serve as a focal point. In other words, what they're telling is, from wherever you look at it, from wherever you look at it, it gives you a perspective as to what you are doing to serve as a focal point. Today, why you came to management class? CA Inter. Why you went to costing class? CA Inter. Why you went to FM class? CA Inter. So basically, CA Inter is a focal point. In and around all these 6, 7 subjects what you're dealing, the focal point is a CA Inter, which is your current mission. Plus, vision, no, is a broad based idea. Becoming chartered accountant. What do you mean by becoming chartered accountant? Ultimately, becoming chartered accountant means what? getting 200 out of 400 in foundation, 300 out of 600 in inter, and another 300 out of 600 in final. To do this, you are chartered accountant. So chartered accountant equal to 300 out of 600. Can we just equate it like that? No, right? Because simply it doesn't match out to numbers. So chartered accountancy means doing foundation inter final. Foundation means 200 out of 400. Inter means 300 or 600, like that. For your mission to translate into object, I mean, for your vision to ultimately translate into numbers, you need some intermediary aspect called as mission. So chartered accountant, which is your vision, becomes CA inter. CA inter further will become in terms of what? 300 out of 600. In group 1, 150, group 2, 150, like that. Target based approach. The target performance targets where you can establish and what you can do will become objectives. Right? So to facilitate something to become into objectives, you need mission. And more importantly, to specify the organizational purpose, the direction in which we are going, that is also something what the mission does. This is a very, very important question about mission. And then there is Peter Drucker and Theodore Levitt have explained about 10, 11 points. Okay, what is our mission? I want all of you to go through that. There is nothing for me to explain in that, but I want all of you to go through that because that has also been asked in our exam. What is our mission? If this is a business that you're doing, what is our mission? Peter Drucker and Theodore Levitt, okay, they have explained about should be Levitt. They're given about 11 points. I would want you to just go through that. They're all simple questions. Like in that 11 points, what is our mission, who are we, where are we now, what do you want to ultimately become, why did we come to this business, what business are we in, who is our customer, who is our ultimate customer, whether you want to be in this business only or you want to diversify in something else in future. These 11 points, 11 questions, in fact I should not call them as 11 points, we will call them as 11 questions. They told you if you raise questions, if you raise these 11 questions and get answers, you should be in a position to understand what your mission is. Okay, simple logic, guys. Every organization should ask this question: what business are we in? Do we know our business correctly? Don't forget, don't worry about others. Can I explain my business to others? Do you know your business correctly or not? Now, every time you should not think that you are going and stand. I mean, like, just imagine nowadays one of the very famous programs, and every now and then we see on Instagram and Facebook is what Shark Tank. Everybody is going to Shark Tank and they're explaining about business. So the sharks sitting there, the so-called people who are willing to invest, what are they asking? What is your roadmap? Is always the game is not about numbers, right? So some people may have bright numbers in the beginning. So they're very ambitious businesses. But what if tomorrow many people, the sharks have rejected the deal saying that this is a very good idea now, but tomorrow when you get competition, you can't survive because you're not showing a roadmap. Understood? So these things are something which are supposed to be very clear for a businessman. Okay, if this is your vision in 5 years, what are you doing it about today? Same thing which we need to express in terms of our mission statement. So vision and mission statements, and for mission, one of these two questions are very important. They have been in the past asked in the exam, so they can always be asked. Now I'm going back to the story of goals and objectives. Again, when you talk about goals and objectives, one thing that you need to understand, again, goals, again, they have a discussion. That is why we are talking about them. Goals are open-ended attributes, while objectives have closed-ended attributes. Closed-ended attributes means closed objectives. 40, a minimum pass mark has been established. 50, an aggregate has been established. Okay, but goals, again, goals are nothing but what do you want to achieve, a future state or an outcome. See, goals are very precise. 4 plus 3 is 7. Like how 7 is a precise answer, like that goals are precise. They only denote an outcome. Pass, fail, the outcome. Profit, loss is the outcome. So my goal is to earn profit. How much? 1 lakh profit. That 1 lakh is closed ended, which is an objective. You understood the logic here. When you say future outcome, sir, I want to pass. But simple, in exam, if you get 300 out of 600, pass. 301 out of 600, pass. 450 out of 600, pass. Maybe you will get ranks and other things and all that. That is all academic in nature. When institute has set up that if you get 300 out of 600, we call you pass. Anybody getting even 510 out of 600 is also still considered as pass only, because the benchmark of what is called as an outcome, are you pass or fail, they are decided as goals. My goal is to pass the exam, simple goal. My goal is to pass the exam by getting 70%. That means you're attributing two things now. You have a goal of passing the exam, plus your objectives are, which are your performance targets. See, somebody's performance target was to just pass. So they got 50%, they pass. Somebody's, this is why today's teenagers have this issue. They get 90 marks and still they're sitting dull. What happened? If I go and ask that fellow, they'll be like, "Oh, I got 90, sir." You got 90. Then what is your problem? No, sir, I thought I'll get 95. You thought you will get 95, which means you established an objective for yourself. So now, since you couldn't achieve your objective, you feel failure. Institute is asking for 40. Here, one more friend of mine is there who is jumping on 45. Hey, come on, where should we go and party? What should we do? Because he never thought he'll get anything more than 40. He got 45. He's very happy. So who is now actually pass or fail? Both of them have passed. This fellow is selling 45. He is calling for party. That fellow got 90. He is still crying. Imagine this fellow is silently coming and telling next to somebody, "Arey, that fellow got 90 and he's crying. I got 45. If I write exam twice, I will get that much marks." But still that fellow is not satisfied because they couldn't achieve their own performance target. Guys, nothing to demean anybody. Understood? Yeah, I'm telling you, today's kids are like that. Because recently also I've seen somebody like that in intermediate. Intermediate, here when you say intermediate, it's about 11th and 12th. I don't know from which part of India you're watching this. So 11th and 12th, junior intermediate, all that, whatever you call it. Somebody got 96%, right? 96, and they're disappointed. Somebody who stays in the locality or the apartment where I stay, that kid got 96, and in the science group, predominantly maths, physics, and chemistry, 96. So, little dejected. I was wondering what is going on. So I asked her, what happened? How much did you get? 96. I'm generally least bothered about these numbers. So then they said 96, and then I'm like, wow, 96. But not only the kid, even the parents are dejected. They're like, oh no, today we can't get admission into that college because can't get admission into some college despite hitting 96. So, which means 96 is a great performance from my point of view. But for the target that they have kept, that mark is not enough. Okay, I've had lot of students, friends who have also have faced the same issue when it comes to CAT, right? CAT, the not the animal, the exam. So when they want to aim for MBA colleges, so somebody got 97 percentile. They might miss a college because that college requires 99. So this is there. See, numbers, no, they only speak about certain things. I hope you are clear about what we're dealing here. A very, very important thing. Objectives. The definition of objectives goes by saying objectives are performance targets. What are objectives? Objectives are performance targets. While when you talk about goals, same thing, goals are about future state or outcome. Pass or fail, future state, or a rather we can call it as a outcome. Pass, fail, profit, loss, those all tend to be goals. And values, they're deeply rooted into the story, right? I would want all of you to take a more clearer look. Maybe let me broaden this up for you so you can have a clear look. Vision, mission, objectives, and goals, all these are part of strategic intent, where values are omnipresent at all levels. So somebody who's making a vision, somebody is setting goals and objectives at whichever level they are, they should all embrace values while doing it. Okay, so this is the story of vision, mission, objectives, and values. Now before I wrap up this, I would want to highlight one more important point about objectives. There are two questions in objectives which are again very important from the exam standpoint. First question there is about objectives, in which areas or what are the characteristics of objectives. Guys, this is a very important question. If you scroll down to your material, you'll find a 10-point answer about 10, 11 points are there about objectives are, objectives should be understandable, concrete and specific. They should be related to a time frame. One objective should correlate with each other. I'm pretty sure it has about 10 to 11 points. That's an exam question that I would want you to revise if possibly, like I said, I explained those two. So objectives should match with your environment. Objectives should provide base for strategic decision making. They should be understandable, concrete, and specific. It's not an explanatory answer or something, the characteristics. So if you just simply read, you will be able to understand. Another important exam question from the objectives topic is that sometimes they can ask you a question: what are important, short term objectives or long term objectives? A need for, clearly I'm saying both. When I say both, it means long term and short term. A need for both what? Long term and short term objectives. Sometimes long term objectives and short term objectives, they both are same. They might coincide after a particular point of time. They might what? Coincide, the short term and long term objectives. While certain times, if the time frame is longer, a series of short term objectives will help you achieve one long term objective. If my simple logic, if my objective is to achieve 40% growth over the next 3 years, 40% growth over the next 3 years means I can achieve 40% in first year, 40% in second year, 40% in third year. Evenly, I would have achieved 40% growth. Correct? But it's practically not possible for a business to do so. So, what will happen then? So, the first year I achieved only 20% growth. Okay. For first year, my short term target was to achieve 20. Then, since already I achieved 20, next year I'm aiming at 40. Okay, next year I'm aiming at 40. I might achieve 40. Then after achieving 40, I would achieve the next year 60. So across 3 years, if you see, my cumulative growth rate of about 40% would have been achieved. Just for you to understand, I'm saying it's not necessary that 40, 40, 40. Three short-term objectives will get you one long-term objective. There is no rule like that. That is also possible. If short-term and long-term objectives coincide, then they both will neatly achieve. See, two possibilities. I don't mind writing them down for you. A need for, right? I can say they both will coincide sometimes. Short term and long term objectives can coincide sometimes. Sometimes it is series of short term objectives will lead to achieving a long term objective. Okay, series of short term objectives will help you achieve a long term objective. This also, I want all of you to take a clearer look. Yeah, three very, very important topics. And I think one more area is there in the objectives quadrant, guys. Apart from discussing all of this here, I think there is one more important question that I would like to mark up in the story of objectives. Let me, because that is one thing that has also been asked in the exam. So, which is why areas in which long term objectives can be established. Areas in which long term objectives can be established. If you are with the book, you can check this out. After that question of short term, long term objectives, there will be this question. 7 areas are there in which you can, okay, totally areas in which long term objectives, 7 areas are there. They will really be of some help to you if you understand what those 7 areas are. Employee development, employee relations, technological leadership, competitive positions, profitability, productivity, and public responsibilities. Okay. Sir, is there any way how you can, like how we also can remember, like how you do? And tell you, okay, I'll tell you how do I remember those 7 areas? Okay, it is T. Generally, I don't believe in these shortcuts because if I've given those shortcut, people will stick to only those. But once you know what those are, okay, you can easily remember. Okay, uh, T and C, because they're only one and one. T for technology and C for competitive position. Then E square. E square is about two things. What are those? employee relations, employee development. Okay. And P cube, P1, C1, E2, P3. That is how 1, 2, 3. 1 T, what is that? Technology. You want to become a technological leader in the long. C1, that is competitive position. Then 2 is employee relation and employee development. Then 3 P's. What are the 3 P's? Simple. First, you try to achieve productivity. It will eventually get you profitability. When you achieve both, then give back something to the society. Public responsibility. You can mark this and keep. This could be a question in the exam. If it comes, thank me. Okay, nothing more than all right. I'm just joking. Right, there are all. I'm doing the revision of entire syllabus. All your questions are going to come from what our revision is going to be. So you need not really thank and all that. But at this point, all I'm saying is stage one is done. So if you are watching this on YouTube, all I want you to do right now is all of you are watching this on YouTube and you have watched this thoroughly and continuously. Right now, you want to put me on pause and immediately go to the comment section and say stage one completed. So I would at a later point of time see all the comments and feel happy that so many people have done this exercise, because see, we are doing long marathons, and that too we can do all this live, but again in live, no, it doesn't. I used to do all this live in the past, a lot of live sessions, and then except nowadays there are different time issues, different patterns, different classes, so there are so many things. I'd like to get back to doing that lives, in full-fledged time so much, but again with so many of the other commitments not possible. But anyway, at this point, one more topic is there from the first chapter. I will do that, but anyway, as I said, till now this is stage one of strategic management. What is stage one of strategic management? Creating or developing a strategic intent. If you have done everything till here, go to the comment section and leave a comment from your side saying that stage one colon completed. Don't worry, because it won't be a random comment like that. Be honest, because later when we finish stage two, you are going back to the same comment and you have to edit that. Okay, since it is your comment, it gives you a chance to edit. So stage one done, stage two, or if you want to leave multiple comments also, it's absolutely fine. But like I said, if you leave those, what will it do is that I will know that so many people have been benefited across. Okay, so I think it's close to about 1.5 hours that we have discussed all this, and that's the very first part where we would like to I think if you done till here, it definitely deserves a break right now, and after that you would want to continue doing the stage two. But before going there, I would like to discuss one small thing, that there are 3 levels in the organization, which are something that now. Apart from discussing what are those 3 levels, there is also one more new addition in the first chapter of the 24 syllabus. What is that? Is the relationship between 3 levels. Okay, what are the relationship? 3 types of relationships are there between. How many levels are there? uh this one, corporate level, business level, and functional level are there, no? Right, 3 levels. We know what those 3 levels are, huh? I'm not discussing them again because I've already told you. Just I'm writing them: corporate, business, and functional. Now between them, between these 3 levels, there is a relationship, network, network of relationship. So how many relationships are there? Again, relationships are also 3 types. What are those relationships? One is exactly what you saw in the beginning, a hierarchical and smooth flow from start to end, right? Smooth flow from start to end. First one, what is it called? Functional and divisional relationship. Functional and divisional relationship. Don't worry about much about this if you already know about it, very good. But the nature or network of relationship, functional and divisional, means hierarchical, which flows from top to bottom. There is a second set of relationship aspect called as horizontal relationship. Okay, horizontal relationship is between top management and all of those people, how at that level they are connected. And next to them here, see, same hierarchical position. One below the other is not there. In functional and divisional, one below the other is there. In horizontal, all are given equal responsibility and equal tag. The third type of relationship is a very interesting one, very important one in today's time. It is called as matrix relationship. Okay, matrix is both vertical and horizontal, both vertical and horizontal. Okay, guys, these are the three types of relationships that exist, the three major type of networks, how one level to the other level is connected. One level is another level to, in the first one is purely vertical flows, which are called functional and divisional. Horizontal, which is there at same levels. Okay, all of them are treated at same level and are connected. Well, matrix is a term which has both vertical and horizontal flows, right? That is how in mathematics we call them as matrix. Clear? So that's also the end of our very first chapter and very first stage, which talks about what is called as strategic intent. Okay, so please go through the entire notes once again clearly, because whatever we have discussed now thus far, it is all the story of chapter 1 of strategic management. Moving on, I will go to chapter number 2, which is about external analysis. But before I do external analysis, I would want to discuss what strategic analysis is and the two branches. Before that, there are a couple of interesting questions. What is strategic analysis? What are the issues or problems in strategic analysis? I would also want to discuss those two and then move on. So meanwhile, I would want you to take a look at this one and also put me on pause right now and go through everything. If you're not putting me on pause, probably you can take a break if this particular chapter has been concluded. Generally, I would want, like I said, I would want you to do that. Take a break for this segment and come back, because where we will be dealing with a continued portion of stage 2 on strategic analysis. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through all of that stuff. Right now, let us move on to the next stage, stage 2, which is all about strategic analysis. I want all of you to understand, before we discuss in detail what strategic analysis is all about, there are also certain things about strategic analysis which are in the nature of some issues. Okay, so there are specifically three issues that are there about strategic analysis that we are supposed to discuss, and then further obviously move on to discussing the story of analysis, and then we will have to discuss the concept of business environment before we discuss anything further. And there are multiple other aspects that we are going to discuss. This one is a very, very elaborate and important stage. The more you are clear about the analysis aspects, the better will be your strategy formulation. I will tell you one important point that comes in the story of strategic analysis, why it is essential. More than telling strategic analysis is about splitting it into internal, external, which it is. Strategic analysis, if you really understand what the need is, okay, I'll tell you a simple point. A good strategy cannot be formulated, a good strategy cannot be formulated by good thoughts. Okay, good thoughts. Intuition means what? Sir, my sixth sense is telling, 16th sense is telling, we will do this. My gut to feel, all that you should not talk about, right? Intuition, good feel, opinions. I asked them, they told me to do this. A good strategy cannot be formulated by good thoughts, intuitions, opinions, I'm saying, etc. You cannot form them. A good strategy can only be framed by, it can only be constructed, only be framed or crafted. Okay, rather, I will not say these words. It's better that we say it can only be formulated, because that is our step, right? Formulation. So it can be formulated how? By a deep rooted analysis. Only by doing a deep rooted analysis you will be able to come to a good strategy. It is not, very clearly cannot be formed by thoughts, instincts, opinion, they told, I understood, this is how it is, nothing. All this is useless. Absolutely, a good strategy can only be formed by a deep rooted analysis. Deep rooted analysis of what? And if you go up to figure out what this strategic analysis is all about, you split strategic analysis aspects. What are we analyzing? If you split that into obviously to some of the external environmental aspects, which are then also followed by our own internal environmental aspects. Now, generally, in the external environment, it is further classified into understanding what are opportunities, and also their understanding about generally opportunities, one, and the second one is understanding what are called as threats. Okay. While in the internal environment, we are again going to study of two things. Okay. One is considered as strengths, and also the other one talks about weakness. Okay. Strength and weakness, opportunity and threat together later, if not now, somewhere later, we will be considering them as later SWOT analysis. What are we considering that as? SWOT analysis. And SWOT analysis not the only analysis that we do. Together at the end of the story, when you do both, like when you say both means what? When you finish doing internal analysis and external analysis, you can combine all of that to get an idea of what exactly we are trying to do, which is termed as SWOT analysis. Okay. But while doing this analysis, of course, what are all the other things that we have to focus? We will discuss that in detail. Even when you talk about what are the considerations, we have to consider about industry, other things, then who are our competitors. In the point of view of analyzing our competitors, we do an interesting topic called strategy group mapping. Like this, there are many points that one has to understand. uh, we are supposed to discuss on all of those. Now, while we do that, before we discuss what those opportunity threat points and all are those, I want to discuss this question, which is a very important question, which has kind of been asked in the exam also multiple times. What are the issues to consider for strategic analysis? If you are doing strategic analysis, what are the issues to consider? Okay, there are 3 points. Of course, we'll take one at a time and go by each one of them now. Issues to consider while doing strategic analysis. It's an exam question, guys, asked multiple times, so you might want to focus on what that is. First and foremost point in the issues that one has to cover. Remember, suddenly one found day you woke up from sleep, a strategy came, it's not going to work like that. The first and foremost issue is strategy evolves. Strategy evolves when? Over a period of time. This is the first and foremost understanding. Strategy evolves over a period of time. It is not going to suddenly come overnight. Somebody is not going to bring a strategy and give you. First and foremost thing that we're talking about is strategy evolves over a period of time. A good strategy is nothing but a series of decisions taken over a extended period of time. When you keep taking decisions over a period of time, good decision, bad decision, all that will not be there. Decision will be there. So over a period of time, this good strategy, what you're talking here, is a result of series of small decisions taken over a period of time. What does this mean? Strategy evolves over a period of time. Nothing but it is a series of small decisions, taken over an extended period of time. Series of small decision taken over a extended period of time. That is what strategy making is all about. This is the issues, first and foremost issue that you have to consider. No strategy can be made overnight. And strategy suddenly, sir, I thought very well, so a strategy came out. No, it won't come. It will come by deep rooted analysis. For that, it will take time. And the second issue to consider in strategic analysis is suddenly when you feel good about doing a strategy and all, you can't take one part of the dimension and say we are making a strategy. You have to consider both. What should you consider? There should be, when I say both, I mean to say that there should be a balance of. The second factor that you essentially need here is a balance. Okay, first one is a period of time. Second one is balance. Balance of what? Balance of both internal and external factors. Internal and external environment. You should not give undue or over importance to only one of them. Right? You gave importance only to external environment, consider all the factors, only bother about opportunities. You left away what you Array, I should bother what my strengths are. No, if I don't give correct importance to my strengths, what are we talking about in further course? If I am talking about this is my strength, and because of my strength, I will be able to execute this opportunity. Like that, you have to strike a balance between both, and get to the understanding of that. And one more very important consideration. The third point is, please understand, in this whole story of strategic analysis, risk is an inherent part and parcel of business. Maintaining a balance is important, but see, forces are in motion. Nobody is going to tell you exactly how much risk is involved. Suddenly globalization, or like say the Russia Ukraine war, it changed the whole dimension of the global thinking. Understood? So please understand, there is an element of risk given. What you will consider today might not be relevant few years later. So keeping all this in consideration, one needs to understand that yes, there is an inherent element of risk. The complexity and intermingling of variables, there is a word like that. If you have the book with you, you can see in this paragraph of risk there will be a point: complexity and intermingling of variables will reduce the strategic balance. In the second point, they said you maintain a balance. If only a perfect balance is possible, every business will be successful? No. So please understand, is risk is a inherent part and parcel of business. Okay, risk is what? An inherent part and parcel of the business. Okay, so I would want you to take a clear look of these 3 points. The 3 points are so damn important. Please be mindful of these, because this is an exam question been asked in the past, and you will thank me if straight away this time also it can come in the exam. I'll be really happy because we covered. What are the 3 issues? One, strategy evolves over a period of time. Two, that there is always a reasonable balance that you have to establish between both internal and external factors, both internal and external environmental factors. And the third one is that yes, risk is natural. It is very much part and parcel of the story. There is no need to really panic about this. In this context, there is a time based classification: short time, long time, and risk based. Okay, certain risks are, by the time you realize that risk is there, it would have already affected you. So like that, one needs to understand how much risk is there and what needs to be done. There's a small framework which talks about both internal and external analysis. I will give you a quicker detail of what that is. Okay, I would want you to concentrate on how this works, this particular what do you say, internal external framework of strategic analysis. Framework of strategic analysis. Who are we analyzing and what are we doing? Just a quick understanding, nothing much to bother about. To split, first one is external. Tell me who are all there under external. Of course, if it was a class, I would have made you shout clearly, but you can also repeat alongside me. In external, what are they? First and foremost thing, customer analysis. Who is our customer? Very important thing to analyze, right? Where are they there? Who are our customers? Identifying the right customer so that you can focus correctly on which market you are dealing with. Because if you don't know who your customer is, many businesses spend a lot of time in trying to identify who their customers are. So if you know your correct target market, you can channelize all your efforts and energy in that direction. Then, are you alone in this? No, because monopoly is only a book definition. It is not a real life situation. So our friends are there who are called as competitors. So competitor analysis is something that we need to do, and nothing to worry about doing this, because we have an amazing technique to understand who our competitors are correctly. Who are our competitors? There is a concept called strategy group mapping. So generally, when you do a strategy group mapping, no, we'll understand clearly who are those. Few minutes later or sometime later, definitely the marathon, we will be covering what is called as the strategy group mapping, another amazing exam question. Then Market analysis. There is a huge difference between customer and market. Customer is a set of people who have actually bought your products and who actually are already there in your customer portfolio. But market is a much wider term. Market is what, to whom you could have sold. Market is a much broader term. Like say if 10,000 people are there who are doing CA, all of them are my market. 10,000 people are there in my city who are doing CA. That means I can cater to 10,000 people, but only 400 people have joined my class, which means 400 is my customer. So 400 people are my customers and 10,000 people are my market. Market is a much broader term. And more importantly here, what we will be doing is the environmental analysis. The last one is called environmental analysis. I wish all of you know this very well, because this is not the first time you are hearing about environmental analysis. We have micro, macro environments. In micro, there are certain elements, and in macro, everybody knows that there is an element called PESTLE. Okay, so here in this environmental analysis, here only, since I'm writing the framework, I will mention clearly the environment analysis is about micro and macro, whereas in micro environmental we have a shortcut to remember those: cosmic, customers, organization, suppliers, market, intermediaries, and competitors. All these people are there. While in macro, I think all of you know, political, economic, socio-cultural, technological, legal, and other environmental aspects are there, which come under. Broadly, external environmental analysis is analyzing two things, as I told you, which are in the likes of what? Opportunities and threats. While on the other side or other branch, this side, we have internal to make up now. Internal, and wherein in internal, I'm going to take two branches as well. Wherein the internal, what all will be there? Here, strengths. Strengths and weakness are such an important thing to analyze, because see, end of the day, if you don't know what your strengths are, how will you place emphasis on that? Huh? And same way, if you don't know, many people think like, I should concentrate more on my strengths, leave my weaknesses. That is another flawed strategy. You should understand what your weaknesses are and try to build something over them. That is important. But at the same time, so focus only on my strengths. It's like a cricket player telling that, I'll play only my good shots. I'll play only my good shots. Very good. But what if the bowler bowls the ball that you don't know to play? You will get out on the first ball, no? Simple. Like say, for example, a batsman is there who doesn't know to play the short ball. So he's prepared for every other shot. I will play. His strength is to, hit cover drives. His strength is to hit other things, run fast between the wickets. He's planned everything very well. First ball, they bowl a short ball. He doesn't know how to handle it. He ducks it up or something like that. It hits the edge of the bat, goes up, caught out. First ball, there was no, what do you say, chance for you to even showcase your strengths. So this idea of believing only strengths and leaving weaknesses, and another set of people are there who are over focused only on their weaknesses, always cribbing and crying, or yes, our weaknesses. They also won't succeed for a simple reason that you're over focused only on your weaknesses. You are failing to recognize your own strengths. This is not done with you alone. Later in another discussion, we are going to do the strength and weakness analysis, not only for us, but for our competitors also. So under internal analysis, what are we going to analyze? We are going to analyze a couple of things under the internal analysis. What is our performance? Okay. Now for performance analysis only, we will use all the various metrics, numbers, all of what you're studying in financial management, those metrics, ratio analysis, costing theories, preparing a cost sheet, analyzing per unit cost, profitability analysis, standard costing, standard versus actual analysis, all those performance aspects you can analyze under the internal analysis, followed by certain things which show up what are you doing, like the budgetary aspects. Last year, how much was the budget? How much was actual? Current year, how much was the budget? How much is these are all called as determinants. See, determinants means what you are doing in financial management and what you're doing in costing. Those things only. Various determinants. Uh, Last time, how much was our turnover versus current year? How much was the turnover? Last year, what was the strategy versus current year? What is our strategy? Last year, where we faced financial crunch. Now, where we are talking about financial. So basically, These are all about certain numbers that in the word only, it is determining something. It is telling something about you. So that is what is called as the determinants analysis. So this is the broad framework of this concept called strategic analysis. Guys, this is a never ending topic. In fact, you can do so much of analysis. Now, what will you do after analysis? After analysis, then the next step, stage 3, is multiple strategies are there. Based on this analysis, and the multiple number of studies that you have, what are the best strategy you will choose? Simple. There is a 4-step action. What is that? First, you list down all strategic alternatives, select a strategy, implement that, and then if it's working, continue, otherwise revise. Okay, should I just put that up for your convenience here? It is called as strategy identification process. Okay, let me just put that up for your convenience here. Strategy identify. Why are we doing all this analysis? If anybody asks you, then you should have an answer. No, for strategy identification and selection. That is why we are doing. After doing all the analysis based on the strengths of us and based on our better points, we'll do this strategy identification and selection. What are those steps? 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the first step? First step is to identify all possible alternatives. Identify strategic alternatives. Identify strategic alternatives. To, after all, from the alternatives, select a strategy. Obviously, after selecting, we will not keep it quiet. We'll implement. Select strategy. Implement strategy. Then, if it goes well, you will continue that. Otherwise, revise or review strategy just to check whether you are getting the outcomes what you desire or not. These are the 4-step strategy identification and selection process. So guys, the entire story what you see right now on screen is called as the framework of strategic analysis. So would you care to take a minute to understand all of this? We have discussed 2 stories in strategic analysis as of now. Check this out. One was a previous screen which talked about the entire understanding of what stage 2 is going to be and what are the very important exam question of issues to consider. That is one scene. And then moving up to here, the framework of strategic analysis. So this is what the story of the framework is going to be. Okay, after this, now we are going to discuss what actually will be the story of this business environment. We'll discuss that provided you take a clear look of whatever the framework of strategic analysis is. Then I will continue discussing that. Come on, do that and continue. So let us move on, guys, from what we have discussed. Now we will talk about moving on to the business environment story. This is a very simple story. Much of it, again, is something that you would have already studied multiple times, known for it. Again, I genuinely don't want to waste much of a time because there are more interesting topics and more important topics that need revision at a later level. So I will just stick to the broader basics. I want all of you to go through the concepts of all these in detail. Let me again keep it as much simple as it is possible. Okay. So let us now discuss about the concept of business environment. Now, if you know the characteristics of business environment has a couple of very important characteristics. See, if you studied about business environment in the past, environment is complex, dynamic, multi-phased, has far-reaching impact. Like that, 4 characteristics are there. Of that, 2 are the most important characteristics that I would like to now discuss. Is business environment is very complex. That means it is very easy to understand a piece of environment at once, but if you want to understand the entire environment, it kind of sounds to be a little difficult. And not only that, and it is highly dynamic. What is it? It is highly dynamic, which means it is continuously changing, highly dynamic and continuously evolving. This is the story of business environment. Now, it is a very important need for us to understand what this environment is and why business environment is so. In such a complex and dynamic environment, also, what should we do? So normally, what does the term business environment include? Hmm? What do you mean? I think all of you know this, but I will definitely talk about uh, the set of things that are supposed to be discussed here. It talks about all external influences. Business environment talks about all external influences. What normally are the external influences? Or it could be a timeline, situation, anything. Okay. External influences which affect the business. Any business surrounding is also called as business environment. As I would like you to do this topic with little more focus. Every time when I start a new topic, I'm telling that. But generally, whenever we talk about environment, it's a very broad word. Okay, business environment, it includes definitely both internal and external factors. But the surrounding of business, when we take business's environment, within the business, what internal aspects are there, we'll discuss. But here we're talking about external influences very specifically. Okay, so what all will affect the business from external aspects: political, legal, socio-cultural, technological, all these. And we've already discussed in the first topic only that study the long range blueprint. And so when we are choosing the long term direction of what it is, here understanding the environment is very very important. Sir, I will, okay, because you told, I will try to analyze and understand the business environment. So by analyzing business environment, what like what does it help the business? Okay, and a business environmental analysis helps business in what ways? Again, this could turn out to be a question in the exam. Many of you who are writing the exam for the first time in May 2024, you know all these topics are a continuous flow for you. But what I am right now mentioning is a special mention for those people who are writing this for more than the first time. That is, you're right, you've already written or studied SM from the old syllabus. There are certain new questions that have been added to the story, like the three types of relationship that you saw. By now you would have finished doing all of that. I'm just saying that wherever certain things going forward, I will highlight more, because till now what we have discussed, hardly we have seen one or two aspects there. But this one, how does the business environmental analysis help the business? Okay, this is a new question compared to the syllabus in the past. It was not there. So now business environmental analysis, how does it help business? They can ask you a question like that. It analysis helps business in obviously the following ways. I'm going to discuss about 5 ways or 5 points that are very important, starting with the very first one, which all of you very clearly know. Whenever we do a business environmental analysis, what does it help it determine? Does it help you determine strength and weaknesses? No, we are talking about external. So, since we are talking about external, it helps us determine opportunities and threats. Opportunities and threats. That is what it helps you determine. Correct? Then, followed by, once we've talked about opportunities and threats, the second one, where are we going? Okay, analyzing business environment gives a direction for growth. What does it give? Direction for growth. And this is not a one time or a one day aspect. This needs to be done over a particular point of time. And in fact, it has to be done repeatedly. You should not do this one time and stop. Environmental analysis is a regular aspect. Okay. And three, the third point, that why you are doing analysis of environment is, it will help you give a continuous learning of what is happening in the environment and how. And based on what is happening in the environment, if you do your business in that way, it will help you build an image for your business. By, okay, right now in the environment, water crisis is going on, for example, and you are wasting water. What sort of an image does it build about you? It is like simply going against the environment, right? And same way, right now some power crisis is going on, and you are one entity which is consuming power highly. So taking all that into consideration, it is very very important to understand what sort of an image are we building about it. Okay. image building. And the last and most important point, our friends are there, where in the external environment they are only titled as competitors. So to understand, at least to meeting competition. So for these 5 reasons, okay, exclusively for all these 5 reasons, it is very, very important for you to understand the business environment. Business environmental understanding. See, this is not going to happen overnight, and nobody is going to tell you how to do this also. There is no textbook process of doing this. Why you should do this, we have all the story. But is this the only way how you do this? There is nothing like that. Okay, if you do this, you will get this idea. Understand, it only helps you in the following aspects. Okay, that is the point about business environment. I would like you to understand this concept because it's a new one. There can always be a straight question out of this, right? So strategic analysis covering both internal external environment is highly relevant for our entire strategy formulation aspect, because we haven't done anything as yet for strategic decisions to be taken by top managers, for business decisions to be taken by business managers. How closely will you be affected by something? You should know that, and that too because environment is the complex and dynamic aspect. Analysis from time to time is a must. Okay, this is what one needs to take care of doing what is called as business environment. Now let us go further in breaking down business environment. I've already showed you what the breakup would be, right? Business environment consists of both. The business environment is split into further micro and macro environmental aspects. What is business environmental split? This business environment is split into micro and macro aspects. Micro environment and macro environment. I am not saying micro environmental aspects are not discussed in your book. Okay, I'm not saying that micro environmental aspects are not discussed, but they are discussed in various parts. All 6 micro aspects are not discussed in one place. So in the micro environment, who are there are customers, consumers, both. There's a huge difference between customer and consumer. I think all of you know that. Those people who buy the product are called customers, while those people actually use them, they are called as consumers, right? The basically, if you want to write one word for what is micro environment, it is called as the immediate periphery. Means the immediate boundary. So if you draw a firm in the center, and then it's like this. Okay, I'll use the space here. Firm, there is a that, and then there are always 2 circles that guide. Okay, all of part of external environment only. The firm is in the center. Something that you immediate periphery, this will be titled as, or this will be called as micro environment, where the broader environmental factors which may not impact you on a daily basis, but when they come in, they do impact. That is only titled as the macro environmental aspects. Okay, so this is just for your understanding of how business environment looks like, or what it is. Micro environments are very close by, they are nothing but the immediate periphery, while macro environmental aspects, these are the broader forces. They may not hit you daily, but when they hit, they do hit at a considerable effect. Okay, so micro environment, the immediate periphery, it consists of customers or consumers. Then it consists of the organization that is doing the business, suppliers who are in the environment. We will talk about suppliers because they're an important part of the value chain that we have to deal with. Uh, then market is a broad term. Sometime back only I explained you that the entire set of people available for you to do business with is called the market. Then there are certain people who are termed as intermediaries, who help your product move from one to the other, intermediaries. And then very, very important people who are there in the immediate periphery are our competitors. and we have to do a very, very important job in identifying who our competitors are. So though micro environmental aspects are all not discussed in one place, they are discussed in your book in multiple places, like customers, consumers, there's a discussion, suppliers is a discussion, what is the difference between customer and market, that discussion is there, competitor study stretch is fully there. Okay, so all that what is discussed in the second chapter immediately is macro environmental aspects. Okay, so all these people who are there in the micro environment, they do affect or they do have a considerable impact, and since they are very close by, they in fact have a daily effect. But the macro environmental forces, which are in the nature of demography, political, economical, socio-cultural, they may not impact daily, but when there are changes in that, they do have a considerable impact in the long run. They do have what? A considerable impact in the long run. So to start with, I am saying what are macro environmental aspects. If you go by them, demographic aspects. Demography means the study of population and its characteristics. Demography. Then economic, political, economic, socio-cultural, socio-cultural, technological, legal, and then of course going global. Okay, till here they're all there, and I will also say global, internationalization of businesses. Going global or topic of globalization is also something that all of you have studied, and it's a very important topic because you cannot stick. The macro environment also has an acronym called as PESIL, which is something that can again be asked in the exam. Explain the PESIL analysis, or the macro environmental aspects can be brought down as PESIL. What are those? They can ask you that, and you can always write the same factors in greater detail. Okay, I will definitely explain all these factors in a small and simple way because I don't intend to spend time. There are certain things that you can read and understand very easily in this. It is again, much of you have done foundation in the older syllabus. You already have all this in BCK. If not, also, I think we can tend to understand these things without spending much of a effort. Okay, but till here, I would want you to go through both the topics quickly so that we can proceed further by understanding this part of the macro environmental analysis, starting with demography. I will just give you a brief overview of what is there in your syllabus because there are, again, like I said, more and more important aspects that we can dedicate time to. Okay, can you please run through quickly so that we can proceed further? So moving on, guys, we are now talking about all these macro environmental factors in detail. To start with, I think we have the most easiest one to deal with, demography. What is demography? Demography is a study of population. Now, I'm not going to write each and every point. So for a few minutes, you might want to have full attention and concentration of what I'm talking about. Also, not only that, I would want you to, wherever, if your book is there with you, I say material, any material that you have will definitely have all these points. Make a mention of it as I tell you what these are. So demographics generally is a study of population. When we are talking about demography, we are referring to the study of population. All of your students of economics, you have a clear understanding of how population can play a key role, right? Population, the study in see, when population you're talking about, population is a very broad word, right? What do you mean by population? Are you just talking about the count or the number of people? Are you talking about uh, race, age, gender? What are you talking about? Their income? So like that, generally demographic studies come in, like 4 points. Demography, 4 points. One is how much is the population size, geographic distribution, where they are. Because even in a country like India, which is a hugely populated country, like 140 crores of population is there, but what you need to understand is all 140 crores of people are not located in one place. If you see Delhi, heavily populated. If you see Sikkim or Arunachal Pradesh, the density is too low. Okay, Density in Sikkim or Arunachal Pradesh is like, in 2 digits. That means 30% per square kilometer. You have to search like this. Where is the person? In Delhi, it is about 12,000. Means if you stand in a square kilometer, one fellow is standing over the other and another fellow is standing over. So like that. You understanding what I'm telling? Like that geographic distribution of population is also very uneven. So businesses, when they are starting up, no, they should understand where should they go and open up their businesses. What should they do? Is it the right place to open up a business and all of that? Population size, geographic distribution, and what ethnicity you come from. It is called ethnic mix or ethnic makeup. What are you made? Race, age, gender, all that will come. And the fourth and the most important thing about demographic study is income distribution, which is why I told you, all of you are economic students. You know how income inequalities are. We have studied enough income inequality factors: race, age, gender, income, education, and then also about your personal attainments, spending patterns, saving patterns, asset ownership. All these will come under demographic study. You don't go and open a BMW showroom in a residential colony where more middle class people stay, right? So that is just an understanding of what I'm trying to tell you about. You can open a grocery store or a food chain in a residential area. That will work better than a BMW showroom there. So every business, they have to study about demographics, try and understand what those demographics are. And also, when you are entering into a particular territory, see, this demographic study is not limited to only domestic businesses. No, demographic studies are even related to international businesses. So if somebody is coming into India, this will be a very, very challenging aspect. Why would it be a very challenging aspect? The logic is very simple. The culture that is there abroad might necessarily not be the culture that is there here. No, so when they're coming into this country, Indians react to different. I'll give you one quick example here. Kellogg's, which I think all of you know, is a company that sells the cereal breakfast, right? Cornflakes and chocos, that kind of business, right? What we have to do is to take that and mix it in milk and have it. This is called a cereal breakfast. They said, they'll come into India and change the culture of India and make. You know what? Recently, Kellogg's launched Kellogg's Upma. What does that go by to say? That means they couldn't break our market, our mindset. Here, people more are used to idli, dosa, upma in the southern part of the country. Then we have poha and paratha taking care in the northern. But see, in India itself, breakfast culture is wide and different. Okay, right? If let it be here, like southern part of India, then Maharashtra, then the northern middle, the Madhya Pradesh region. Then you go up north, and then you go up till Kashmir. There, it's a different pattern. See, and I'm not exaggerating here. I've traveled all of these lengths, what I just told you, right? From Kashmir to all these places that I told you. I've been there for considerable amount of time. It's not like I went there as a visitor for 1 hour, 2 days, and all that. Wherever I went, I've been there for considerable amount of time for me to understand how people think in terms. It can be a simple breakfast, but it is so important to them, their culture, and ethnicity, how it is. Like somebody is following this for quite some time, and then these are again very different in cities versus villages. So one of the most difficult things to study and understand will be the demographic trends. So the all of this you have to study as the business, trying to understand where you are stepping in. Then very close to demography, but not exactly demography, is the socio-cultural aspect. See, I'll come back to political and economic. All of you are well aware of political and economic. That needs no much of a thing. But I would want all of you to try and understand what all come under the concept of socio-cultural. If all these four are coming here in demography, what comes in socio-cultural? Traditions, beliefs. Okay. Then whatever we can write: culture, tradition, values, beliefs. What is that other word that generally didn't write values, right? Tradition, customs, right? Okay, we can write all the customs or practices. Simple, something that you strongly believe, you value that, then you start following that. Then if many people start following that for years together, it becomes a tradition. And then if that is what is being done in the long term, it becomes a culture also. So tradition, beliefs, values, customs, all these are a set of points, or a framework. All of these are something to do with the socio-cultural aspects. While demography is about study of population and its aspects, socio-cultural aspects are all these. Okay, there is a clear amount of difference in both these. Then we're talking about political and economic. Political stability is very, very important for a country's growth. Right now, let's say in India we have about the same political party ruling for the last 10 years. Please understand, I'm not getting into any political aspects here. I'm telling you how, see, they each of the political parties have their own agendas, and I am not here to discuss any of that. And soon, we have general elections, and I have nothing to do with any of those aspects. So, since there is a point, I'm talking about it. Political situation of a country is a very important thing, because the ruling parties practices their ideologies. It is for the good or for the bad, whatever it is, that is the only thing that will push further. Okay, it is very, very important to understand how you are driven by, what ideologies are you driven by. Some people don't like religious ideologies, some people like religious ideologies. Religion is one of the important mix and characteristics of politics right now. Caste is one of the important aspects of political place right now. So if there is political instability in a country, political parties are not ruling continuously, one party is there, then suddenly instability is there, another party coming. Outsiders, how will they view this? Any businessman, how will they view it in that much of instability? Now, the current, let's say one government says, I'm not talking about any situation in India, I'm generally telling, if there is a government, they say, okay, private participation is highly allowed, so a lot of private people came into a particular sector. Then suddenly what happened? Government changed. The next government that they came saying that, we are restricting private participation to so much. Or if private people have to participate, you have to pay this much. So now suddenly when things change like that, the business makeup will be completely disturbed. So studying political stability, political aspects of a country are very important. Then I think everybody knows what economic aspects are, economic conditions, studying about GDP, per capita income. Whenever we talk about economic activities, our favorite aspects will come in here. GDP, the per capita income, I'm saying etc. here, but you know what those are. The monetary policy, because RBI's monetary policy will be there, market for various goods and services. Now, when we talk about the, what do you say, business as a whole, we are not talking about only products. When we say business or selling goods, they have goods, services, and little later somewhere I will also have to explain you that when people sell something, they sell three things, not two. Many people think that they sell only two things. What do businesses sell? Goods or services? That's what people think. No, they sell three things: goods, services, and experiences, which are absolutely intangible. In today's time, they are only actually making more impact. So to consider all of those economic aspects, literacy, education, unemployment rates, poverty, and most important things, which are the macroeconomic aspects, inflation, interest rates, tax rates, exchange rates, all of them come under the economic quadrant. To discuss four with you: demography, political, economic, socio-cultural, and I don't think I don't have to discuss legal environment with you, because these are about laws and regulations. Political and economic, political and legal, they go hand in hand, because these politicians only are eventually voting in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha and making it a law. So laws and regulations, the more stronger we have laws and regulations, the more better they are for business conduciveness. That people believe. Again, ruling party ideologies are very important here right now. Again, I don't want to take names or explanations, because I don't want to mislead anybody here, but I'm saying the set of laws that we have seen in the last few years, example GST. Okay, that's only something that we are following, right? So that is with no problem in taking it. GST was an implementation. Like that, there are so many laws that have been implemented, so many laws that have been amended, changed. So the ruling party's preferences on the legal system is also very important. If the ruling party is somebody who is letting go of the situation, okay, legal system is pretty not so tight. I'll give you an example here again. uh, Africa, which is a great continent, which is blessed with a lot of natural resources, but the development is literally very bad. Why? Many of the African countries which are in the African continent are backward. Reason? No strong political establishment. Rebel groups have taken over. If you go to some places where Natural resources are rich. There are rebel groups standing with guns over there. They'll shoot you directly. No laws, no regulations. So they don't want outsiders to come and plunge or take off their wealth. So, and also there is a lot of conspiracy behind this, that they have to keep these nations poor so that they are dependent on the rich nations for something, so that only the rich nations can get entry into those. So there is a lot of conspiracy around all that. That is why I don't want to take any generalized examples. But one thing that I can take into consideration is the political and legal scenario of a country. Just like how economic aspects like GDP, inflation, other aspects are important, the legal aspects of an entity are also very, very important. That is what is something that we need to consider. Okay, so also there is a mention of Make in India campaign, Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-sufficient India, where encouraging production. Of course, we are seeing GDP touching new highs, and we are obviously aiming to be a $5 trillion economy, and all of that only will be possible if the political and legal environment is conducive. And technological environment, one of the most important things right now in the story is technology. You have to give enough weight to technology, because it is not only today. In the 70s and 80s, computers were brought in the 90s, computers were made available at a much lesser price than what they were in the 80s. 2000, the era belonged to internet. There was a dot-com bubble. Everybody were so frenzy about internet, and in 2000 that bubble kind of burst and made that line, even now internet being a normal thing. Then in the 2010s, smart devices became a very rampant thing, and in the 2010s, later 2010s, like in India, there was a revolution by Geo, making 4G available to everybody. Right today in India, we don't even really think much about a phone. If you really pay for about what, let's say 2,999, I'm going on the higher side, right? 2,499, 2,999, say 3,000 rupees a year. You are able to get free calling, and at least 1.5 to 2 GB data per day. And the cost of per GB data, India is the cheapest. So, like that, today owning a mobile phone and having a 4G, 5G connection in that node is a very proud possession in India. It's become such a normal thing. Everybody can afford and everybody can have. And a lot of people are using this as a business tool. So, technological revolutions are something that can straight away impact the standard of living of people. Huh? So technological research is parallelly going on at every point of time, and new technology paves way for new businesses. I think that is a line that we have to take home from that entire paragraph. You read, new technologies generally pave way for new businesses. In fact, it says new technology, innovation paves way for new businesses, something like that. Okay, so this is the set of all the macro environmental factors, and the set of points are called as PESTEL. There is a topic in the book called PESTEL analysis. Do not forget to run through that. Sir, you didn't discuss global. Don't worry, I didn't forget discussing global. It is called as internationalization. I am going to discuss that in detail. What are the aspects in internationalization? Okay, or what is global environment? So this is what the discussion about business environment is. Micro environmental factors will be discussed through the syllabus across. Macro factors are being discussed, and have been discussed with you in the best possible connotation. Okay, now we are talking about going global or global environment. In short, it is called globalization. What is globalization? There are certain points that I would like to discuss. First of all, what is globalization? If you want to answer the question of what globalization is all about, okay, it will be nothing but going beyond the boundaries of, this is the normal first definition, right? Going, going beyond the boundaries of home country, going beyond the boundaries of home country, that is setting up manufacturing locations across the world. Okay, by having manufacturing around the world, any place, that is called globalization. This is what normally people think globalization is about, but one of the most important and a starred aspect of globalization is competing in domestic markets, competing in domestic markets with foreign players. This is also globalization. So today it is not necessary that you go out of your home country, then only it is called globalization. There's no rule like that. Okay, so it is very very important for you to understand that even if you are fighting with foreign players in domestic countries, that is also part of globalization's definition. Globalization is many definitions for many people basically, but normally this is what globalization stands for: going beyond the boundaries of home country. And not only going beyond the boundaries of home country, if you are fighting within the domestic markets with foreign players, that is also considered as globalization. Okay, now, I would want another important concept under globalization to be discussed, which is called as what are the characteristics of a global company or a global entity. Three points are there under the characteristics of global company. The word common, okay, is common in all these 3 points. Huh? What are the three things that are common in a global entity? The first and foremost characteristic is that it is a conglomerate of multiple units, right? It's about multiple units. There is common ownership. They have a common ownership. They are owned by a single group of people, or single entity. So basically they are common ownership, common pool of resources, ownership, common pool of resources. And the third one is that they all follow a common strategy. This is a very 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 easy, important, and a very frequently asked question in the exam. What are the characteristics of a global business or a global entity? So when a business is global business, it is a conglomerate. Conglomerate means coming together of multiple units. Multiple units come together as a matter of fact, but they are all owned by one common ownership. Then there is common pool of resources, and they respond to a common strategy. This is what is it about. Um, the characteristics of global company. What is globalization? What are the characteristics of global company? Then there is followed by one topic called as what are the main reasons for globalization, reasons for going global. Guys, mark 2 stars to this in your book wherever you find it, because this is one very important question from this quadrant. Why do businesses go global? There are some reasons for it, right? And I think there are about 7 reasons, that 7 or 8 reasons, that I would probably list them down. Yes, it is very important question. Straight away it can get you 3 to 4 marks. So the first and foremost reason is need to grow. I want to grow beyond my territory. I don't want to stick into one place. I'd want to obviously grow. So that is one of the reasons why I'm going global. Reason number 2 is rapid shrinking. Rapid shrinking of distance and time. Today, business can be done in more simple way. So rapid shrinking of distance and time and distance are not a problem anymore. You have amazing technologies. Right now I am somewhere, you are somewhere, but we are still able to connect through different mediums and get things going, right? And one more thing is that the fact that why are people going global? Because markets domestic markets are not adequate. Domestic markets are not adequate. It is not enough. You are not selling in your country. It is not enough. So maybe that is one reason why they are going for globalization. Then 2 more things. If you go global, that is go to a place beyond your country where actually raw material is available. There are 2 things which you can find: cheaper source of raw material. It is a cheaper source of raw material. And also the next reason could be, again, lower or cheaper transportation cost. Instead of importing it from somebody or bringing it from somebody, lower transportation cost. That could also be one more reason. Lower, I'll write it in one point only. Okay, lower transportation cost. That is also a good reason. See, last 2 points that we discussed there, cheaper source of raw material. If you are importing raw material from somewhere, why should you import raw material from somewhere when you can actually go there? So go there and directly start dealing with the raw material. It will become fine. And again, obviously, it in turn reduces the cost of raw material also. Then this is followed by a very, very simple and important points. Opens up foreign markets. Correct. Till now, for your product, you are only selling it in domestic territory, but now it opens up foreign markets, right? And then of course you studied something called as liberalization. One more reason for going global. Till now you didn't go global because there were trade barriers. Now there is collapse of trade barriers. What is it? Collapse of trade barriers. Since trade barriers have collapsed, you can now neatly enter into other countries. And also there is another very important point which is later turning out to be a strategy: forming strategic alliances. By forming strategic alliances, you can enter into those territories and go and do business over there, right? This is in short the set of points that are important for this topic, which is called globalization, with which we can now mark up an end to this topic of macro environmental factor analysis, including globalization. Here I think I have shown you all of these points. These are kind of very, very important. So I will resume my discussion only after you revise everything of what we have done, so that we can discuss further in this topic. Whatever we have discussed orally, there is a lot of text in your book, so probably what you have to do is what I've discussed over the last say 1.5 hour maybe, it should actually take you 3 to 4 hours if you sit and do a complete revision. So if you have heard me in this session, what I request you to do now is again take a break from this particular marathon and go back to your book and revise all those aspects, and the kind of clarity it will give you will be completely different. Okay, so that and the concept of globalization, put 2 stars to this particular question, guys. And straight away if these kind of questions come, you can write those 7 8 points and get your marks straight. Okay, so whatever you studied for domestic environment, like socio-cultural aspects, technological aspect, they are all there in the international environment also. So you might want to even study and understand the international environment. A small paragraph will be there, all that if you study and understand. And then I want you to continue watching the marathon, because in the next part we will be starting to discuss about things like product, industry, industrial aspects, all of those micro environmental factors, whichever are there, customer, consumer, competitor, they all will follow later in the syllabus. Okay, so what I want you to now do is take a clear look of what globalization is here, and then maybe pause the session if you are watching it, or if you have watched it continuously enough, you might want to take a break and then come back to watch this particular session where we will be discussing product and industry. All right, guys, let us move on to the next topic. Now we are going to talk about certain easy things, in the sense these are some of the basic aspects that one has to know when we are talking about business. So after doing a deep rooted external analysis of facts like that, now we are going to end globalization's discussion. Now we are going to talk about what is called as product. Okay, I'm going to have a discussion on product, and then I'm also going to talk about products life cycle. These are the two topics that I'm going to discuss next with you. Product, why product is very important. Now, very, very easy topic, yet what is something that is important for one's understanding is product talks about generally two things. Product always represents goods, and product also is representing services. Now, as I told you, it is not just about the goods or services. Today's context, we are also supposed to talk about something called as experience, which is a very, very important addition to this list. Whether it is good or service, later people are now paying for experiences. When you go out to a restaurant, you don't pay anymore only for the food. Sir, what are you talking? We go to restaurant to eat only. No, we pay for food. No, we are trying to understand. Okay, the primary component that you are billed for is the food, but the price what you're seeing now, like say a dish is costing 300 rupees, doesn't mean like 275 rupees worth of ingredient has gone in and 25 rupees their markup of the profit margin and they paid. It is definitely not like that. They are billing for the ambience, right? There are some restaurants where robots are coming and delivering. There are some restaurants where a train is coming and delivering. Right. So these kind of things, there is a place, you know, which is kind of putting you into an environment which is, three-dimensional view of something is there, four-dimensional view of something is there. So you're going to that place, it gives you a feel of eating in a different kind of restaurant. This is only restaurant. Then there are so many other things that in today's time, what we are now actually talking about when we say a product is, please understand, our product, when I say, it might be a physical good, it might be a service, or more than all that, it could even be about selling an experience to a particular individual, right? So now when we talk about products characteristics, I have very, very important points to make here. This could straight turn out to be a question, because products characteristics, though they might sound very simple, yet they are very important also to understand, in the context of it being added as a new topic. Let us see what products characteristics are. The first one is something that everybody knows very well. Products can be, they're either tangible or intangible. Products are either tangible or intangible. Then the next point is that every product has price. Product has a price. Price is the amount of money customer has to pay. I think all of you know the economic definition of this. What is it? Price is the amount of money that the customer has to pay to acquire such a product, right? So therefore, we are more focused on price, and in India we are a price focused nation. Nothing wrong with that. See, I'm not saying that people are poor, that is why we are talking about price. No, nothing like that. Even if I'm not poor, I'm more interested in price generally. Also, I want to know about what that product is. Am I paying the worth of it? Value conscious buyers always do about it. So the market price of a product has a very important aspect. Then three, every product has to deliver. Many people think product has to deliver something out of it. No, a product has to deliver something intangible called satisfaction. Every product has to deliver what is called as satisfaction. Product can either be tangible or intangible. Product has to have a price. Product has to deliver satisfaction. Product has to be pivotal. Pivotal means very, very important. Pivotal for business, or otherwise it should at least be a supporting product. If you have one product which is a supporting product for the other, then again at least it will make sense. Pivotal, in other words, pivotal means very important. If it's not important for your business, then why is it in your portfolio? That could turn out to be a serious question. Like product is there, it has a price, it is delivering satisfaction, and what is the most important thing, it is not adding any value to business, then it is not a great thing. So it has to add some kind of a value to the business. And most simple yet a very important point is every product has a useful life. I think all of you know that almost all the products come with a expiry date. So useful life is a very, very important point. When you say or understand, please get to the understanding of the real meaning of the word product, because many people still think products are only about goods and services. No, even the latest understanding of experience of something is also under the bracket of a product. Okay, so this is what product is, this particular piece, and the five characteristics of product, which could directly turn out to be a exam question. Now moving on to a next very simple yet a very, very important point in products life cycle. Product life cycle is nothing but a depiction of an S-shaped curve. Product life cycle is S-shaped curve, which essentially this concept depicts means it shows that depicts that every product goes through 4 successive stages. Every product goes through how many stages? 4 successive stages. It is something which is natural to every product. Now, it is not important that how long each of this go up, right? So, like say 4 stages are there. No, this stage is for 6 months, this stage is for 1 year, this stage is for 2 years. Like that, there is no drama here, right? There are 4 stages. That's all. What are those 4 stages? Let us try and talk about understanding what those are. Every product starts low, goes up, it reaches out to a peak, and then starts this. So that is basically every product has 4 stages into its life cycle, which is titled as introduction. This first one is titled as introduction. The second stage is titled as growth. The third stage is titled as maturity. And the fourth stage is titled as decline. Introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. These are what are called as the 4 stages of a product life cycle. And it's very, very important for people to understand this, because at any given point of time, which stage we are in is a very, very important determinant of. Okay, I'll just so that it is a little more easy for you to see and understand, right? And which stage are we in? If you are in introduction, what decisions will you take? If you are in growth, what decisions you will take? Because in introduction stage, things are pretty normal, slow sales growth and all are there, but in growth stage rapid expansion is there. And you cannot take some small decisions, you have to take aggressive decisions. And maturity, you have to stay quiet. And in decline, you might not try and venture something. And this is a point where you might want to, when you're in the early decline, you might want to try to turn around things. So later we are going to talk about certain strategies which are in the likes of stability, expansion, combination, and all of that. So in that, the concept of PLC or product life cycle is very useful to understand at which stage of a life cycle what sort of a strategy you will apply. Okay, I would want all of you to take a clear look at the product's life cycle. 4 stages. The first stage is titled as introduction, second stage is titled as growth, third stage is titled as maturity, while the fourth stage is about decline. And this is very, very useful in the context of what you call as a product life cycle. Okay, this is the very important short answer question. Again, there have been straight questions on it so many times, so they can always ask you this. Now I would want to discuss another very simple yet very important topic, which is called as value chain analysis. Okay, product life cycle is done. Now we are talking about value chain analysis. Chapter number 2 of your syllabus has lot of topics, so be patient and try to understand one by one. Value chain analysis, what is this topic? Is again a very, very simple topic, again propounded by Michael Porter, one of very important management fundamentalist. Value chain analysis put forth by Michael Porter, the same person who has given the Porter's 5 forces model, the same person who has given the 3 generic strategies at business level of cost, leadership, differentiation, and focus. So, value chain analysis is one of the very important topics of your book. Let's see what is value chain analysis talking about. In value chain analysis, it says that the entire organization activities, whatever organization activities are there, the entire I hope you are using your book and you're also making notes of it, or you're doing whatever requisite is to be done, right? The entire organization activities are, whenever you feel overburdened, guys, it's better you have a good option of what, pausing and taking breaks. You need not wait on my command. I don't know what your day has been, and which day you are doing all this. So I'm just in between, because it's a long marathon. I keep on reminding that if you have just started afresh some time back, then continue. Unless you've been watching on a long note, please take proper breaks, listen carefully. The idea is not to finish, the idea is to understand. Okay, so mm, let us see how things work. Okay, on that note, organizational activities are classified into primary activities and then they're also talked about as support activities. Okay, two things: primary and support activities, value chains, entire organizational activities. Now, what are these primary and support activities? Primary activities are categorized into five, while four support activities are there. And how did he put for this? By again mentioning that there are primary and support activities which eventually are something that an organization would look up to, and every step that we do here, okay, every step that we eventually do, it has to add some value to it. Okay, so he says accordingly these are some of the primary activities, and to do these primary activities we have certain support activities. Not, they are also rarely called secondary, but I strictly suggest you to use the word primary and support activities, because Michael Porter has, in his theory generally use that. If it's our own theory we can use whatever we want, but since this has been used in that context, you can always write what are the primary activities. It says bringing raw material in is called as inbound logistics, followed by, after bringing the raw material, which is called inbound logistics, what is the next step that you will do? You would obviously end up doing production, which is called as operations. Inbound logistics, operations, followed by sending the goods out, outbound logistics, that is making it ready for delivery and making it available. Then comes very important step, marketing your product. And obviously simple marketing will not do, you have to sell it, and after selling you should not go to sleep, you have to render certain services. So inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and then we're also talking about services. Each of these are sequential set of activities that one needs to understand. Okay, all these five very very important, one needs to perform these five activities. You need the help of what are called as support activities. See, here there is a particular order that is necessary. In support activities, they are not any order. There are four support activities. What is that required? First and foremost thing that are required basically in an organization is a firm's infrastructure. And please understand, when we're talking about firm's infrastructure here, we are not just talking only about building the surrounding, this that is not the infrastructure that we're talking about. We are talking about something much bigger than that. Okay, firm's infrastructure is about the financial infrastructure, the facility that is there. It is not just the physical infrastructure, that's all I want to say, because many people think this as infrastructure mean physical facilities. No, it is not just the physical facilities. Okay, it is something slightly more than that. Then we are talking about procurement. Again, I want all of you to understand here, there's a huge difference between inbound logistics and procurement. Sir, we already told inbound logistics. No, what procurement are you talking? Procurement of, when they say, I will write it in bracket for you, remember forever. Procurement, here we are talking about resources, not just raw material. So here when you say procurement, procurement of anything, procurement of capital goods, procurement of other necessities, procurement of anything that is needed in the organization, these people will procure. A firm should have good infrastructure. Of course, if the five activities that you're seeing as primary should operate smoothly, at every stage value is added, because if you see here at inbound logistics stage, they are in the form of raw material. Okay, and here in operations, this is where production is taking place, and in outbound logistics we have finished goods, right? Marketing and sales are adding value, post sale services will add value. So it is very important to understand that at every stage, for value being added, support activities are required. The next and most important is what? Technology. The most important of all these nine activities, totally there are nine, five plus four, fourth one, what is that? Called as human resources, because all these eight activities that you saw till now, they're all performed by them only. Okay, so this is what Michael Porter's value chain analysis is all about. I hope you can see the entire picture right now. Michael Porter's very important, one of the very important theories is this value chain, where five primary activities are being discussed with about four support activities. So I would like you to take a moment here to understand what value chain analysis is and how it stands, take a minute to also put me on pause, go back to your book, and if you want to revise all these nine activities, you can possibly do that and resume watching, because I will then continue discussing the next topic where we are going to talk about the industries analysis. So before I do that, I would want you to quickly go to the book and discuss value chain analysis quickly once, run through that and come back so that we can continue doing things further. All right, guys, on that note, I hope you have revised the concept of value chain analysis. Now, let us just move on to bringing in the next topic, which is called industry environment analysis, wherein one of the very famous topics in management, which is titled as a Michael Porter's five forces model, is being discussed. Now, one thing about five forces model is all of you know what these five forces are, but how these five forces have been impacting is something that we need to try and understand here. So, the firm is in the center. The firm is in the center where it is being affected by various forces. Now, please understand, multiple times people have made mistakes about something that I'm going to tell now. So, please be very mindful of that. Buyers bargaining power, buyers bargaining power, and sellers bargaining power. These two are the forces. Okay, see, before I discuss, okay, I'll come back to that, but what I want to discuss right now is, see, everybody is in a competitive environment. Simple logic, guys. Firm is in the center. You imagine you are somebody standing in that center. I throw one stone at you. What will be the immediate human reflex? Normally, what will a human being do? Block it. Correct? If one stone is thrown at us, we will block it. If two stones are being thrown one after another, we'll be little more cautious and block one and then the second one. Correct? One after another. If both are thrown at a time, then you have to be super quick in your reflex to try and block both. Correct? At the same time, imagine three stones are coming one after another. Again, we might little bit hard, but we'll try to block one after the other. All three coming at same time. Like that, sometime back in the marathon, I have mentioned a point called complexity and intermingling of variables in the business environment story, where I told you that if anything can look tough, it could be the complexity and intermingling of the variables. See, normally what comes as a force is something that is invisible. That is why it is called force. Correct? So Michael Porter, what did he do is, through his five forces model, he says every business operates in a competitive environment. Every firm operates in a competitive environment. So what is that we should do? Try and understand what this competitive environment is. That is what his idea of doing this, like five forces model is. So in this, what he says, let's put the firm here, and he says firm is ideally being affected by two forces. What are these two forces? The first one's buyers bargaining power. If buyers are able to bargain better, buyers bargaining power, if buyers are able to bargain better, then buyer will be able to buy at a cheaper price, and when we are the seller, we'll not be able to sell at a high price, so we will be at loss. Same way, if suppliers bargaining powers are better, suppliers bargaining power, when you're talking about suppliers bargaining power, what is it? If supplier is having a better bargaining power, then he tend to bargain better and he will sell us the raw materials which are our input at a higher cost. Now, which means our total cost of producing a product will go up if we are unable to properly handle this force. Then there are three forces that come in the form of competition. See, competition comes in three forms. Okay, how does competition come? Competition comes in three forms. What are the three forms? Rivals, okay, substitutes, and new entrants. All three are competition only. Rivals, who are rivals? Rivals are those people who produce the same product and sell. Okay, rivals are people who are selling the same product. Substitutes are what? Right? Substitutes are those people who are selling a different product but are serving the same need. Okay, so substitute can't be a same product. It's substituted by some other product. It's substituting the need. You don't have to use A, you have to go by using B. And please don't mistake this word substitutes for the economics definition of substitutes. In economics textbook, you would have seen coffee and tea are substitutes. Oh, there in economics, whenever they make sentences like that, there is a lot of assumption behind everything. Coffee and tea are substitutes. Please understand, I am drinking only coffee. If somebody offers me tea, okay, I will substitute my coffee for tea. I won't do that because I am only a coffee drinker. I am not somebody who likes tea. And in fact, the economics book goes a little further in saying that coffee, tea, and beverages. Coffee, tea, and beverages. Beverages, what are you talking about? Like, say, if you go to a particular, store, you went to a particular store, you ask for, thumbs up. He gives you coffee, black coffee, and says, come on, take it. Both are black in color. Both contain caffeine. Drink. A black coffee, a chilled black coffee, and thumbs up. Same. Would you agree? Because they are saying substitutes. Doesn't make any sense, right? Then shopkeeper is telling, Are both contain caffeine only, both will kill you. I mean, both will fulfill your need. Drink. Okay. So, what is the point? If I am drinking coffee and I like only coffee, there is no way how I can substitute it by tea. So, here, there, after writing the whole story in one line, they will finally make an assumption saying that the customer is a rational customer. The consumer is somebody who consumes all the product. All of them are equally treated. This is all the story that they further add up to that as a tale. Okay. So, one thing that you need to understand, substitutes are not a direct source of competition. Let's understand that substitutes are a latent means a indirect way, not directly, but a latent source of competition. Okay. Buyer's bargaining power, okay, can be used when can buyer use better bargaining powers? When buyers are fully aware. Okay, what? When buyers are fully aware of product attributes, the buyer has a better bargaining power. I went, one of the dangerous things in life to do is to go shopping with your mother. Why? So I went along with her for shopping. Shop fellow told something 800. Huh? So we have to counteract by saying something for buying it 80. You are blown away standing next to them. Like, 1 second, you cut off 1 0. Huh? Sharp fellow told 800, you are telling 80. Like, where is bargaining in this? This is outright injustice. I am very embarrassed, for a minute. Like, what is going on actually? And you're standing and seeing there what is going on. Actually, what happens 2 minutes later is that fellow will smile, your mother also will smile, they'll seal the deal at 100, they'll take the packet and go home. You will stand there and watch what is going on. What is this? Shop fellow quoted 800, you quoted 80. Because actually, my mother, who is the buyer in the transaction, she knows the real worth of the product. It's worth 100 rupees only. So she underquoted that 80. That fellow was like, okay, we can't play games with this lady because she knows the actual price of actual worth of the product. So he says pay 100 because that includes his margin. Fine, 100, done. Deal seal over. This is bargaining power. Buyer fully is aware. Now, if I was there in that position, 800 rupees, who I actually don't know the true worth of the product, you know what I'll do? I'll say, no, 800 is too high. Come on, give it to me for 700. That fellow like, no, sir, that much difference and all won't be there. Maximum what I can do is to give you for 780. Then he'll play with me for some time. I'll play with him for some time. We'll come and arrive at 750. Said, okay, I'm taking home this product at 750. That fellow like, what, sir? 50 rupees you reduced. Today my margin is also very low. This, that, he'll cry in front of you. You will also pay 750 and then take home. Now you are putting up your shirt and saying, here, look, come on, I bargained. I bought a 800 rupees product for 750. Look at that, I am a bargain. That fellow inside is laughing. You paid 7.5 times the actual price. You will actually get to know this when you take this product home. What happened here? Why was your bargaining power? I mean, why did your bargaining power go for a toss? Simple logic. Because you as the buyer are not fully aware. When you go home and tell this story, your mother will give you a look if you are little grown up, you not get beaten up. I don't know if that is still a practice. You might get beat up, if not by mother, by somebody else. Okay, I don't want to mention too much, because I'm recording, from my house, so I have to have the next meal, so I have to be very careful, right? So the ultimate fact is that if buyer is fully aware of a product attributes, sellers can't cheat buyers, so buyers have a better bargaining power. Simple. Same thing, if suppliers have better bargaining power, this is like, some people end up doing another activity. They go to a shop and then they'll ask for one price. Okay. Then what they'll generally tend to do is they'll scare the seller by saying, okay, I'm going. So, same way, like another previous example, here also I went to a shop, they quoted 200. Okay. I said, no, I want for 100. That fellow is like, no, maximum what I can offer you is at 180. That's all. Over discussion. But our fellow is like, no, no, no. 100 only is too much. You give me for, okay, I will also do one thing. I'll pay you 120. That fellow is like, sir, 180 is the final price that I can offer you. If you want to stand here and buy at 180. Otherwise, door is open. That fellow is telling that harsh. Because he knows that, outside that product is having no substitutes. Even if you go outside, it is not available at that price. So, you standing there, you're threatening him. If you are not giving me for 120, I will go to the next shop. That fellow is telling, yes, sir, that is exactly what I wanted to do. Door is right there, you can walk out. Then you walk 2 steps further, and then again you are warning them. Array, I'm going. Okay, that fellow is like, yeah, sir, please, 3 more steps, door will come, go. You're going near the door, and you're like, sir, I'm really going. That fellow is like, he's throwing something at you and saying, get out of my shop. Why? Because you can't do this drama every time. Because sometimes what you do, when you take a product and you go away, step off, immediately that fellow will catch hold of you and say, don't go, buy at whatever price you want. But when the supplier is having enough bargaining power, he knows. He's telling you, supplier is clearly telling you, you want for 180, final price, buy. Otherwise, you want to go around in the market, go. Because he knows nobody in the market is able to offer that. Supplier has a commanding power, a bargaining power. When suppliers are very confident about the product, when suppliers form groups or cartels, when suppliers are forming groups or cartels, okay, in fact, here, even the buyers, when they form groups or cartels, or when the buyer is somebody, like DMart. DMart is called a bulk buyer. Okay, they buy in such huge quantities, right, that they definitely command a kind of bargaining power, right? So bulk buyers, people who form groups or cartels, a group of people. Now my mother teams up with other members of the apartment. They go down and hit the vegetable. Hit the vegetable vendor means not literally hit it. Hit them with a bargaining power. Okay. So what they do is like, they say, listen, you have 10 kilos of tomatoes with you. In one shot, we will empty all the 10 kilos. But you are quoting for 50 rupees. We want for 30 rupees. I'm just saying that much different. No, but whatever. Then all 10 kilos we will all buy off. Now, shop fellows tending to think, why should I roam 10 houses to sell one kilo? All 10 kilos will be sold at once. But he should compromise on price. When buyers form groups or cartels, they will be able to command more bargaining power. Same way, suppliers, if they form groups or cartels, they will also be able to command a higher bargaining power. Then, if supplier is giving a special offering, which is not available elsewhere in the market, if supplier is giving a special offering, then also the supplier's bargaining power is going to be pretty high, right? Then also what, the supplier's bargaining power is going to be obviously pretty high, right? Then one more important point about suppliers is that these suppliers are fully aware that the product is very crucial. Supplier is aware. What is aware of? Aware that product is crucial to buyer. When supplier is fully aware, array, this fellow the pakka will not go without buying this product. This product is very crucial to him. Then obviously the supplier is going to charge a higher price and better bargaining power is there with them. Substitutes, as I told you, they are only a latent source of competition. They are not direct source of competition. What are the leftover two? Both which are very, very important sources of both, which are very important forces here, which are new entrants and rivals. Rivals, who are these people? Rivals are those people who are there in the market who sell the same product as you do, and it leads to what is called as cutthroat competition. What do these people do? They do cutthroat competition. Now, when you say cutthroat competition, what do you mean by cutthroat competition? Nobody's cutting anybody's throats literally, but cutthroat competition is talking about the intensity. Okay, high intensity of competition here. Now, why there is cutthroat competition? Why is their rivalry so high? Cutthroat competition leads to low industry profitability. Low industry profitability. Why? Cutthroat competition leads to low industry profitability. Guys, there are two very important questions that I'm going to discuss now. One is, this one about rivals as to why cutthroat competition is important. And then we will discuss the other one as to new entrants, and to stop new entrants, what are the barriers. Okay. So I will, wrap up these two concepts as the end of this topic. Very, very important piece. So stay put and concentrate. Why competition tends to be cutthroat? See, if there is one, for example, there is generally one person who is called as industry leader. So when there is an industry leader, what he does is, if anybody tries to sell at a price less than what they do, immediately industry leader will bring down the price in such a way, even if it is loss for the industry leader for some time, for the other person it will be such a huge loss that they won't be able to recover from that only. So industry leader will discipline other people who start any kind of what is called price wars. Then the next point here we are talking about is the number of competitors. Too many number of competitors will always make the market more clumsy, and it always becomes a big challenge for us to compete in that market where there is cutthroat competition. Then 3 and 4 are such disastrous points. I'll tell you why they are disastrous for a simple reason. Like the third point is called fixed cost. See, just because somebody's fixed cost is high, I'll tell you this logic. If you have heard my regular class, I would have explained this point in very detail. Let me try to keep it short here. But fixed cost, which is something that all of you as costing students know, is very high in some cases. When fixed costs are very high, what do people tend to do? They stay there and they tend to recover that. They want to recover fixed cost. Now, because I want to recover my fixed cost, I'm using all my productive capability and producing more. I think you know basic economics. When you produce more, supply increases. When supply increases, per unit price of the product which you are selling outside obviously will come down. More supply, less demand, automatically price falls down. Now, price falls down not only for this fellow who is having high fixed cost, price falls down for everybody. So, entities which are operating with high fixed cost are a disaster not for themselves alone but for the entire industry. And also in an industry, if there are exit barriers, see, exit barriers means something where you cannot, like say I have huge asset base, I want to sell and close, but I'm not finding any buyer. So I will I go? I won't go. When I don't go, what will I do? I will stay there and produce more. When I produce more, automatically supply will increase. When supply increases, price falls down. Again, a point that will disturb the entire industry. Guys, I hope you are keeping the book next to you. So after I finish this explanation, please read all these 5-6 points that are there. Industry leader, number of competitors, fixed cost and exit barriers. And coming back, 2 more points here. Somebody who is having product differentiation. What is product differentiation? Producing and selling what is a unique product is called product differentiation. So obviously, if you have a differentiation, you can insulate yourself. Others are general product, you are a specific product, so you can differentiate yourself and insulate you. And then the last one is, when industry growth rate slows down as a whole, this is not for you. Slow growth rate in the industry, sometimes what happens, say like IT sector, real estate are the pandemic, that is the best example. Point number 6, after pandemic, people started saving money not to buy houses or luxury asset. People said that suddenly one fine day I may die. So it is very, very important for me to save something for my future, because There are many people whose lifetime savings of 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs all got washed away in 1 week time in COVID. So if 1 week or 10 days, if somebody was in the hospital, their lifetime savings went off. So they thought, okay, now what to do? So they were not obviously interested in investing in houses. Now, when somebody is not interested in investing in houses, the next thing that will happen is the real estate sector will get hit really bad, right? And when real estate gets hit really bad, it will take some time to resurrect. Real estate purchase are not what you're doing with 1 lakh, 2 lakh. No, it's a matter nowadays, it's going to about 70 lakhs, 80 lakhs. I'm talking about basic house, right? Even in 40, 50 lakhs, you can buy a house. Again, depends on area, place, 1 crore, 2 crore, 3 crore. Places like Mumbai, Noida, Gurugram, Bangalore, Hyderabad. Hyderabad has become the worst of all the real estate. So many number of unsold house units. The number one, Pune and Hyderabad. So you have so much of unsold residential units because when the construction was at peak, they constructed. Now they're unable to sell. So in that industry of real estate, growth rate is slowed down. Is it a trouble to one? No, trouble to everybody. So what we're trying to understand out of this whole story is that when rivals tend to do something, this set of points would lead to cutthroat competition. And the last force that we are supposed, so first we discuss buyer bargaining power, followed by suppliers bargaining power, then substitutes, we discuss rivals. Now last, new entrants, people who can newly come into the market and disrupt the market. One of the best examples for doing this is what Jio did to the telecom industry in 2014. I will not quote that as today's example, but obviously it was a 10-year-old example. But when Jio came as a new entrant, they came and disrupted the telecom market. About 10 players were there when Jio walked in. Now you hardly have 3 plus 1 BSNL. We don't know whether they are there or not also. Right. So it's left, and that to the third player is a merged player. What I'm talking about is Vodafone Idea. So Jio, Airtel, Vodafone Idea, BSNL doing its own thing. Right. So basically, how can you do this to an industry? Huh? This can happen when new entrants come in with either very productive ideas, highly innovative ideas, or with drastically low cost, and that drastically low cost being transferred to buyers in the name of drastically low price. You know what the first year price of Geo was? Zero. They gave it for free. They captured a huge market. Indian market is so huge that millions of customers migrated. Okay, their connection qualities dropped, and people then, they had their own share of things to talk about. All that was there, but over the years, first thing was people got really attracted to this definition called free, and once that happened, that's it. So new entrants are a great disturbing source of competition. New entrants can be a heavy source of competition. Okay, new entrants can be a heavy source of competition. So then to avoid them, what to do? So to avoid entry barriers, to avoid, you need to, okay, wait 1 second, I'll not say to that. To avoid these new entrants, to avoid new entrants coming in, entry barriers, what are they called? Entry barriers are to be established. What are the entry barriers? Now you'd be finding I'm discussing here about 7 entry barriers, which is a very, very important question to wrap up this topic. This whole discussion of 5 forces comes to an end by discussing what these 7 entry barriers are. The first one is called capital requirements. If entering any industry requires high capital, that is not a very attractive choice. Huh? So let's say I want to start a pharma unit. After COVID, pharma has a lot of demand. I'm like, wow, we'll go and start. It doesn't make sense because to establish a pharma unit, it is going to take huge amount of resources from you. So capital requirements followed by economies of scale. If already who are there, the people who are already there within the industry, if they're operating at high economies of scale, then you will obviously not be able to match at their per unit cost, because if they're operating at economies of scale, their per unit cost of production will be very, very low, and you definitely can't match it, and thereby you will succumb to it. So it's better not to enter. 3, if existing players are already having product differentiation,
Now, product differentiation is such a point where if existing players are already different, which means they have uniqueness, you have to walk inside the market with to counteract that differentiation, which is quite not possible for a new entrant, which will discourage the new entrant from growing in. Then comes brand identity. If existing players have high brand identity, if existing players have what? High brand identity, then it will be very difficult for the existing players. It will be very difficult for whom? The existing players to, sorry, for the new players to beat the existing players' brand identity. It will be very, very difficult. No. So, like, say, can I enter into the telecom, sorry, phone, not telecom, telephone market and say I'll beat the Apple phone? It's not that easy. They have strong brand identity. Plus, then the point number 5 here is a very, very interesting point, which is called as switching cost. I hope all of you know what switching cost means. The cost of switching from an old product to the new entrance product. Now, if I have to spend something to give up my existing product and bring a new product, like say a new product was launched, okay, new software has been launched. I am very excited about buying that new software. So I went and inquired about the new software. It says that you have to upgrade your hardware requirements. You have to upgrade your hardware requirements to use my new software. Then immediately I said, no, no, I need not, I don't want this product, because the cost of switching from old product to new product for me is pretty high. I am not interested in doing this. Okay, so that is about switching cost. Then it is followed by access to distribution channels. If existing players have access to distribution channels, multiple distribution channels, the best examples is something like Patanjali. Patanjali is there in wholesale stores, retail stores. They have their own retail stores, mega stores. Patanjali is available online. Patanjali is available in DMart and supermarkets. Products of Patanjali are available everywhere. So today, if you have to beat them, who have access to almost 8 to 10 different distribution channels, it's very, very tough for a new entrant to go and grab the attention there. So it will be very difficult for a new entrant to enter a market where already somebody has access to a lot of distribution channels. And the last point is a fantastic point. And those guys who have heard my class, you know this point, right? What is it talking about? You remember the story of dogs? Huh? Aggressive retaliation. Aggressive retaliation. I'll tell that small example for everybody's understanding. Let's say I think you should observe the behavior of a street dogs. Like if in your street, if there are about 6, 7 dogs which generally keep roaming out, we can see them and we identify generally when we go through that, right? Now, these dogs, no matter how much they fight between themselves, right? When a new dog comes to that particular street, all of them will team up. They will all shout so much that that new dog has to go away to another street. Did you see this behavior? Strategic management is a way of life. This is what I keep telling in the classes regularly. Management is there everywhere, right? You can see almost all of what these topics are there in the book in such practical ways in and around us. One of the best examples for that is this only: aggressive retaliation. Now, in a street, about 10 houses are there. These 10 houses, the dogs have identified and kept which house will give what food to them, and only the 6 or 7 dogs will share that food between themselves. So survival of those 6, 7 dogs itself is tough, that they know. Now, if they allow 1 or 2 more dogs to come inside, this obviously people who are giving food, no, they will not think, acha, 2, 3 more dogs came, will give more food. They're not going to think that. They're going to give the same waste food. Okay, or it might only come down. So these 6 dogs which are already there, what are they thinking? Already we have limited supply coming in. Now if I let these 2 dogs come in, what are they going to do? They are going to come and take share in our food. Huh? So let us not let them come into the street only. So all these 6, 7 dogs which are internally fighting between themselves daily, they will all team up for some time. Let these 2 new dogs get out. After that, we will fight between ourselves. But till then, we are a team. So all 7 dogs will shout at them, scream, go, shout, fight, whatever. But they'll throw those 2 dogs out. Then the 2 dogs, they'll go and find some other space, right? Or create new space. That is what we're talking about. But what we're trying to understand here is when all those existing players aggressively retaliate at the new entrant will feel, what is the feeling of a new entrant? After putting so much of money and coming, you're facing an entry barrier like this. Is it even good? Which is exactly something that doesn't make any kind of sense. So I'm able to see All points covered under that, and I think in the last few minutes you have had a comprehensive understanding of Michael Porter's five forces model. Screen to looks brilliant, at least from my side. You guys only should tell that, huh? So going by that, you might want to leave a comment on what the five forces model is, because again, like I said, if you leave at stage one, you left one comment. Now five forces model complete, you can leave. Stage two is a long way to go, so that is why I'm telling. At Michael Porter's five forces model, you can leave a comment if you have, this screen what is right now there, you like that. Okay, so take a pause here, guys. I would want you to analyze and check through all the topics that we have discussed till here. So after this, we are going to discuss about a couple of new topics here, which are new topics in the sense simple ones, but very easy also, which is called as experience curve and value creation. Both are simple topics. I'll discuss that. And then we will also talk about the relation between market and the customer. So please take a pause at this point of time and quickly run through every set of thing that we have discussed in this session. Then I will resume with the next topic. All right, guys, let's then move on to the next topic, wherein we will be discussing what is called as the experience curve. So this is a very simple topic, and I think all of you already know this from even costing and other spaces, that when you accumulate what is called as experience, in other words, the concept of experience curve simply says when repetitive productive work is undertaken, when repeatedly a productive work is undertaken, when repeatedly a productive work is undertaken, what happens? You say do the same thing again and again, your experience of it goes high, right? When repetitive productive work is undertaken, productive efficiency productive efficiency goes up. Productive efficiency goes up, which means what? Which implies the time taken to complete the task will significantly reduce. Okay, will significantly reduce, which implies what? Which implies that there will be a decline in per unit cost. Decline in per unit cost. Decline in the per unit cost of production. Okay, so how is the decline happening? It is not because you reduce something the decline is happening. The decline is happening because there is a decline in the per unit cost of production. Repeatedly you undertake the same work, the efficiency levels will go up and the cumulative volume grows. And when that means, you will take the time taken to complete the task will significantly reduce. Or there is one more option, let me write that also for you. Or before I say decline in the value, second, we capture this correctly. Okay, there the time taken to significantly reduce. And also one more thing is cumulative volume of output. Cumulative volume of output also grows. Okay, so because of this, obviously at the end of the day, there is a decline in the per unit cost of production. So this is what the story of experience curve is. When you repeatedly undertake the same productive work again and again, the per unit cost of production will automatically come down. That is the idea of this topic. Alongside that, I would also like you to understand another small concept, but a very important one. It is called as value creation. What is the story of value creation? Value means what? Again, value is not something that is measurable, but entities strive for what is called as value creation. Here only I have to again remind you of an economic concept called as
utility. Okay, so two things here. For what customers are willing to pay for, there are multiple things that one needs to understand. So let me put up to you as to what exactly this value story is. Okay, value of a particular commodity. How are we rating value? This particular word, I want you to concentrate. Value is how it can be products features. Hmm, product features. What all generally we call as value? Product features, quality, then there is another word called durability. Okay, features, quality, durability, its availability, and we can also add up performance. All these points will be measured in terms of what values exactly. See, value is not exactly that, but all these points cumulatively put to what exactly the word value attributes to. And one more thing here, see, value creation is, in other words, where the entire concept of value creation, if you see, what is the concept of value creation? In other words, where the firm, whichever the firm is dealing with, what is the firm doing? It is saying that, look, we are creating value for you. How we can say we created value? By, if somebody buys a product for the first time, they'll pay for the product and buy it. When the same person buys the product for the second time, now unless they like something in that, they'll definitely not buy it for the second time, right? So it is very important that when the firm is able to retain a customer, the firm is able to retain a customer. Okay, it is, when a firm is able to retain a customer, it implies that they have delivered value to customer. Instead of delivering a product, we have to deliver value to customer. That is what makes the customer come back to you again, not something, which is unheard of. The value that is there in the product. Now, value for somebody can be value for money. uh, it again depends on how do you get this right equation. See, if you are better than somebody else, so if you create value, will we be able to get competitive advantage? That is the main idea of value creation. Okay, what is that customer is willing to pay for? That is the most important thing. Okay, find out what customer is willing to pay for. What customer is willing to pay for. If you know what the customer is willing to pay for, deliver that. Okay, which will ultimately what it will do? Ultimately create competitive advantage. When you're delivering what customer actually wants and what they're actually willing to pay for, that is where value creation happens. Okay, so this is a simple effect of understanding this particular point. Take a clear look at both these topics, small ones, simple ones, but I believe this should be something that should interest you in terms of understanding two short questions, because suddenly if they ask you in the exam, you should be in a position to get the right set of marks. If you can take this up, and then we will move on to something interesting again, where we are going to talk about now competition is going to steepen. But before we do that, we are also going to talk about two very important things, uh, product and customer. Where we already spoke about product, right? We're going to talk about market and customer. Anyway, take a minute to run through this quickly. I hope you have gone through this, guys. Let us get back to the story of the next part, wherein we are going to talk about something very interesting. Normally, people have this misconception about what exactly is market, customer, and all that. So, let me take just a little while to just clear you with those. These are new concepts in the syllabus. So, some of you who have, again, missed out on these topics, you can have an adequate knowledge on this here. Let's discuss about market and customer. Now, this topic, as such, again, like I said, it's a very wide topic in nature, but I would want to keep it very simple. First of all, let us talk about what is this market, right? Market story, no, is a simple one. It's a definition going by saying market is a place for interested parties. The textbook definition, market is a place for interested parties, buyers. What is their simple, no? Buyers, sellers, interested parties, they all will come and interact, and the goods and services can be exchanged, right? It's a place for
Interested parties, buyers, sellers, for what? For doing some activity. What is that? That is their goods and services. Goods and services can be exchanged for a price. Can be exchanged for a price. Okay, this is the story. This is about ultimately what exactly the word market is. It's a very broader thing. Customer is restricted to one zone, guys. As I think I told you very clearly, who buys a product from me is called a customer. But when it comes to market, the wider opportunity. So if 10,000 people are doing chartered accountancy in my city, all 10,000 people can come and join my academy. Possibility is there, but they are not coming and joining. That is a different story. If they are coming to you and joining, whoever are coming to you and joining, they are only becoming your customers. Other people are part of the market. So market is always a broader context, and in the context of market, we get to another term called as marketing. There is a concept of marketing wherein in marketing there are 4 P's, right? What are these 4 P's in marketing? I hope you already know about this. Product is nothing but the goods or service that you're talking about. Product, price, the amount of money the customer has to pay to acquire a product. Huh? Product, price, place, and ultimately promotion. What are these 4 called as? These 4 are called as the marketing mix. In marketing, there are 4 P's which are called as the marketing mix, and that mix is nothing but these set of 4 P's. Okay, now why are these 4 P's important? Because of, again, what product are you delivering, at what price are you delivering, at what place are you delivering, and how you are promoting the product. This becomes a very very important thing to understand. Now I would want to obviously discuss two things here very clearly: customer, that is the other part, but I will also discuss who is a consumer. Customer, and then from here I will also talk about consumer, because you can do customer analysis and you have to study consumer behavior. There are two things. Okay, let me be a little more clear about what I am talking here. First, customer. Who is a customer? Any person or entity, okay, that any person that buys the product. Any person what? That buys the product or takes service. Anything buys the product or service. What about buying the product or service? They are called as customer. Okay, they are called as what? Customer. Now this is about any person who is buying the product. Now are we asking that whether he is using for own consumption or he is giving somebody else? We don't know. Customers are very important to us because they buy the product. Now there is a possibility that customer and consumer can be the same person. There is also a great possibility that customer and consumer are different. Okay, so customer is any person that buys the product or service. Be mindful of that fact, right? Now it is very important. Every time it is the customer's choice whether to buy or not, but it is the consumer's preference. Again, customers are categorized based on age, gender: male customers, female customers, customers in the age group of 16 to 25, 25 to 35, above 60, like that. Customers are basically what, customers are categorized into groups. That is why we call them as customer groups. Which customer group are you targeting? Again, when I say customer groups, I'll say based on age, gender, geography, etc. I'll say etc. because there are so many other factors which you can bring in. Okay, now there is something that I would want to also highlight as a star point here. What is that? Customer and consumer, the relation we are talking about. What is customer and consumer's relation? They may be same, may be the same, can also be different, correct? When they are different, then it sparks up a question as to who is the consumer, or why is there a special need to describe who is the consumer. I think all of you know that definition also. Who is a consumer? The person who ultimately uses the product, they are only called as consumer. So two things that you can do is, one, you can do what is called as customer analysis. Now wait, we are doing strategic analysis. I hope you didn't forget that. We're in the second stage. We're trying to understand who is doing what. So as part of strategic analysis, you can do two things. One is called customer analysis, where you're studying and understanding what type of customers are there, who are they, what do they do, and all of that. And as part of strategic analysis, you can also analyze consumer behavior, because if consumers are consuming more, customer tends to buy more. Now, like say if my son or daughter is there, they are consuming more, what they're consuming more of paper, pen, pencil, whatever, that is more of stationery, then I tend to go and buy more of stationery. So who is buying? Seller should analyze the customer's pattern as to which customer is buying what, but he should be more focused on consumer behavior. Two things. Customer analysis is understanding what sort of customers you have, which group of customers you have. See, simple logic, mostly for stationery and school items and all that, the customers are the parents, the consumers are the kids. Now some kids are there who, like they lavishly use crayons or sketch pens or something like that, which means their parents tend to buy more. Now some kids are taught very clearly, "Arey, use carefully, use this crayon or sketch pen packet carefully." Some parents will tell clearly, "I am not going to buy you one more packet." So kid is using the same packet for so long. Another parent is not restricting the kid. Now what happened? They broke the sketch pen, or like the crayon box was lost, something like that. They tend to buy more. So you're understanding the reason why I'm telling you that example is the customer necessarily need not be the consumer. When you study and understand this as an analysis, you have to understand the customer's pattern of buying and consumer behavior. Is he consuming in bulk, or are they like consuming in smaller quantities? If consumer is consuming in larger quantities, then customer tends to buy more. So customer and consumer both we have to analyze carefully. Okay, it very clearly, customer analysis tells you who your target market is. You can conduct how to do that. Okay, how do you do customer analysis? You can simply say customer analysis can be done by conduct survey. That is the most easiest ways to get the information. Conducts surveys. Now study past data. Nowadays we have amazing tools. That is what everybody is using on us, using data analytics, right? And then customer profiles, studying customer profiles, or it is called profiling. Who is a customer, where do they come from, what area do they belong to, how much do they buy, all that, right? So you can do all this to study and understand your customers. Then it is very very important, because consumer behavior has to be studied. Consumer behavior is affected by three things. What are consumer behavior affected by? One, external influences. Consumer behavior is affected by external influences, which means the advertisements that they see on TV, the things that they listen to on radio, or whatever it is. The consumer behavior is affected by this. Could it can be affected by several things, but three major elements are brought in: external influences. Then the next one is internal influences. External and internal influences, both. Internal influences means I like it, my wish, I want to buy, I want to eat, that sort of a thing. And more importantly, the third one is these two will lead to decision making. Customer behavior is definitely influenced by this decision making, because if he's a decision maker, whether I would want to use it or not use it, he can clearly tell by seeing this how important it is for a customer to understand their position, their role. And most importantly, post decision making also there is a process. Yeah, I'm just warning all of you guys. Huh? Okay, go and read this set of 4 points. This could be a question in the exam. It's a very simple, though I explained you orally. Uh, Consumer behavior. If anybody asks you on how to study consumer behavior and what is it influenced by, okay, I will also do one thing. I will add up here as part of this. a heading to it, so that later when you revise, at least you can revise. In consumer behavior, I will add up a heading called as influences. Consumer behavior influences, then this topic will be clear. These four are like the influences of what it is. Okay, so please make a mention of what these are and how these will influence. This topic is very simple, but I would definitely suggest you to give a reading: market and customer. Okay, so please take a broader look at the topic. I will then take you through the next topic. Come on quickly. Let's move on, guys. Now let's discuss the next topic. Here I would want you to be very critical of the next topic. The next topic is something where questions in the exam have already appeared in the past. So I would like to discuss two topics with you, both of which have been exam questions. So I want all of you to have a clear focus on this. The topic is titled as competitive landscape. Okay, let me as usual split here into two the topics that we are going to discuss now. First one is called as competitive landscape. All right, let me get you that. Competitive landscape means who is there alongside you, who are your competitors. And then like the KGF, not KGF, but we have KSF, key success factors. What are some of the key success factors? How do you identify what are the key success factors for a entity or an organization? How do you get to do this? These two will bring us towards the end of chapter number 2, and also gives you a complete and a wholesome perspective of what you call as the external analysis. Stage 2 is the longest stage as part of the syllabus because there is so much of analysis to be done. Then we are going to do the internal analysis, where much of the topics are very simple, but then there it also consists of SWOT analysis, portfolio analysis, so a lot more interesting things to come, but only after understanding competitive landscape. Okay. Now, simple, there is a very, very important line: understanding competitive landscape. Understanding competitive landscape application of application of competitive intelligence. What is it? Competitive intelligence. How do you do this? That is a big question. In terms of competitive intelligence, what is it? 5 steps are there. It's an exam question, so I'm marking a couple of stars for that particular question. Uh, it's already appeared multiple times in the exam. Steps, 5 steps are there. Very simple. Steps to understand competitive landscape. This is a multiple time asked question in the exam. There are all possibilities they can as it is come down in your exam also. So what are the steps? How many are there? 5 are there. Very simple, guys. Very, very simple. Like, in the sense, simple is also a exaggerated word for this topic. First one: identify your competitor. Who is your competitor? Make a list of that. Identify your competitor. 2, determine their strengths. Determine their strengths. Obviously, if the first point is about strength, second point will be about weaknesses. Oh, wait, one second, 1 second. This should be the third point. After you identify, you should know what they are doing. Okay, identify the competitor. Understand. Understand the competitor. What do they do? What sort of business they are doing? Which products are they dealing? Where are they? And all that. Then 3, determine their strengths. Obviously, 4, determine their weakness. Okay, determine their strength, determine their weakness. 5, put all information together. That's all. Put all information together. This is one of the, I don't know why it's being asked repeatedly, because this seems to be one of the most easiest and the simplest questions. And repeatedly they keep asking this question for some reason. Okay, I don't know why examiners favorite it has become, but these 5 points: what is a competitive landscape, and what are the steps to understand competitive landscape? 5 steps are there, as simple as that. Then So you can put all this information together and have a clear understanding of how uh, a competition exists. We have to discuss more about competition and identify strategy groups and all are there. That story is also there coming up later. But for now, uh, the next topic that we are supposed to deal here is called as key success factors. A very simple yet a very interesting topic. What are key success factors? Right. So let me just put up the definition. What are these key success factors? Are those things, key success factors are what? Those things that most affect, key success factors, something that most affect the industry members. So if you're part of the industry, what affects you the most? It could be the price of the competitor, it could be their presence, it could be anything. What is that ultimately that the other person is successful about? Either it could be their competitive capabilities, it can be their ability to do something faster than you, it can be something which you are looking at as the key strength that your competitor is having, that yes, this is the reason why they are successful. Such factors. Okay. And generally, when you look at the overall industry, only one or two key success factors will be there. Okay. This KSF, as a matter of fact, only one or two KSF or an industry at any given point of time, you will have only one or two keys, because at that point of time, what is the idea to follow? Okay. Now, sir, how will we identify? How to identify? Very important question again. 3 points, 3 marks question. How to identify key success factors in industry? Okay, this is a question that generally can come up in the exam. What are those 3 points are there? First and foremost point, on what basis do customers choose a particular product? You have to be very clear about this, that on what basis does a customer choose a particular product? What is the real logic behind choosing a particular product? Are they choosing it for the price? Are they choosing it for the color? Are they choosing it for its availability, packing, branding? There are 100 reasons to it, but somebody is choosing a product means on what basis are they choosing it? Okay. Two, what resources, what resources and competitive capabilities, what resources and competitive capabilities does our competitor have? What is that we don't have, and what is that our competitors have? What are those resources? Resources, right? The 5 M's: men, material, money, machinery, those things. What is that they have, and what is that we don't have? What resource and competitive capabilities are needed? Rather than saying what is it our competitors have, we will simply ask what resources and competitive capabilities are needed for competitive advantage. If you have these resources and competitive capabilities, you can be competitive. Like that, what will tell you? And most important question is the third one, right? See, even if you work hard and ensure that you get competitive advantage, this competitive advantage is a thing that might live very short. Okay, it might get lost. The big question is, what does it take? What does it take? What does it take to achieve sustainable competitive advantage? What is it? What does it take to achieve sustainable competitive advantage? That is what the question is, right? See, you might achieve competitive advantage once. That is, something generally, it's a tough task to achieve competitive advantage. But if you put all your effort and try and break your head and do something, you might still be able to achieve a competitive advantage. But how to sustain it in the long run? This Dr. Abdul Kalam's quote. You should not relax after your first victory, because if you don't win the second time, people will call your first time victory as a fluke, or you won by chance. You might have put your heart and soul, you might have put all your effort, you might have actually done a lot of effort and sacrificed so much, you did everything to achieve something,
and then you couldn't do it second time, then people will start talking like, last time you must have done by fluke. No, see, competitive advantage is a great thing to get. Competitive advantage is a great thing to get, but sustainable competitive advantage, what pushes you in the long run, that's what something that we need to be really bothered about. Okay, so with that, guys, I wrap up what is called as chapter 2 in our syllabus. Please go through these two topics. Also, I think I've covered all points, but once you run through all the points in a slighter more detail, it should give you a little more deal of advantage to deal with or do with. Okay. So with this, I am definitely what do you call wrapping up the chapter number 2, which is about external analysis. But still, stage 2 is not over. Stage 1 is over. Stage 1 is over. In stage 2, external analysis is over, in which meanwhile I asked you to comment at the stage of 5 forces model. We did an extensive study of that. Now chapter 2 is complete. If you want to leave a comment that I'm done up till chapter 2, you can as well do it at this stage. And then in the next continuation to this, I am going to start discussing about contents in chapter 3, where the first thing that I'm going to focus will be a very interesting perspective called the Mendelows Matrix. And then we have certain interesting things to discuss. We'll eventually get to portfolio analysis, SWOT analysis. Portfolio analysis is given in much, later part of the story. We will also talk about those in detail. But for now, I want you to quickly get to doing chapter number 3. If you have watched chapter number 2 for a long time and continuously, it's advisable that you take a break and get back. Otherwise, you can take a minute to get through that, and then we will continue chapter number 3. All right, I hope everybody has gone through what this is. Now let us move on to the next chapter. As I told you, chapter number 3 is a fresh look on what we are going to talk about in internal analysis. There has been a lot of points that are discussed in chapter 3, and I have highlighted a few, and I'm already ready with chapter three's discussion. There, straight away we go. Chapter 3 talking about internal environment. Now, these are basic definitions. That's why I have written them and kept, so that we can understand them little quick. And then also there is one very important thing for this particular piece of discussion that we are going to have, what is called as the Mendelows Matrix, which could be obviously a straight question in the exam. So to start with, what is the internal environment? Till now we have a broad discussion and a very elaborate discussion of the external environment, which is a second chapter where we've discussed multiple things at length. Right now, what is internal environment and how does that particularly shape up something? If you see what is internal environment nothing but the sum total of all those things that are within an organization. What are those? People, individuals, and when you say individuals, they are later pointing out to be stakeholders. I will discuss that entire story of stakeholders in detail. I think you already are somebody who are well aware of who the stakeholders are, right? It is a sum total of people, individuals, processes, infrastructure, space, equipment, authority, power. Who has the power in the organization? Who has responsibility for what? Who is accountable or responsible for what sort of a culture is being followed in an organization? What values do they embrace and what ethics do they follow? These are all some of the points that one has to take into consideration. Okay, what is internal environment? A sum total of people, individuals, processes, infrastructure, space, equipment, authority, power, responsibility, accountability, culture, values, and ethics. All of those, right? So what is thoroughly within an organization, that exactly is termed as internal environment. Now going further to that, wherein we are talking about who are the stakeholders. Stakeholders are very much part and parcel of the internal environment. See, at every given point of time when we discuss about something, we have to give due weightage and importance to these people called stakeholders. Not because they are doing something right, or they are not because they're doing something wrong here. The point of understanding is that these stakeholders, when you say stake, they have some connection to the business. See, please understand, stakeholders are not shareholders alone. Shareholders are people who have put money into the entity and they become shareholders, right? So they are shareholders. But when it comes to stakeholders, they have some connection.
It is not necessary that they are only shareholders. Shareholders is limited to those people who have put money into the entity and have bought shares. But anybody who has some kind of a stake or a connection, those people are called as the stakeholders. What are stakeholders? Anybody having some kind of connect, the CEO, board of directors, right? Board of directors, major vendors, consumers, employees, all these people, they are considered to be what? They are considered to be as called as the stakeholders within a particular entity. Now, what is internal environment? We have understood that. Who are stakeholders? We have also broadly understood that. In the context of categorizing these stakeholders, put 2 stars to this topic because this is not there in the past in strategic management syllabus, and first time it is being introduced in the new May 24 syllabus and forward, right? So this could be a very potential question in the exam. It's a very, very, very simple matrix. It's a 2 by 2, which means it takes 2 factors and then 2 limits, high and low, and high and low about 2 factors. It is very easy. Now I'm going to explain what is called Mendelows Matrix. If required, you can as well pull out your book and keep the topic next to you, because um, if you want to read something, you can always read out of that. Otherwise, it's a fairly simple matrix that one needs to understand. Mendelows Matrix, which talks about prioritizing or understanding the key stakeholders. What are we talking about? Who are our key stakeholders and how much importance you have to give to each one of them? That is the primary question to be answered. So, first of all, what are we taking into consideration? We are taking power or influence. See, all these people, they have some kind of power, they can exert some kind of influence. But how much are they interested in the organization? Are they going to exert something so much so that that will change the shape of the organization? Or are these people going, I mean, do they see, some people have high power but they are not very much interested. Okay, some people have very low power but they are very highly interested. So it depends, the 2 factors. Okay, one is the interest that they have in the organization. It's not necessarily only a financial interest, please be mindful of that. It is not definitely anything to do with the financial interest alone. It is the extent of relation of the person with the organization there. How interested are they with the organization? Okay, and on the other side, we are also talking about power or influence. How much can they influence and what power do they exert? Okay, this is, say for example, CEO is there. He's likely to have more power, correct? And he's also somebody who's having more interest in the organization, so he will definitely fall in the key player box, right? So like that, who has more power? Now employee is there. Employees, again I'm telling, they have interest in the organization because it's my organization, my this thing and all that. But do they have considerable amount of influence in decision making? If you say that, answer will be no. So that is why they fall in the other category. So like that, what is the ultimate focus here? That is the prime question. Power. Okay, how much power do they have and how much influence they can exert? That is one category, power or influence. And on the other side, we are more bothered about this factor called as interest. Then what are we taking? High, low, and high and low for both of those. See, if both are low, we call them as low priority. Mendelows matrix categorizes those people in the low priority box. You don't have to talk to them, you don't have to engage with them daily, you literally don't have to do anything with respect to those people. Who are these? Media houses, newspaper, magazine, these low priority categories. See, when they have low power and low interest, they are not going to be any source of influence on your organization. So there is no need to really break your head on what it is. So here, why are we talking about power and influence and interest? Because some people who have power, but if they have low interest, then if you just keep them satisfied, it is enough. Like, say for example, high power is there with bankers, high power is there with government. Government has a power to seal your entity up, but I am filing my returns correctly, I am reporting everything correctly, I'm doing whatever I am supposed to do correctly. When everything is done, government will not trouble me. Same way, bankers have given me loan, I am paying all the EMIs on time, I'm submitting all my, what do you say, stock statements or whatever is required to be submitted, everything I'm doing on time. So if you keep them satisfied, it is enough. They are not going to poke you into your daily business, right? But they have high power. So certain people who have high power but low interest, if you keep them satisfied, it is enough. But when both are high, they are only considered as key players. So what Mendelow has done in his Mendelow's Matrix, a beautiful portrayal of, it is also called a power influence. I mean, like a power interest matrix, right? Wherein neatly power to interest has been depicted. What is that? High power people with low interest in the organization, just keep them satisfied. Like what? Banks, governments, and customers, as I just mentioned. If you keep them satisfied, it is enough. Who are these people? These are people who have high power but are just somebody who should be kept satisfied with low interest. They don't bother about you daily. Same way, both are low, then it falls in low priority category. Media houses, news, magazine, these people, if you just, hey, if you don't bother them also, it's okay. But very important, see, you are going for an IPO, okay, and then you need an article to be published here, you want to do a media interview, then these people suddenly become important. So who have the power to influence? Now soon general elections are coming. If people write something wrong in the newspaper, or if people publish some fact, then suddenly one will move from the other. See, the interesting part of this Mendelow's matrix or the grid is not that, there are four boxes and they've been categorized. One can move from one place to the other. So suddenly, who is a keep satisfied can suddenly turn out to be a key player. Okay, suddenly who's a key player might just be keep informed. So depending on where they stand, the movements will vary. So for one last time, I will again explain whom should you do what. Right. First, we will give high priority to key players. Who are those key players? Key players are people where both are high. Power is also high, interest is high. Who are those? Shareholders, CEO, board of directors, those people, the top brass of the company, right? They are the ones who hold it up. They are called the key players. Then comes the second category where I believe you have to keep them satisfied because they have high power, but they have very low interest in your organization. They don't participate daily. They don't indulge into your activity. Like say customer is bothered about outcome. Bankers are bothered about the loans that you pay. Government is bothered about the taxes that you pay. They don't trouble you beyond a particular point, right? If you keep them satisfied, they'll also leave you. Then third category are set of people who are supposed to just keep them informed about what you're doing on, our vendors, suppliers, employees. Suddenly they should not be taken away by surprise something, then they'll be felt left out. Array, we are working so hard as employees, how, they didn't inform us. Vendors will be like, hello, come on, you should have told me a little bit before. Suppliers, vendors, these people, you just keep them informed. Then outsiders who have no much of task or role in a day-to-day headache, you put them in the low priority category. You can just, they are low priority, that's all. It's not like they're not priority and all that, they're low priority. Okay, now, so that's all, guys. It's very simple that if you as well keep doing what you're doing in these four boxes, that's all your stakeholders will be satisfied, right? So, that is another very important point that I would like to make a mention of, because the next topic that we are going to discuss is called as key strategic drivers. Before I discuss key strategic drivers, if there is something that you would like to run through here from this, I want you to give a look to the Mendelows matrix quickly, and then you can proceed further listening to the next topic, which are called as key strategic drivers. Come on, go for it. Quick look at the Mendelows matrix in a little greater detail. I hope you understood. At any given point of time, anybody can move from one box to the other. Just remember that. For now, they might be in one category, but going forward, they can move from one place to the other. That is what is a very, very important point to be discussed. And that is what we have done through this discussion. So if you finish going through Mendelow's matrix, then the next topic is about, as you saw, their key strategic drivers. I'm going to take you through that. All right, guys, that brings us to the next topic where we are going to talk about something called as key strategic drivers. Now, key strategic drivers, if you're seeing what these are, bringing their you key strategic drivers, there are four key strategic drivers in every entity. These are something that will push. the organization forward. By trying to understand these strategic drivers, you should be in a position to craft a strategy, right? Like, say for example, if you are understanding your industry and markets properly. We already studied the word markets, customer. That is why I'm not discussing again. I haven't written. Already we discussed about customer, and we have also discussed in this lot about consumers. Okay, customers and consumers and their behavioral pattern we've already discussed. Okay, that is why I'm not touching the topic again. But there are three very important topics that I'm going to discuss in the key strategic driver aspect. First one is trying to understand industry and markets. Then, of course, number wise, the second one is customers and consumers, which you already discussed about. Third one is also something that we have discussed about products or services. Product, service, experience, we discussed that. But here there are about 13 different marketing strategies ranging from social marketing, augmented marketing to up to demarketing. I want to discuss that. And very, very important thing, exclusively that too for people who are uh, not the, what do you say, who are repeating the exam. For you, this channels concept was not there in the previous syllabus. Channels a new topic. There are all possibilities that this question on channels can appear in your exam, because there are three channels, and what are those three channels we will have to discuss. Okay, so that is the coverage for this particular segment in the key strategic drivers. Very, very easy topic. First one, we're trying to understand industry. Industry is nothing but, again, I want to go with some definition here for industry. Many people have a wrong notion that industry is simply a group of firms, right? Industry is a group of firms. I should add certain value to that, then that only will make sense. Industry is not just a simple group of firms. Group of similar firms. What is it? Group of similar firms which are competing for the same set of buyers, competing for the same set of buyers. That is the most important part of that entire definition. Many students in the past also, they have told me, if I ask them what is what is an industry, so a group of firms are an industry. Correct. Group of firms or group of similar firms are an industry, but till when? Huh? That is an incomplete definition, because if you simply say in economics, again it would have been given like that. It's a group of similar firms. Who are those similar firms? What are they doing? The entire story is about they are trying to hit on a particular aspect. What hit that particular aspect? That they are trying to target the same set of buyers. Okay, so this is what industry is all about. Now, very, very important point is this topic called as strategic group mapping. I'll tell you why this is essential with a small example. Then, of course, we can discuss the topic, because I don't even now I lost the count also. I don't even know how many times they asked that question in the exam. Such an important question. So I want everybody's full attention on it. Now, what are we talking about in strategy group mapping? See, before we discuss the technique, who are your competitors? Okay, everybody inside my circle who are in the industry are competitors. Okay, that is a basic book definition. Everybody who is around me is my competition. As part of a book definition, again I'm telling you, as part of book definition, I and anybody can be competitors. Now I'll give you one example. I recently started one petrol bunk. Okay, not really. If that was the case, I wouldn't have been sitting and doing this, right? Not like that. But other than that also, um, I recently started a petrol bunk. So what do you say immediately? I and Mr. Ambani are competitors. They also sell petroleum and petrochemical products. Huh? They also sell no petroleum and petrochemical products. So I and Mr. Ambani are competitors. Can we go about it like that? Yes, by book definition, definitely we belong to the same industry, as you can see here. So definition of industry says that Mr. Ambani, who's dealing with Reliance and Reliance Petrochemicals, is my direct competitor. Come on. Makes no sense. Who is your real competitor? The real competitor is a petrol bunk that is there in the next street, next area, who's there in your vicinity. Not again petrol bunk in another state. That is not your competition. So here, your competition is more delved into geographic areas, because that's what petrol bunks uh, competition is, because everywhere you go petrol and diesel are same, unless they are mixing certain other things. Other than that, petrol and diesel, the composition be same. Who is there now? HPCL is there, which is close to, like, like 800 meters from my house. Indian Oil is there, which is only 300 meters from my house. And BPCL is there, which is 1 kilometer from my house.
Now, see, how will I choose? On a day when my vehicle is absolutely empty, that time I won't say that, like I like HPCL. I've been, filling petrol only in that HPCL petrol bunk. The owner of that petrol bunk is somebody known to me. I've seen them from long time, so I'll go there. On any normal day, you go. Today, your vehicle has minimal petrol. I don't know whether it will move till the petrol bunk also or not. So you will go to the nearest. That day, your favorite HPCL lost a customer because of distance. You understood the logic? Now, I have a BPCL card. For example, some bank gave me a card. Whenever I fill fuel in BPCL, they are going to give me some additional points, or the surcharge is, not taxed, something like that. They have given me an offer. So I travel 1 kilometer because it is on the way to my office only. So even if it's 1 kilometer from my house, daily I have to cross that and go. So while going, I'll stop at BPCL and fill. Now, other two people who are at 300 meters and 800 meters from my house, they lost me as their customer, not because I don't like them, or, you know, Arey, no, sir, petrol from HPCL is better than Indian oil. How can I compare? I'm not even a technical expert. And I've never even seen how the petrol, literally looks like. They are inserting the gun into the vehicle, pouring it, done, job done, vehicle is moving. That's all we bothered about. So somebody gave an offer, which is why these two people lost. So please understand, for a HPCL petrol bunk, BPCL petrol bunk in the vicinity may or may not be the competition, right? So some other state has a BPCL versus here in BPCL. All of us are doing by book definition. All of you are competitors because you are engaged in the same business. You're targeting the same set of buyers. By book definition, definitely you are. But for understanding who your immediate competitors are, this is a wonderful technique. What is the technique called? Strategic group mapping. Okay, industry as a whole will have one strategy group. Industry, remember, always industry as a whole will have one strategic group. Okay, but within the industry there are multiple sets of strategy groups that you can create. I want all of you to concentrate on what this logic is. Very, very simple. See, what we are trying to do now in strategy group mapping, it's a 4-step process. Okay, people who have similar competitive approaches, they all fall in the same category. But how to create procedure for, I'm going to teach you the procedure for constructing, procedure for what? Constructing a strategic group map. This is a very, very important multiple times asked question. Procedure for constructing a strategy group mapping. 4 steps. First of all, between you and them, what are the differentiating characteristics? Right? Do you guys sell in the same price range, same area, same product, same quality? Are you guys same vertically integrated? What are the competitive characteristics that differentiate you and them? Are you guys selling in the same price range, same quality range? See, you should be bothered about those people who now fall in this strategy group. Okay. First and foremost thing, what you're supposed to do is identify. What are you supposed to identify? Identify the competitive characteristics that differentiate. Identify the competitive characteristics that differentiate the you and the other firm. So basically, identify the competitive characteristics that differentiate the firms. If you want to write examples, you can as well always add examples. What are some of the examples we can write here? Price, quality, geography, okay, extent of diversity, extent of vertical integration. Okay, I'm saying etc because there are so many factors, how they are, what geographic coverage. But I'll tell you something which is also very important. If two people are selling in the same price range, if two people are selling in the same price range and they are in two different states, how can they be competitors again? No, unless don't tell me that, sir, online everybody will be there. No, I'm not talking about online generally. So, which is why what happens is if you take only one characteristic, people selling at the same price will fall in one strategy group. People selling in the same geography will fall in one strategy group. You will get one circle, but it's slightly broader. Sir, then what do you expect me to do?
That is why in the second step, you know what I'm doing? I'm taking two character. I mean, like pair of characteristics, not one. People selling in the same geography and the price. Now that gives me a very narrowed down competition. People selling at the same quality and same price. People selling with the same number of products in the same price range. People selling the same products in the same geographical range. So product wise, quality wise, prices. This time not I'm taking not one, but I'm taking two. Okay. Plot. What you're supposed to do is plot the firms on a two variable map. Okay, which means, you know, to understand this concept more easily, I definitely want you to get to do this particular thing on the circle. Okay, I very always in the class use this example. Second. Okay, now if this is the industry that we are talking about, the whole industry, within this what happens is there are multiple firms. Okay, who are all there. Now these are all so many firms that are there, and we will also identify that this is where you are as a entity, and so many people are there. Now I want to understand, by book definition all these people are competitors. Now who are those people who are selling in the same price and geography within my area, who are selling in the same price? I identified one fellow and another fellow. Now whoever has been highlighted, that's all, they are your immediate competition. They are your immediate competition. So what you need to do is, you need to take these people and focus on them, start focusing on them, bring all of them together. In fact, here it is easy for me to do that, but practically you need to do this as an exercise. Okay, and when you move all the others out, now you will get what is called as your strategy group. You are bringing all these people here and putting all of them properly. I've rearranged all of them. Now tell me, you focus on the entire big circle? No, what you will do is, you will focus only on this circle. Okay, you will draw a circle. I'll do that. Okay, you will draw a circle here which focuses only on your immediate strategy. This one, for example, are, what do we say? We'll say competitors. This one are set of competitors selling, competitors who are selling at same price range in same geographic area. Okay, that's all. That is what strategy group mapping is all about. To find out who are your strategy group, what did we do? First, we identified all the characteristics, price, quality, geography. We listed all of those which are relevant in our discussion. Then we plot, but we didn't take one, but we took two. Remember, that is why we took price and geography. Plot the firms on a two variable map, because once you do the two variable map, no, two variable map using not one but using pair of differentiating characters. Then what you do, step number 3, assign firms that fall in same strategic space. Assign firms that fall in the same strategic space. That means people who are falling like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, though they were there earlier here and there, you saw how I rearrange them. Assign the firms that fall in the same strategic space. And 4, very, very important step, draw circles around each strategic group. That's all. Now, once you do that, you will get who is your strategy group. Now, this group is the group for me who are selling in the same price and geography. For again, if I am the person here, these people might be my group for something else. and these people might be my group for something else. So like that, there may be multiple number of circles inside the entire strategy group, but remember, for industry as a whole, there is always only one strategic group. This is the concept of strategic group mapping, and this is how the entire technique or understanding of the concept called strategy group mapping works. Okay, I hope you are clear about this. Please take a minute to run through this topic. It's very, very important. Once again, I'm repeating because this is not something that we do often when we revise these kind of topics. I want all of you to have a clarity on this one. Please take a more clearer look as to what these four steps are. I've written all four steps. uh, and also, it is important for you to take note of how we are bringing this. Okay, so just a clearer picture of the entire strategic group mapping topic. Okay, take a look at it, and then we have a couple of small things to deal with, and then we will wrap up this piece of discussion on key strategic drivers. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through that carefully. Wherever I'm telling you to do so, please put me on pause. You are at the luxury to do that. Technology can be made, to be used in the best possible way. So now I'm going to discuss what is called as this product story. Coming back to that, in the marketing strategies, see, products and services we have already discussed. Product means any good or service. It can also consider an experience and all that. Now, when it comes to the story on what are some of the marketing strategies, I have a list of 13 points, but they are very, very simple and easy. So I hope you all know all their techniques. The name only it will be there. First and foremost, marketing strategy is called social marketing. Social marketing is nothing but promoting a social cause or an idea, that will be called. You please refer through all the 13th definition once again. I will tell them briefly because we have already spent enough amount of time on the other topics. We do have a couple of more chapters to punch in. So second one is called augmented marketing. Augmented, the name is additional. Augmented means something in addition. If you ask for X, the entity always provides X plus something, right? So like, say if you've asked for some buying a computer, they're saying online assistance free. You bought an AC, some repair or installation free. Additional, augmented customer service. Then the third one is called direct marketing. Direct marketing is an age old form of coming home and selling products. Personal marketing or direct marketing through almost all possible direct channels: email, telephone, cell phone, SMS, wherever possible. If they directly attack to the customer, that is what is called direct marketing. Then the next one is what banks and credit card companies follow. It is called relationship marketing, building strong value laden relationships with customers and treating different customers in different groups, right? The premium customer, they categorized. Of course, there is another name for that also, but generally in relationship marketing, banks, credit card companies, they tend to create that relationship, so the drive is longer. Then the fifth one is called as services marketing. In the name only it is there. This time you are marketing what is nothing but a intangible service. Services are intangible, and that is why service marketing is about marketing something which is intangible. 6 and 7 both are about person marketing and place marketing. If you are marketing a particular place, it could be a business website or it could be tourism, come and visit our place, that place marketing. Person marketing, sports stars, film stars, politicians, they market themselves so that they can establish a position in the society, and they can attract for votes or for movies or for anything. Then this time, if you're not marketing a person or a place, but if you're marketing a brand, that is called organization marketing. Maximizing power of a brand, that's what will be called as organization marketing. If all these are in one stage, one of the most important types of marketing that I would like to highlight clearly is called as enlightened marketing. In the name only it is there. Enlightened marketing has 5 points. Okay, I want all of you to read enlightened marketing and go to the exam, because there is a specific question that can generally be asked. It has 5 principles. One, it's customer oriented, it's very innovative, it's value marketing. It markets the mission. who markets our mission to customer. If you tell about product is enough, but who is marketing the mission? Because you want to build a long way relation. See, the word enlightened means what? The customer should know everything about you. You're getting enlightened about it, like how Buddha got enlightened about everything, and he acquired that wisdom. Like that, your customer should know everything about it. And most importantly, why you're doing that, a sense of mission marketing and a societal marketing. Please read that carefully and go. Then we have two of those, which are, one is differential marketing. Differential marketing is about charging differential patterns. Now, like say Hindustan Unilever is there, they follow differential marketing. They have so many soaps, Lifebuoy, Lux, Rexona, they follow all that in one popular segment. Then there are certain soaps like Dove, Peers and all, they call them as premium segment. All are marketed by one company only, but differential in terms of category. Right here they categorize and market. Then the next one, which is seasonal, that is what is called as the synchro marketing. Synchro marketing is seasonal, which is for like fruits like mango, woolen clothes in winter, like that seasonal demand wherever is there. If you market it based on the season, it's called synchro marketing. And then if you, in a large market, if you concentrate only on one sub market, that is called as concentrated marketing. Concentrated marketing. And the 13th one is a very interesting thing again. It is called as demarketing, where you are, idea is to bring down the demand. You're not destroying the demand, you're only trying to bring down the demand because you're unable to handle it. See, if you're unable to handle demand for a long time, you know what happens? After a particular point of time, people will leave and go. And when you don't want people to leave you and go like that, it is very important that you try and do some demarketing strategy, like say charge different prices. Okay, in prime time, that is why Ola, Uber and all that, what are they doing? They are hiking the price. And in other times when they are empty, they're charging 1x. So that is just a strategy to ensure that demand is even fully spread. That is what is the idea of doing demarketing. Okay, these are 13 different marketing strategies. I don't want you to miss out on. Something or the other will come in MCQs or someplace they might always ask. Plus, what can come in the exam as a short answer question, again I'm repeating because this is added newly into the syllabus. It is called as channels, right? It was not there in the old strategic management syllabus. Now they've added the three channels that are essential, which all of you generally know because we are only buying from these three channels. Okay, the first one is called as sales channel. What is the first one? The first, there are three channels. Okay, channel means nothing but a path of distribution, how you get your product distributed. In other words, channel is a short word for distribution channel. Okay, so sales channel is how can I get my product sold. Like say fashion designer is there, that's why fashion designers generally don't focus on selling their product, they focus on designing their product because sales is done by some other agency. So if you want to buy clothes from somebody like Manish Malhotra will not stand in one place and sell. Right. Manish Malhotra focus on what? Design. Now you want to buy a Sabyasachi product. What will you do? You will not go to them and discuss. There is an agency in between. They will design and these people will sell. That is called a sales channel, right? Which is basically all three of these channels are intermediary, but they will act as a broker or an intermediary between the producer and the ultimate consumer. That is a sales channel. Second one, it is called as product channel. Sales channel first one, second one product channel. Product channel is again focusing on intermediaries who physically handle the product, like goods are sold on Amazon and Flipkart, but then there are Mintra, all these places, Mintra logistics, Flipkart logistics, Amazon logistics. These are people who get to the product, go there and figure out what they are actually, they actually fulfill the order. That is what the product channel's task is. And finally, after sales and product channel, we have a very important intangible thing again, which is the service channel. Service channel, very simple. I bought AC from LG. Now it is not enough if they sell the product, there should be a distribution through coming and installing it. See, sale of AC doesn't mean throwing that box on the customer's face, right? They have to come and set it up on the wall and it has to function. Same thing, you bought a washing machine, they'll not leave you with that. Any electronic appliance you buy, what will they do? They'll come and install it home and go, because that is where the sale is complete for it. That is called a service channel. Okay, so how ultimately you satisfy the customer with one of these three channels, either it's a sales channel, product channel, or a service channel. Okay, so these together, all these are called as key strategic drivers. I think I have done relatively a decent amount of revision with respect to these topics. The first two topics of the third chapter, which is all about Mendelows Matrix and stakeholders and key strategic drivers, we have revised decently. So again, it's some time where I would definitely suggest that if you're doing something till now, it is a time for you to take a break here or put on pause, run through all the content because we have discussed so much, and get back to listening. Meanwhile, I would want all of you to take a larger purview look at key strategic drivers, and then I definitely want you to run through all of these. In fact, guys, be very clear, this is a marathon. So I will do neatly because I'm not somebody who's doing this for the first time, so I'm used to the syllabus so much that I keep doing it. So please ensure that you take proper breaks, understand the topics just for the heck of doing it. Don't do something at 1.25, 1.5 and all that. Please carefully do it with patience. If you are lacking patience, stop it, do some other subject, come back later, do all of that. But don't just skip something, go to the next topic. See, convenience is yours. You have the device and you have the list. So whatever you want, you do. But do it with proper focus. That's what I'm telling. Okay. If you can run through key strategic drivers, we will definitely move on to the next topic. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through key strategic drivers. Take your time to go through and always come back. You have the luxury of putting me on pause. Now I'm moving on to the next topic where we are going to discuss about certain easy and important things. First one is about building core competency. Now, before I discuss how to build core competencies, there are certain things that I have to discuss. First, what is the definition of the word competency alone? What is the definition of the word competency? Okay, we will talk about competency in the first place. What is it? Then together what we will do is discuss the meaning of the word core competency. Competency first, and then together we are going to discuss what is core competency. Okay, so if there are certain competencies which are applicable across the organization, they become core competencies. How to build and where you can build, what about building core competencies exclusively, that also we'll see. First, we are only talking about the word competency. What do you mean by competency? It is nothing but combination of, competency is defined as combination of skills and techniques. Combination of what? Skills and techniques. Competency is nothing but a combination of skills and techniques rather than an individual skill or technique. Rather than individual skill or technique. Now, please understand the key word to note down here is combination. This combination is what is called competency. The ability to do something. See, if I possess something specific in a particular area, it is called as a skill, right? Normally, array is very skillful in that area. Skillful means what? Skill is nothing but a kind of ability to do something. A technique is the ability to perform something in a better way. So skill, technique, if you have all these, what do we call you as a person as such? Hey, this person is very skillful, he has some techniques to get things done. That is what they are going to tell you. But what you also need to understand is there is a inherent element which is hidden in this, a combination which you by yourself will not know, because these are not there in any textbooks. These are not there in any textbooks. These are hidden somewhere. That is exactly where you have to find out where are these hidden and what are being done. Okay, so combination of certain skills and techniques rather than an individual skill or technique is called competency. Then we are now going to dwell upon the next word, which is now something which you have to do together, core competency. So when these skills and techniques, okay, when the skills and techniques, when skills, techniques can be applied, okay, can be applied. So for a competency to become core competency, the first and foremost requirement is it should be applicable across the organization, not in one area or one department. Okay, when skills and techniques can be applied across the organization, okay, when they can be applied across the organization, what do they become? They become what is called as core competencies. What are the points here? Competency, core competency. How to build? There are certain ways. Where are the areas you can build core competency? So simply one cannot decide that there are core competencies. See, you cannot tell that others should not have core competencies. Listen to this concept very carefully. Though it is not mentioned anywhere in the book in very detail, I would just want to give a couple of minutes insight on this topic. Very, very important. Okay. Many people are of the wrong impression that core competencies are unique in nature. Yes, it is a synergy of, okay, you can even say core competency is a synergy of various skills and techniques. All that I can tell you, fine, fair enough. But it is very wrong to tell that others should not have it. If you are good in managing HR, somebody else may also be good in managing HR, right? If you are good in handling logistics, somebody else may also be good in handling logistics. So it is very, very wrong to say that, whatever capabilities I have, others should not have. That is absolutely wrong. Many people think, yes, no doubt, core competencies are unique for the organization. They are not something unique in the world. Okay, core competency, definitely the definition goes by saying it is a unique strength. Core competence are unique strength or unique competencies of the organization. Sir, the same thing can somebody else also have? Yes, they might also have. So what core competencies I have and what core competencies another entity has, they can be same. Then where does the difference come? The difference comes in applying these competencies. You understood? So if I have an ability to run very fast, but I'm running slow in the race, so obviously I'm not going to win. You're getting the logic. That doesn't mean I don't have the skill or competency. So please understand, it is very, very important. It is something that one has to understand also how you can use the strength to your advantage. How you can use your strength to your advantage, because simply having strength will be of no use. Okay, using it to the advantage, applying those competencies. That is why in the points of how can core competencies be identified in which areas, when they said in applying competencies only core competency can be identified. Now there are about 9 activities in the value chain. You remember value chain? I'll take you back quickly to value chain because I have it right here. In this value chain, you can be good at any of these 9 activities. Somebody's strength can be primary activities, somebody's strength can be support activities. But you know what is the core competence? See, all of us have to do these 9 activities only. Nobody can say, I will do out of, I won't do inbound logistics. You can't say that. And again, somebody cannot say that, I will not do marketing. I will not do sales, after sales service. Everybody has to do whatever is being told here. But the way it is being done, the way it is being done is a very important point to be noted. Understood? So, how certain things are being taken care of? That's all is the question. Nothing more than that. The uniqueness is in the combination, that is called managing linkages. Sir, primary activities are my core competencies, support activities are my core competencies. You can't say, because primary activities and support activities are same for everybody. Whoever has this book, they know what is value chain analysis. Everybody can follow this value chain analysis and get value added in the same way. That is not what we are looking at in core competency. In core competency, the fact that we are trying to look at is that the hidden linkage, how you are relating one primary activity to the other, how you are relating one support activity to other, how there is a relation between primary and support activities. These are called as linkages. Okay, and these linkages are intangible, these linkages are hidden. That is why we don't then generally quantify them or explain them and say this is what it is. We can't do that. So linkages are hidden and they actually will help you build the core competency. Understood? So the same core competency that we have, others also can have, but what exactly makes the difference is the way we apply it. Guys, we can work hard and build core competencies, but when you apply these competencies, then only you will get to know whether people are able to realize that you have this core competency and is being felt. And if a core competency is applied right, okay, if a core competency is applied right, core competencies when applied, core competencies when applied in a right manner will lead to what? Core competence and applied in the right manner leads to competitive advantage. Remember, guys, you cannot buy competitive advantage from somewhere. Competitive advantage, which we are talking about as a story, is an achieved advantage. Okay, it is not somewhere that okay, I want to buy competitive advantage, give me. No, if you build, all your effort in life is to build core competencies. So businesses can only do one thing: business can work hard and build core competencies. See, this part of gaining competitive advantage is, the definition of competitive advantage will come later, but I hope all of you have revised already once. That is why I'm able to tell you this comfortably. See, it is an achieved advantage. How are you achieving it? Somebody else should realize that you are better and they should buy your product. That will result in competitive advantage. So if somebody says, I'm working hard to get competitive advantage, you are not going to get it from here or there. Understood? See, it is not like, okay, I did this, so I'm going to figure out about competitive advantage. That is not the case, right? So if you build core competencies and apply them in the right direction, and of course, if the customer recognizes that your product is better than the other product, then you will ultimately achieve what is called competitive advantage. Soon there is a separate discussion on competitive advantage. We will go there. But before we go there, I hope everybody understood the concept of competency, core competency, how core competencies will lead to competitive advantage. Did you understand all these 3 points? Now, two very important exam questions we are going to discuss. One is about building core competencies. In building core competencies, where are core competencies? Okay. First and foremost question, major core competencies. Major core competencies are identified in 3 areas. How many areas? In 3 areas. Okay. Major core competencies are identified in 3 areas. And there are two people, C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel. Why names? Because they have been asked in the MCQs in the past. So very rarely we discuss about names, but here again I would emphasize that C.K. Prahalad and Gary Hamel told that there are 3 areas in which core competencies can be identified. One, how different are you from other competitors? It is called competitors differentiation. What is that? What are the set of 3 points here? We'll write down them. One, guys, please listen to these two questions very carefully. 3 points in this, and then the next point is a 4 pointer on building core competencies. How to build core competencies with 4 points, and four characteristics are supposed to be there. All of you will definitely know it. Okay, valuable, rare, costly to imitate, not substitutable. Those 4 points. So either this question or that question, very much possible of being asked in the exam. So check this out. 3 points are there where you can, of course, build core competencies. What are the first and foremost thing? That you are supposedly something different from your competitors. The first area where these people mentioned, it is called as competitors differentiation. The first area that is where you can identify a core competency is in competitors differentiation. That is, you are some way different from your competitor. Okay, what is that? You are different from your competitor. How? And then see, everybody delivers a product. I think I told you already, one of the most important things is a hidden aspect. That now see, whatever you are doing in today's time, it is very easily imitable. Imitability, a test of imitability has to be established. Sir, what do you mean by imitability here? When you say imitability, which means how quickly it can be copied. So if you are creating something different and there are barriers to imitability, then you will have competitors differentiation. which will be your core competency, which will definitely lead to a competitive advantage. So competitors differentiation will eventually be able to build your core competency. So what I'm discussing is all these 3 points will help you create core competencies. Core competencies, when applied right, it will get you competitive advantage, right? So one, it is about being unique, adding a feature which is necessarily not there with the others. That is called competitors differentiation. The second area where you can develop core competency is very simple, because which we already discussed, which is called as customer value. When I spoke to you about value in the past, we already spoke. The second point that we are talking about in core competencies deals with customer value, delivering a product to customer, delivering a service to customer, delivering some experience to customer. Everybody will do, but there is something called as the value. I think I told you about people buying a product repeatedly. So if you want somebody to buy a product repeatedly, the repeat value adds up. When customer finds some value in your product, value for money, in economic terms this is only called as utility. When customers are able to recognize an element of utility, when customers are able to recognize some utility in your product, customer says, wow, I'm paying 100 rupees, but I'm getting the value worth 100 rupees in this product, I would like to buy this product again. When a customer says that, which means the customer has found something. Sir, what is that something? They can't explain. Why they can't explain? Because that is what is value, which is intangible, right? So there is something which is different from the others, that it is available near my house. That, sir, how is it? It is just available near your house. Product may be bad, but I am okay because it's available near my house. That is giving me value. Why am I buying a product? You cannot determine that. No, you studied economics. Rational customers are rational in multiple ways, right? So if a particular product is able to deliver value to customer rather than just physically delivering a product or service, that product is likely to generate core competency, which will eventually get you competitive advantage. Area number two, where they've identified that you can build a core competency, is delivering value to customer. If you are different from other competitors in the nature of the product, it's called competitors differentiation. You can build core competency there. Customer value, you can definitely build core competency there. And most importantly, what I was telling all this while, in this particular segment, when we started 15 minutes ago, when we discussed building core competencies, from there I'm telling the same thing. What is that? If you have competencies, it is not enough. What is important is when you apply them, application of competencies. If you are able to apply competencies in the right manner, then again you will be able to generate a core competency. Everybody will have capabilities. In this case of applying core competencies only, I gave you the example of value chain. Okay, and remember, in value chain we spoke about managing linkages. See, everybody will follow value chain. Whoever is in business, I'm just saying, whoever follows value chain, everybody will be able to say follow the same nine value adding activities. But there is a way in which you do it, which is exactly what makes this even more special, right? Take a clearer look of the entire story, guys. Lot of point being summarized. This summary I think is going to be of great help to you, and I'm very happy the way this marathon is going on. I hope the same with you. If it is, again you can go to the comment section, and at this point of time you can again leave a comment saying achieved core competencies. That is a keyword that I'm looking at this point of time. Simple. Stage 1 complete. We are about to finish stage 2 right now before we go to crafting strategies, and we will do that. But in the meanwhile, I ask you to mark for Porter's model. Now also you can just a push, go and comment that build core competencies, just like that. All right, if that is done and taken care of, we can move on to the next topic, wherein another very very important exam question is coming up, which says how to build core competencies criteria. Okay, what are the criteria for building core competencies? Let me bring you to that aspect now. Criteria to build, criteria to build core competencies. Four criteria are there. These criteria are not something that are very very difficult. They are very simple. Four criteria are there. and I think all of you already might know this, and this is a damn important question. It's been a multiple time asked question in the exam already. And what are the four criteria whenever you build core competencies? See, I think we already discussed about the word sustainable competitive advantage. Competitive advantage everybody can achieve, but to sustain that in the long run, we need to continuously keep reinventing ourselves, rebuilding things, and all of that, right? So the first and foremost criteria is that when you build a core competency, you should not build a core competency, clap and shout that we built something, right? It should be valuable. And valuable means not to you. Okay, it should be valuable to the customer. Core competency should be valuable to the customer. Let me write that here clearly so that you not get that doubt anytime again. Core competency is the first and foremost criteria for building core competencies are it should be something valuable, and to be valuable capabilities. When you do, you create that value for customer. That is when they'll be like, wow, I'm buying this product for something. And then second one, which is being uncommon, rare. Rare means what? Not common. If it is common from everybody, then it won't be obviously tend to become a core competency. It might again be a core competency for you, right? But like I said, if it's not rare, what will happen? Many people will build it. People might have multiple options to choose. They might not exactly choose you only, correct? Then it takes a lot of time to build these core competencies, right? Competencies are combination of skills and techniques, and such skills and techniques, when they are applicable across the organization and you're building up something, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes energy to build all that. Now after you do all of this, if suddenly somebody comes and simply imitates and go, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So that is why the third point that we are talking about as the criteria for building a core competency is that it should be very costly to imitate. Imitability is something that you can't do anything about. Okay, imitate means what? Somebody copying you ultimately. You can't stop that. If you are in business, somebody will imitate. That is very normal. But if you keep it costly to imitate, at least by the time they imitate, you can go one step ahead. Like there is something called as first mover advantage. You do something first. Like for example, there is in the book there is an Intel example which I keep referring in the class also. Intel, they first developed these processors and all that. By the time people copied, or by the time people tried to copy them, it took some time. In that time, Intel went to the next version. Intel went to the next version. There, nobody could copy their R&D cycle time. Means the time taken to finish one R&D by Intel, that was much faster than what they were others were doing. So by the time, and then people started giving up. No, sir, very difficult to imitate. Even if we imitate, by the time we imitate, they are going after the next product to again imitate. That is becoming very, very costly. So like that, valuable, rare, costly to imitate, and most importantly, one of the very, very, very important criteria of, see, all four are equally important. At different times, different points will assume more importance. Like in the fourth one, we have it's called not substitutable. Not substitutable means what? In the first place, many of our products are fantastic, but the problem is suddenly somebody will come into the market who will act as a substitute to our product. At the moment somebody acts as a substitute to our product, I don't, again consider it to be a cheaper product or something like that. But still, even if it is not cheap or something, if that serves the purpose, people will jump after that. Substitutes are very, very dangerous. To insulate from substitutes, we need to maintain product superiority, brand superiority. Now, like say like say for example, I like Nike shoes. I'd buy that only. Arey, sir, others are also available, no? In Reebok, Puma, and all that. You can buy Adidas also. No, I like Nike. I'm a brand conscious person. Uh, I'm not telling about me. I'm talking about a customer here. So, um, again, being brand conscious, somebody's choice, right? Now, somebody says, I'd buy a Louis Vuitton bag only. Right? I have seen people spend 10,000, 15,000. Okay, girls out there, don't get offended, right? Clothing, handbags, right? There's nothing to get offended about. That's a customer behavior, right? You should understand that. Small, very small bag. You won't be able to fit in a water bottle also inside that. 15,000, 20,000. There are some brands like that, right? So, uh, you probably will not understand. Like there are certain brands like Steve Madden, shoes, Michael Kors, bags.
Louis Vuitton blankets, they are exorbitant pricing. Zara clothing, right? What are all that they're doing? Brand building. Apple, just like okay, leave all this. Take Apple. Till date, nobody has been able to copy the iOS. Right? People have been able to replicate it with another Android operating system, this, that, and all. Nothing can substitute the iOS as such. The experience that an Apple device gives. I'm not an avid Apple user. I'm still telling. I don't now. Also, I'm telling. I don't use Apple device, but still, I've used enough Apple devices to know how they work. Right? And now also for taking class, sometimes I use the iPad, sometimes I use the tab. Everything. See, I have almost all the gadgets here. The experience, I always feel it is overpriced. I always feel that there are better alternatives to get the same job done. I feel that it is not necessary that you have to have an Apple phone only to do something, because 90% of people who use these devices of Apple, they don't know its full potential. Then why do you hold it? For pride, for brand, this only 10% who are technically sound, they use and exploit the entire set of features of Apple. Otherwise, they don't. But still, how are they able to do this? Because their brand value and the iOS operating system, the experience that they give. Okay, somebody who's using an Android phone got migrated to an iOS. That's all, he'll not come back to Android. 99% chances are there that further to further they keep upgrading only to the iPhone. Exceptions are always there, but generally the larger cross section who are using iPhones don't come back to any other phone because of the experience. It's not substitutable. That is their core competency. Like this, we can go on discussing on this never ending topic on core competencies, but I would want all of you to go through these very very important points of core competencies. Two questions that can definitely come up in the exam here are these four criteria and the 3 points that CK Prahlad and Gary Hamel told. All right, now I'm coming to one of the most important segments of the internal analysis, which is one of the very very easiest things to do, but I think all of you should be aware of two very important points. That is what I'm set out to explain here. Okay, the next topic that I'm going to discuss is called as SWOT analysis. I don't think I have to explain what SWOT analysis is, but I'm very keen on explaining 2 points which I believe still many people have misconceptions about. For which, first, I have to write what SWOT is, which I hope you already know. Strength, weakness, okay, then opportunity. I'll use the other side to write their definition. Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. Okay, all four. What do they or what are they signifying? Strength, what is it? Strength is a inherent capability. Strength is what? An inherent capability. Weakness is a inherent limitation. Opportunity is nothing but a favorable market condition. Favorable condition. While threat is a unfavorable condition. These are the four simple definitions of what each of these are, right? Strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. All together, they are simply generally titled as SWOT analysis. Now, please understand two very important points. What is that we are doing in SWOT analysis? Okay, we are now going to do something which is simple. Take a 2 by 2. Okay, what are you doing in this 2 by 2? Just taking four boxes and you are going to plot all those four aspects. What are the four aspects that you are going to plot? Right, you take strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. That's all. Okay, you are going to plot all of them. Simple. That's all we are going to do. In box A, we'll plot strength. B is weakness. C is opportunity, and D is threat. Now, very, very important point one needs to understand is SWOT analysis. Whatever you did here is just about plotting everything. It has got nothing to do with comparison.
right? I will write that for you as a star point below. I want all of you to realize and understand. Simply plotting strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat in 4 boxes is not a comparison. Okay, using this you can compare strength to weakness, strength to opportunity, strength to threat, like that you can do comparisons. There are 4 comparisons that generally emerge. SO, which means using which strength, which opportunities can you grab, huh? And WT, because of which weaknesses, what threats are coming. Then some of the interesting analysis are ST, because of which strengths, what threats you can avoid, and because of which weaknesses, what opportunities are you losing. These 4 are called as comparisons. But simply plotting here, which is called as SWOT analysis, okay, that is not a comparison. Then what is SWOT analysis? SWOT analysis is a comparative framework. It is what? It is a comparative framework. What is it? It is a comparative framework and not a comparison. Please remember this point. SWOT analysis, it enables strategists to compare. So which after doing SWOT analysis you can compare, and that too this is done in not here in SWOT analysis. There is another thing called as Toast matrix, which is not discussed much in your syllabus. So therefore, this 4 point that you're seeing here, no, they belong to the Toast matrix aspect. So in SWOT, what are you doing? Simply SWOT analysis is a combination finally of what you studied in the internal environment and external environment. It's a simple tool to put forth what we have done. That's all. It has got nothing to do with, guys, remember, it has got nothing to do with any comparison. By doing SWOT analysis, we are not doing a comparison. It is just a comparative framework. After finishing that framework, you take anything and compare in any way that you want. Okay, so this is the story of core competencies and SWOT analysis. Again, I would like you to put me on pause here and definitely run through once whatever we have discussed in the last half an hour. Please do so that we can continue discussing Michael Porter's generic strategies. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through. With that, we will just come to one more small topic, very important. Then we'll discuss Michael Porter's 3 generic strategies. But before we go there, I'd want to just highlight a fact that, if you get competitive advantage, which I told you, competitive advantage is an achieved advantage. You cannot achieve competitive advantage by doing something in the air. Competitive advantages are achieved by and as a result of having core competencies. If you tell by taking a mic, if you shout that I have competitive advantage, that is not going to be called as competitive advantage. Who should tell you that you have competitive advantage? Your customers will tell. How will they tell that you have competitive advantage? Obviously they are not going to call you and tell that you have a competitive advantage. How is that they're going to tell you? The very fact that customers are going to tell you that you have competitive advantage is by buying again from you. Okay, is by buying again from you. Jack Welch, who was the ex-CEO of General Electric, he in his book made a point saying that if you don't have competitive advantage, don't compete. It's a waste thing, right? But it's very very important for one to understand that competitive advantage is an achieved advantage. It is earned. Okay, I will once again write that for you, because here I want all of you to know that competitive advantage means what? Competitive advantage is a achieved advantage over rivals. Okay, it is an achieved advantage. You didn't go and buy from somewhere or whatever it is. Now the most important question is not about achieving competitive advantage alone, right? How do you sustain competitive advantage? Another exam question in this aspect is sustainability of competitive advantage. Sustainability of competitive advantage. Sir, how are you talking about competitive advantages, sustainability? I am talking about 4 points here. What are the 4 points that we will be talking about? Two of them are supposed to be there and two of them are not supposed to be there, right? So I hope again these are words that you know. First one is called durability. First factor is called durability, because a competitive advantage should be able to be stretched for a longer period of time. It should be durable. It should be what customers pay for. It should be useful to them in the long run. That is what durability means. Then, from a product, if you make something out of the product, like if you make some returns out of a product, if you make certain returns out of a product, what you need to do is get something out of that, right? You get returns, and what do you do after getting those returns? You will put it elsewhere. This putting, like, I think all of you prepared what is called P&L appropriation account. Whatever profits we get, we appropriate those profit for the future growth and benefit of the organization, right? So like that here, appropriability, the second factor. Now these two are supposed to be there. I'll say present. These two are supposed to be present. For you to sustain your competitive advantage, there should be durability and appropriability. Then there are two factors. What are those two factors? The next one is, of course, everybody knows this one, imitability. If I think just now I explained you, right? If imitability is there, our rivals will copy something easily. And then the fourth factor is called as transferability. Sir, what are you talking about transferability? I'm talking about transferability of resources. What am I talking about? Transferability of resources. What are we discussing in the transferability of resources part? That these two should not be there. If imitability, okay, if durability, appropriability should be there, imitability and transferability should not be there. This is a very, very important part of the story. Okay, so I would want all of you to go through this entire thing once again. This particular discussion that we had here on core competencies and its four criteria, SWOT analysis, and this piece on this one, and also CK Prahlad and Gary Hamel in this one page here. Okay, lot of exam questions are there. This one is an exam question. This SWOT analysis is an exam question. Four criteria was asked in the exam, and as latest as what we just discussed, to hold sustainability of competitive advantage, that also is an exam question. Okay, so this entire page, whatever we have discussed, it is way, way important. So what I suggest you, of course, now that you've already gone through, I have already given the timeline, so you've gone through that. We will now move on to discussing the Michael-Porter's generic strategy. So to technically wrap up what is called our third chapter in the syllabus of strategic management. So if we wrap up that, then we will obviously be also wrapping up stage 2. Then comfortably we can move on to stage 3, where crafting strategy will come, where we will discuss about stability expansion, retrenchment, and move on to discussing portfolio theories. Two very important discussions will be there after this discussion is over in the next hour. After that, we will come to the last chapter, wherein we have stage 4 and 5. So still there are good things that are coming your way. All I want you to have is, again, hold up your nerves and patience. Moving on right now, let's keep it simple and keep it easy, guys, because this one I don't want to draw much of your headache. So please refer to the book also here, as in when we finish discussing this in short. I want you to give a complete run through to the advantages, disadvantages, and all of that. What we are discussing are Michael-Porter's generic strategies. First of all, I would also want you to know what are the other name for Michael-Porter generic strategies. They are also called as business level strategies. Michael-Porter's generic strategies, also known as business level, because these are generally applied at business level strategy, or they are also called as base generic strategies. What is it? Base generic strategies. So taking all of this into consideration, we are now going to understand how many of these Michael-Porter strategies are there, which he told that if you use, you will get competitive advantage. So according to Michael-Porter, he says you can get competitive advantage by doing three things. Okay, what is the three things? A set of three things here. He says either you strive to be the lowest cost producer, cost leadership, cost leadership, product differentiation, cost leadership, differentiation, and a focus strategy. In the focus strategy, we again have two split, which is I'll just write shortcut focus cost leadership and focus differentiation. What these are, eventually we'll get to know. Now, simple points, guys. Each of them have a theme, and you got to stick to that theme. Okay, nothing has to be. Nothing is very difficult in this context. They are all very simple. Like, for example, let us start with discussing cost leadership. What is the concept of cost leadership? Striving to be, striving to be the lowest cost producer, striving to be the lowest cost producer in the market. That is what is called cost leadership. You strive everything, doing the everything that you produce, you're trying to produce the lowest cost. If you're producing at lowest cost, what it does is it gives you an advantage. What you can charge either a higher margin or sell more volume at the same price. You want to understand what I'm talking about? Let's say, for example, there is an entity. You all know the marginal costing equation, right? Cost, and I'm saying profit. Okay, earlier my cost is 8 rupees, my profit is 2 rupees. Let's say I'm A Limited and I'm producing, the total selling price is at 10 rupees. Okay, now listen carefully. When I strive to be a cost leader and achieve cost leadership, A, in the new cost pattern for A, I reduce my cost to 6 rupees after doing some drastic and dramatic actions. Now, there are two things that you can do. Either you can continue to keep your profit at 2, okay, I'll say either you can continue to keep your profit at 2 and bring a new selling price of 8, or because your cost is now only 6, okay, you can again do that 6, plus you can now continue to add 4 rupees as your margin and continue to sell at 10 rupees. So this is what generally cost leaders prefer to do this. Okay, simple ma, if you even keep per unit 4 rupees also, and if you continue, because whoever was buying at 10 rupees with you here, they will buy here also, but that time you were making only 2 rupees. That time you were making only 2 rupees, but now you'll be making 4 rupees. But the point in cost leadership is, after trying to achieve this cost leadership, we will try to underprice the rival. What are we trying to do? Underprice the rival. And when you underprice the rivals, normally you are targeting people who are our target market in this case. Okay, a target market in this case are who? Price sensitive customers. Price sensitive customers. So these are people who are actually getting attracted. Earlier, a product was sold at 8. Now, suddenly the very same product is being, earlier a product is being sold at 10. Suddenly the same product is now being sold at 8. And then obviously when you underprice your rivals, these people be the first ones to be attracted about. Okay. So the same company A, by simply reducing their cost. Okay, so this is what the strategy is in cost leadership. By doing this, what happens is, obviously if tomorrow suppliers increase the input cost, right, say now for everybody input cost in the market will go up, but what will happen, since you are having a low cost, even if the 6 becomes 7, maximum what you will do is you'll still continue to keep the 2 rupee margin and sell at 9. Understood. So even suppliers increase their input cost, cost leaders will be able to absorb greater price increases. This is one of the most important points. After this topic is over, advantage disadvantage table is there, which I am not discussing much because I think you should do that exercise after understanding this topic. How all the 5 forces are handled: buyers bargaining power, suppliers bargaining power, rivals, new entrants, and substitutes. If you are a cost leader, if you are a differentiator, and if you are following focus strategy, how to handle, okay, the advantages, disadvantages, Advantages of following these three strategies are how to handle, say, Michael Porter's five forces. That is what are the advantages in each of the strategy. How to handle Michael Porter's five forces are given in the advantages, and each strategy, okay, they also have disadvantages. Disadvantages also present for each strategy, because in each strategy definitely some drawbacks are there. Like for example, you can't continuously be a cost leader. For continuously bringing down the price, continuously bringing down the cost, you do innovative techniques so much that at one point of time your innovation will get done, and then you might want to do new R&D. When you want to do R&D, again you have to spend. Spending means cost will go up. Cost leaders tend to be cost leaders by reducing cost on advertisement. If you tend to reduce the cost of advertising and marketing in the long run, how will people know about you? So after a particular point of time, again that will go blank. So like that, cost leadership, if you want to continue and strive to be a cost leader, at some point of time it may hit you, right? Then, so that is our very first Michael Porter strategy, cost leadership, and how to handle. Major points I've already covered. Then moving on to the second strategy is talking about product differentiation. This time, what are you striving to be? This time in differentiation, what you are doing is to produce unique product. Okay, product differentiation is aimed at, let me say that it is aimed at creating a unique product. And where is this uniqueness? This uniqueness can be in what? This uniqueness can be in color. This uniqueness can be in size, packing, etc. It can be in any factor which the customer is willing to pay for. Okay, again here also, who's your target? If you find who is your target, this time you are not bothered at price sensitive customer. This time your target is price insensitive customers. Who are your target? Price insensitive customers. These are people price insensitive but are sensitive towards the product's features. Sensitive towards the product's features and its novelty. Novelty means something being new, right? I want to watch first day first show only. Normally the ticket is priced at 300 rupees. First day first show ticket is priced at 1000 rupees. Still I'm willing to pay 1000 rupees and watch. Why? Because I'm a price insensitive. I don't bother about the price. My entire idea is to that day I have to watch first day first show. That's all. So like that, when you are trying to cater to an audience whose preferences are something different from price. Here how you said that they are price sensitive, here exactly they are price insensitive. But one thing that you need to understand is cost leaderships also targeting broad market, because larger cross section of people, and product differentiation is also targeting a broad cross section. Only focus strategy is targeting what is called as a niche or narrow market. Okay, only in focus strategy you are targeting a niche or a narrow market. Okay, you are not going to cater the entire market. You are going to select one of the sub markets of the entire thing and cater only to that. That is what will be a focus strategy. But before I discuss focus strategy, I have to discuss one more very important point about differentiation. What is that? Where can you observe differentiation? So what are you talking about? I'm calling as the basis of differentiation. Three ways are there how you can show that you are different from others. First one is the most easiest and visible one. It is called product differentiation. Your product is different from the other's product. Product differentiation is very visible, tangible, and clear that yeah, product A is different from product B. The second one is organization differentiation. Organization differentiation means, this is in other words nothing but power of a brand. What is it? Power of a brand. The third kind of differentiation which everybody thinks is something which can't be done? No. Can you give the same product which others are giving with a unique price? Like you are giving all the features what the others are giving, but you are offering at a price that they can't demand. So where are you showing the differentiation? You are showing the differentiation in price, and price is always affected by demand, correct? See, here in the first one, what is your idea? Product differentiation you are showing based on innovation. Okay, then organization differentiation talks about the power of a brand, and in price differentiation you are catering to the demands of the market, and you are giving either the same product. See, here nobody is telling you high price or low price. Price is different, that's all we are telling. Please remember, that is a very very important attribute of this entire topic. Okay, many times I've tried to clarify that in the class also. Price differentiation doesn't mean you are striving to be low cost producer and all. Cost leadership is totally different. It focuses only on cost, while differentiation purely focuses on products attributes and being unique. In being unique, you can as well show that uniqueness through price. You can either price a product relatively high or relatively low, but uniqueness should be there so that the customer will pick up the product. That is called price differentiation. Okay, so that's how differentiation works in three ways. Here also, how to handle five forces are given. Like obviously you can handle rivals because you are giving unique product. Greater price increases, just like how cost leader was able to absorb greater price increase, here also you can get that. And one more very important thing is, if you are a differentiator, if you are able to differentiate, let me add up a point here, right? Differentiators will, you can always charge premium pricing, charge premium. You can always charge premium from your customers because you're offering them something very important and unique from their perspective. Okay, so that is what the second part of our discussion is. First one is cost leadership. I hope everybody understood what cost leaders are and cost leadership is. So that, okay, the first part. Then we are now going to talk about the last piece here, which is talking about a focus strategy, where in the focus you are purely targeting on the narrow market niche. Okay, focus strategies is where, again, let me write that, you are hitting only a narrow market niche with what? With specific tastes and preferences. Specific taste and preferences. Please understand, generally focus strategies are not applicable to necessity goods and all that. Generally I'm saying we can always do whatever we want, but generally focus strategies are applicable to luxury goods or comforts and category of that segment. Okay, narrow market niche they target, with people with having specific taste and preferences. Now also within the concept of focus again within that narrow market, you can try to be a cost leader who's called as focus cost leader. You are trying to be a cost leader within the focus group. Like say for example, if this is the entire market, you are not targeting the entire market, you are targeting only a portion of that, right? So your market niche is only this. Now, please understand, there is no rule that others should not focus in that market. So others may also focus in the same market. Then how will you get an advantage? Either you be a cost leader within that focus market. See, this piece only is called the focus, right? That is your focus, narrow niche. Or within that, you be a focus differentiator, produce a unique product for the niche. That's all. Very, very simple. Only thing is you are applying both the concepts of cost leadership and differentiation, but only to a particular segment or a niche, right? Those are the three strategies, guys: cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. Okay. Please go. And there is one more small topic at the end of the story in the chapter called as best cost provider strategy. Okay. I will also just write and add up here. Who is this best cost provider? When you read it, you can always add up to that story. See here, best cost provider. Who is a best cost provider? He does two things. Okay, best cost provider is somebody who produces the product and gives same product attributes, means same product features, same product attributes at a lower price. Okay, you are giving what others are giving, same product attributes as competitors. Let me write that also, as competitors. So whatever competitors you are giving, you are also giving the same thing but at a lower price. Or you can do one more thing. What is that? You give at same price. Okay, same price as competitors. Okay, what competitors are offering, you're giving the same price but better or upscale. Upscale means something more than, better or upscale features. Okay, so simple guys, same features at lower price or at same price more features. This is what best cost provider does. Okay, and the best cost provider, when they do this, either of these two, this is their thing. And the best cost provider generally targets, who is their target here? The best cost provider's target is somebody who is a value conscious buyer. People who are more bothered about value, no, they are the ones who will generally try to buy on best cost. Is the best cost the least cost? No. Is the best cost the highest cost? No. That is why it is termed as best cost. The best cost is anything which is best from the point of view of the customer. Okay, you have to understand that. And this is not something that you will get by simply reading a paragraph. This is something that has to be understood as such. Now, end of the day, whatever we are trying to do, we would want to try and choose to be uh, a very value conscious person. But is everybody in the market very value conscious? No. So that is why best cost providers will target on the value consciousness. Okay, guys, again, the last half an hour's discussion was on the 3 strategies of Michael Porter. I would want all of you to get to this Michael Porter's generic strategies, revise it very, very carefully once, because I would, at this point of time, I'm announcing that we are marking an end to chapter number 3 of your syllabus, and also stage 2, which is called as strategic analysis. Right now, it's time for you to go to the comment section. And now, this will be your fourth comment if you are following me. Stage 1 done, Michael Porter done, core competencies done, and now your fourth comment, which will be stage 2 strategic analysis, done. You've done a deep rooted external and internal analysis for a long time right now. Then after this, I'm obviously going to take you to the next level, where we are going to move stage 3, crafting a strategy. So please take a minute to run through the entire concept of the third chapter. In fact, if you've been watching it chapter wise, it's time for you to even take a break and come back to resume what chapter 4 is all about, wherein we will be talking again. Lot of intense things are there in chapter 4. Chapter 4 is broken into 2 parts. First, we will discuss all the corporate level studies of stability, expansion, retrenchment. Then we will follow it up by all 4 portfolio tools. Those are the 2 things that we are supposed to discuss. And then we will move on to the last chapter, where we will be discussing stage 4 and stage 5. Right? Few more hours left in the marathon. Things are going to go. I am well prepared to do everything and go on smoothly. You just take care of yourself. Don't forget to leave that comment. And then, of course, you can either put me on pause or take a break and come back very soon to discuss the next stage and the next chapter. All right, guys, with that, I hope we have wrapped up chapters 2 and 3, and also a very, very long stage 2. Stage 2, which is about strategic analysis, we have taken completion of that. Now let us move on to stage 3. Stage 3 talks about crafting a strategy, right? So even these Michael Porter's generic strategies, what you're saying, they might as well be discussed under the concept of strategic options. There is no necessity that these have to be discussed in the internal environment, but since this is generally decisions taken at internal level, that is why it's given part of that chapter. Otherwise, I'm just reminding you where we stand. Stage 1 is where we are talking about strategic intent. Stage 2 is where we have done a deep rooted strategic analysis of the business environment, wherein we spoke very clearly about the external environment and then followed it up with the discussion on internal environment and several allied concepts. Now let us move on to stage 3. What are we going to talk about in stage 3, which is about crafting a strategy? crafting a strategy. Now, under the segment of crafting a strategy, what is very important to understand are this particular crafting strategy in our syllabus is broken down into two parts as part of chapter 4, wherein we are discussing what are strategic options, wherein we are going to discuss about certain strategies that an entity will ultimately use on how we will be dealing with certain aspects, and then certain things called as strategic choice. Okay, out of the various alternatives, now Michael Porter's alternatives are cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. That is one choice, right? Under this strategic options, what we are discussing is called as portfolio analysis. What is it called? Portfolio analysis. And then under portfolio analysis, we have four tools. Okay, under portfolio analysis, we have four portfolio tools, and I don't think there is anybody who can go to an exam without discussing this portfolio tools. It is very, very, very important for you to discuss the portfolio analysis in this four tool, because there hasn't been an exam question paper without a question being asked from one of these tools. Okay, so under the concept of various options, we choose where to. Big portfolio analysis answers a very big question. I will tell you what question does it answer. Portfolio analysis answers a question of, now that we have money, right, of, first of all, this portfolio analysis is applicable to multi product businesses. What is it applicable to? Only multi product businesses. It is not applicable to single product business, because all our resources we will dedicate on single product only. No, when we have multiple products, then the question that is being answered by portfolio analysis, it's applicable to multi product businesses where a decision is made about, what, which business which business should receive high, low, or no investment. Of all the money that you have, this is the main theme of portfolio analysis, right? Which business should receive high, low, or no investment? So in businesses which have a lot of potential to flourish, we'll put up high investment. In businesses which have lesser potential, that means there is nothing to look forward into, that it's slowly that you have to come out, they'll receive less investment. And there are certain businesses that dead and dull, there is only one thing that you can do is to pack up the story there, no more investment. In fact, whatever investment has already been made, we might as well want to withdraw from that investments. Okay, so that is the first part of our discussion, where these four tools are there. These four tools are propounded by various people here. The first one is called as the Boston Consulting Group Matrix. What is it called? The BCG matrix, or the Boston Consulting Group matrix. Ansoff, named after Igor Ansoff, the proposer of that matrix. It's called Ansoff's product growth matrix. Ansoff's product growth matrix. And then we have Arthur D. Little, or it is called the ADL matrix. And then ultimately the last one we have is called as the General Electric model, which is also known as the stoplight model. Stoplight means like the traffic light, right? Stoplight model. So what is so special? Why is it named like that? That also we will discuss when we are talking about in detail. Okay, so this is one very, very important concept here. The prerequisite, there have been no question papers where questions from the portfolio analysis have not come. Definitely some question or the other will definitely come from portfolio analysis. Now I can again guarantee which one is going to come in the exam. So let us first target the piece of strategic options, and then of course we will come back to strategic choices as to what are spoken under strategic choice. Now generally at this point of time, in this concept of strategic choice, only corporate level strategies are made. Like say, while crafting a strategy, we craft strategy at which level? Crafting strategy. Crafting strategy. It happens at all three levels, right? What are the three levels? Crafting strategy happens at corporate level. Crafting strategy happens at business level, and crafting strategy also happens at functional or operational level. Is that right? Now, considering the fact that we have already spoken about things that are being done at a business level, right? What are those? Cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. We have already spoken about these, right? Now, at corporate level, what are being spoken about are stability strategy, stability, expansion, stability, expansion, retrenchment. These three are being spoken about. There are some businesses which apply all these three together in a combination, which is called as a combination strategy. But again, it is not discussed much in your book. So they are also called corporate level strategies, grand strategies, Glueck and Josh strategies, directional strategies. When we discuss that once again, we'll write them in greater detail. Now, functional strategies are what? Finance, marketing strategies, HR strategies, right? Logistic management or inventory management. Then we have production strategy, how much to produce and what, and the ancillary R&D strategy. All these are various strategies that one needs to undertake for a business as a whole. Just that they are being done at different levels. See, corporate level, what happens, business level, what happens, and functional level, what happens, right? These are called as strategic choices. But much of what is there for us to discuss right now is these three, because cost leadership, difference, and focus we have already discussed. And of course, here in the context of all the functional strategies, uh, some of them have been discussed, like say marketing strategies, those 13 of those have been discussed. While when we talk about again logistics, production strategy, they are not much of relevance to us right now, so that entire piece has not been discussed in our syllabus, while stability, expansion, and retrenchment have been discussed in greater detail. Okay, let us get to doing all of that. I want all of you to take a very closer look at what we have made out from this chapter, and then accordingly we will proceed further. Take a clear look of what crafting strategy is, and the fourth chapter involves these two topics. All right, guys. So I hope you've just gone through this entire story. Now, what we are going to talk about are the set of four portfolio tools. I will start by discussing the portfolio analysis or portfolio tools by discussing Ansof's product growth matrix. Okay, let's say portfolio analysis. That is the first. I mean, like that is the topic. Let us discuss that. Okay, portfolio analysis, wherein the first topic that we are going to discuss, let us name it here on this side, where we will talk about Ansoff product growth matrix. I will tell you what this works. Igor Ansoff has put up a framework. See, whenever we are discussing the matrix, first thing we need to understand is what comes onto the x-axis and what comes onto the y-axis. We have to be very clear about that. Okay. So in Igor Ansoff product growth matrix, which is generally a 2 by 2 matrix, he has taken two metrics. Okay, what are those? He has taken products and markets. What has he taken? Products and markets. So products are categorized into two types: existing products and new products. Markets are categorized into existing markets and new markets. Sir, which one should we take where? Okay, first of all, let's do one thing. We'll take a x-axis, and we'll also take up a y-axis. X and y-axis are there. Now listen, always you have to understand that whatever factor we take, we means when we put ourselves on the base, right? It should be our factor. And anything that is comparable, like a market or some other factor, that has to be on the y-axis. So remember, markets always come on the y-axis. Markets, they always come on the y-axis. And what do we have? We have products, right? So products always come on the x-axis. Okay, we'll take products here on the x-axis. Now, what are the categorizations by Igor Ansel? What are the two types of markets? He says uh, products which already have markets, they are called as existing markets. Products for which markets have been newly created, that is called new market. In same way, products are also categorized into existing products, and products newly which are introduced are categorized as new products. Okay, so this is the story, and which is exactly why it makes it a clear 2 by 2 matrix. Now, what are we supposed to deal in here is the question. Now, what does each one of these box depict, and what should we do? That will be the bigger question to understand. Okay, so let us now see how we are to adjust and get there to the story. Okay, let us see, if you are introducing an existing product into an existing market, existing product into an existing market, if you are introducing, it is called as market penetration. What is it called? Market penetration, because it's a closed market and you're trying to enter into such closed markets. You're trying to enter such closed markets by doing what is called as market penetration, because there is nothing that people are not aware of existing product. Like say you're launching a toothpaste. Toothpaste is not a new product. Already people, for toothpaste already market is there, and in fact it's a closed market. See, if 8 or 10 toothpastes are there, I'll give you a quick and small example of how that works. So if there is a market like this which is already closed, already everybody within the market have market shares, right? So somebody's already sharing the market like this, they have multiple people inside the market, they already have market share. Now if you are penetrating into this market, what should you do is to win customers from others, right? Like you penetrate into the market. Just because you penetrated into the market, new customers will not be created. This red portion that you're seeing, no, this was earlier somebody else's share. Now you grabbed it, right? This one right here, what you're doing is called as penetration into the market. Market penetration requires greater spending on advertising. You have to tell that you are different from the others, or for existing customers who are there, you have to make them buy more. Then only the concept of market penetration will work. Okay, and then there is another name when both are new. We are again going to discuss in greater detail in the next topic. That is why I'm doing portfolio analysis first. If you see the book pattern, no, portfolio analysis is discussed later. First, all the strategic choices are discussed. But I have a particular reason why I interchange this. First, if you know this, then we can discuss all those aspects in greater detail. Say, for example, here, when both are new, you know what is it called? When both are new, it is called as diversification. It's an extremely risky strategy. You have not done this before. You are not in this territory. You are trying to do it now. So this is aspect of you trying to do something new. This is only called as diversification. Okay. So this might not be of some help to us in the beginning, but it's a very risky strategy. But if it works out, nothing like that, because we will have absolute amount of competitive advantage. In the other two, if you see, what these are, uh, one is new, one is existing. In the first one, new market, existing product. What are you doing? You are launching an existing product into a new market, which means, say, for example, it could be about, right, 1 second. Yeah, it could be about going into new geographic areas, okay, etc. So if this is called market penetration, if you are entering into a new market, trying to develop the market for yourself, what is it called as? uh all right, this is market development. What is it called? Market development. And then the last box that is left over there, you are launching a new product into an existing market. I'll give you an example for this. So see, first one I gave you an example of toothpaste. Toothpaste is neither a new product nor new market. It's both existing. Already 10 toothpastes are there. For example, Colgate, Pepsodent, Close Up, X, Y, Z, all these are there. Now you are launching a new toothpaste. That means you have to win customers. Right? You get the logic, right? Just because you launched a toothpaste, 10 people will not start brushing newly. Those people who have to use those people who are using Colgate have to give up Colgate and try your paste. Who are using Close Up have to try your paste. Like that they will only try. That means you have to win customers from others. That is the point there. Okay. Then in market development, you are already successful in one area. You are just going into new geographic areas. New geographic areas means what? Your product is very successful in Hyderabad. You want to go and venture into Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Gurgaon, Delhi, all those places. So like that, if you are successful in few places and you want to go into other places, that is called market development. Absolutely, if you want to go into an uncharted territory where you have no idea, but you would want to enter into that market and try, then that is called diversification. Then if you are launching a new product into an existing market, now many people will question here saying that, sir, how can you launch a absolutely new product into existing market? How can it be a new product will have existing market? See, product is having new dimensions and version doesn't mean that it's like an altogether new product. I'll tell you a good example for this are electric cars. Cars already have an existing market. Traditionally cars are operated on petrol or diesel, but you're launching a new product, new features, new innovations have to come. That is why this part is called as product development. What is it called? Product development. And all these three, one point is common. Which three? Market penetration, product development, and market development. There is one point that is common. What is that? That at least one of the factors are existing. So therefore, market penetration, market development, and product development, all these strategies put together, right? You know what they are called as? These are all the ones that are highlighted here. They are called as intensification strategies. So if you broadly look at the story, there are two concepts. What is it? Intensification and diversification. This entire highlighted area is called as intensification. Okay, Igor and Sof explain that this particular term that we have to use for this is called as intensification. And the other side of the story, whatever we spoke about, no, that is called as diversification. So if anybody asks you what are the two major aspects of Ansof's matrix, one is intensification, the other one is diversification. Okay, so intensification and diversification. Intensification is you are intensifying into an area. Why? Because at least one thing is existing. Market penetration, market development, and product development are three strategies which definitely are what? Intensification strategies. While you are going into completely a very risky dimension, which is what is called as diversification. Okay, so this is what Ansof's product growth matrix is all about. Take a very closer look at that Ansoff product growth matrix and all the 4 points. I would want you to definitely get to read these 2 points. Okay, now there is one more matrix that I would like to discuss here, which is called the ADL matrix. Okay, what about this ADL matrix? We will soon discuss about this ADL matrix because I would like to discuss quickly about stability, expansion, retrenchment strategies. We've already discussed cost leadership, differentiation, and focus, a mix of all that. So I'm just putting this topic on hold. I am not saying that we will not do that. We'll come back after some time. I'll definitely come back. I know when to come back here. So that time we'll discuss ADL matrix. Meanwhile, right now we have two more very interesting portfolio tools. Okay, what are the two more interesting portfolio tools? The third one right now is termed as Boston Consulting Group Matrix, right? Boston Consulting Group Matrix, or in short, it is also called as the BCG matrix. Very popularly, it is known as BCG matrix. In fact, sometimes it's very funny that some people know what is BCG matrix, but if you ask them what is Boston Consulting Group matrix, they are blank because they think they both are different. No, Boston Consulting Group is one of the most sought after management companies in the world. So, what they did in Boston Consulting Group matrix, which is again a 2 by 2 matrix. Generally, 2 by 2 means what are we taking? Two factors. Anything related to market, we are taking on the y-axis. Anything related to us, we are taking on the x-axis. X-axis is the base, and we always will be base, and we will compare ourselves to the market. That's the most easiest way of remembering what comes on which axis. Okay. So in that context, what comes in the BCG matrix again? which is a 2 by 2 matrix. What comes in here, if you look at it, on the x-axis we have relative market share. What is it called? Relative market share. In comparison to everybody, how much market share do you have? What is your relative market share? And the other factor that is available for comparison is called as market growth. Okay, market growth means the pace at which the overall market is growing. That is called market growth. Now, again, here we have discussed about two factors. When market growth rate is high, what to do? When market growth rate is low, what to do? When your relative market share is high, what is it called as? When your relative market share is low, what is it called as? Like this, a 2 by 2 matrix has been discussed. Okay, a 2 by 2, which means again it brings you to 4 boxes, and here very interesting terminology is used to discuss all of these, so I would want your attention to spark very high here. What is spoken about in the BCG matrix is those businesses or those strategic business units whichever have high market growth and high market share, they are termed as stars. What are they termed as? Stars. Stars are those businesses, stars are those businesses which require heavy cash flow to maintain, because obviously you have to spend on marketing. For a star to remain a star, there is an amount of spending to be done, right? Stars are those businesses which are flourishing in the market. Stars can earn you good amount of return. Stars basically are very successful businesses in a high growth rate market. See, market is offering you everything. When you say market growth is high, when you say market growth is high, it means the market is offering everything. And when the market is offering so much, or when the market is offering almost everything, it won't be difficult to grab the market share. If you choose the right strategy and catch it up, you can increase your market share. But what is very important word here is called relative market share. In comparison to others, how much do we have, right? So those businesses that are doing that, they're called as stars. Stars are such products which are shining very bright. That is why the terminology. The Boston Consulting Group matrix is also very famous for the kind of metaphors that they use, right? They use the word cows, dogs, stars. So the kind of metaphors that they use spark up. I think I've already told you to revise the entire content and then watch the marathon, so you already know what the BCG matrix is. I'm just explaining how it is framed once again. So high growth rate in the market, helping you to grab high market share. If any products are doing that, such products are termed as stars. You know what happens to these stars in the long run? When market growth rate slows down, when eventually market growth rate slows down, stars tend to become cash cows. Cash cows are not created products. Okay, you don't create a cash cow. You create and focus on working and making it a star. Stars in the long run will eventually become a cash cow because market growth rate has slowed down. Now, in the very, very long run, when market growth rate has also slowed down, sometimes it so happens that people also lose interest in a particular product because their taste and preferences change. Okay, so this product where market growth rate is not very attractive now, it might as well lose its market share slowly, and it might become a low growth market and a low market share product. Such products which are low to low, they are titled as dogs. Dogs generally are expected to be very honest, sincere. That is why such products which have once been a star to you later delivered lot of cash flows through being a cash cow, and now eventually it becomes a dog. So dogs are those products which are not absolutely bad at all, but sometimes even the dogs generate enough cash to maintain themselves. But please remember, we didn't come into business just to put some money and get back some money and clap and say, wow, let us, I mean, we have achieved this. That is not our idea is, right? So we would want to definitely get some return out of it. So once a business reaches the stage of dogs, we would tend to adopt a strategy on it called divestment, and we will send the dogs out of our portfolio. In between all of this, there is a very interesting box, which is the first one there. Market is at a high growth. What is market doing? Market is at a high growth, high market growth opportunity is there, but you are having a low market share. Don't you think this is purely your mistake? Even when the market is giving such a high potential for you to grow in this box, why are you not growing? Why are you not grabbing the share that you are supposed to grab? So such products where we don't know the reason of, that is why they have been titled as Question marks. Question marks are those products where there is some problem in it. I don't know what the problem is. Is the problem something to do with the product? Is the problem something to do with the marketing? Is the product something to do with delivery? What is the product something to do with? Where we, if we can make changes. Now remember, very important point. If you can make changes to these question marks, immediately they can jump into becoming a star. And again, the life cycle continues. Stars can then become cash cows, and cash cows will eventually turn out to become dogs. It's one wonderfully crafted matrix where all these points have been put in. But this is only BCG matrix classification. Remember this. What is the BCG matrix talking about? The first part of BCG matrix talks about what is called as classification. Then the same BCG also gives the Boston Consulting Group matrix. BCG matrix gives you strategic options. What are the options that you can do with it? There are 4 words that generally are discussed in this context. One is called build. Build means to put money into business, to put money, which means in other words to invest. Build. Second one is called hold. To remain unchanged is called as hold. Just be there wherever you are, remain unchanged. Then third one, slowly pulling back your money is called harvest. To generate immediate cash flow, to generate some immediate cash flow. Generate some immediate cash flow. What you do is called harvest. And to sell a portion of a business is only called as divest. That is the fourth option, which is to sell or liquidate. Sell or liquidate a portion of our business. So that is what are the 4 strategic options that are given by the Boston Consulting Group matrix, which is to invest, to remain unchanged, generate immediate cash flow, to sell or liquidate. These are the 4 strategic options called build, hold, harvest, and divest. Now, apart from doing this, we should also finally conclude it or relate it by doing what with what. Okay, what do you do with stars? Stars require a lot of cash, I told you. So obviously you will build or invest in a star, right? No doubt in that. Cash cows, what do you do with cash cows? Generally cash cows are high income generating. That is why they call cash cows. You don't have to do anything with them, just hold, right? And then we have question marks, which are also titled as problem children or wildcats, because you can't tame them. These question marks are something not listening to you, they're going out of your control. So stars, cash cows, question marks, and dogs. With dogs there are no two thoughts. Dogs have lived their life, there is nothing that you can really do. So divest. Okay, build, hold, divest is over. Now obviously you will think that you can fit in one option of harvest. Question marks, there are two things. See here, when you come to a question mark, there are two options strategically. You can continue to invest little more in question marks, but blindly you can't keep on going to invest, because if you keep on investing in a question mark, it will lead to a cash trap. Okay, so question marks, they are also called as problem children or wild cats, because you can't tame them, right? They take a lot of effort from you. So what you can do with a question mark is invest, but invest cautiously. That is, in other words, I'll say build. You can some days build into a question mark, but when you believe that no, too much of building here will not help you anymore, then it is better that you will harvest the situation. Okay, these 4 are considered as a strategic options that are given by a Boston Consulting Group matrix. What is Boston Consulting Group matrix? Classification of the SBUs or businesses: stars, cash cows, question marks, and dogs. Build, hold, harvest, and divest are the 4 strategic options given by them, and which one to do what we have related. Please go through this topic. There have been multiple instances where questions have come from that to this particular topic very specifically. Okay, now there are a couple of problems. I will also tell you what are the problems in BCG matrix, because Though it is a wonderful concept, classification is fantastic and all that. Guys, tell me, what is the definition of relative market share? Relative market share. Our share divided by total market share. How will you estimate total market share? Now, let's say, for example, I am Infosys. Infosys share divided by total IT industry share is relative market share, but total IT industry, how will you find out? Are you going to take data from the National Statistic Bureau and go about doing that? Or there are so many unregistered entities which are dealing in IT. There are so many people who don't report things properly. They are also there. So this first and foremost problem in BCG is calculation of relative market share. Calculation of relative market share is unrealistic. And the second problem is BCG talks about current classification. Right now, something is a dog. Right now, something is this. What about future? So BCG talks only about current classification and less about future. What should I do in future? That it is not telling. Currently, it is this, so you do this, it is telling. So it gives less importance to futuristic aspects. Now to kind of bridge both is the calculation of relative market share. Market growth also is a very wide term. Market is growing or market. And if you look at the matrix, they have spoken about high, low. Can you see here? They've spoken about high, low, high, low. They're only talking about extremes. What about medium? See, normal market situations are also there. No, or it'll always be in extremes, high and low. So to address all that only, what they have done is they have constructed another last portfolio tool called the General Electric model or the GE matrix, which is also known as the stoplight model. Stoplight means traffic signal. Okay, stoplight model. I'll tell you how this works. Okay, simple. Here again, we are this time going by not 2 by 2, but we are going by a 3 by 3 matrix. This time, what are we doing? Instead of going by 2 by 2, we are going by 3 by 3. Okay. And technically, we are using the same words. Okay. What same words? The build, hold, harvest, and divest are now being going to be used as invest, protect, harvest, and divest, but the meaning of which is same. But what is very important is what factors are you taking now? What are the factors that you are taking now? Now, if you listen very carefully, first of all, on one side, we are going to not only just talk about high and low. First, let us mark that up. High, medium, low. We're talking all three. Here also, we are talking about high, medium, and low. But what are the parameters and factors that you're talking about? So on the vertical axis where we generally take about market, this time I am going to talk about not market growth, but I'm going to talk about a broader word called market attractiveness. What I'm using is a term called market attractiveness. And this time here on this side, I'm not going to take about any market share or something, but I'm going to talk about business attractiveness. How market attractiveness and business attractiveness are measured. A list of points are there. I would want definitely you to go through that. It's a simple table, a very simple read and understand kind of a table where you can figure out what is being spoken about. Okay, in business attractiveness, how will you measure how attractive a business is it highly attractive, normally attractive, is it low attractive, anything of that sort? And then when you talk about markets attractiveness, whether a market is highly attractive right now, medium attractive, or low attractive, that is what we are talking about in this sense. Now let me give you a clear insight of what we will do in each of these. I think you already know the four options: invest, protect, harvest, and divest. When both are high, we obviously tend to invest. No second thought about it. When your market attractiveness is very high and you have a medium attractive business, still you can go for invest. While in the context of uh, low attractive businesses, but market is having huge attractive potential, so if not now, sooner or later this can work in your favor. So low attractive businesses, what they have to do, just stay quiet for some time, which is in the likes of hold, protect yourself. Same way, when high to low you are protecting, obviously low to high also will be same, because business attractiveness right now is very high. You have a fantastic business on hand, but market is at its low. Sooner or later we will get a chance to grow, right? That time we will invest. So till this time we will protect. When high to medium you have invested, same story will be there between medium to high, because market right now is in medium, but your business is fantastic, you can trust on it and go about investing that. Okay, so there are three boxes which are talking about invest, while a very interesting box, the center one, where we are talking about both are medium. Guys, if both are medium we can still go ahead and invest, but you know what is the danger there? When both are medium, if you invest, when both are medium, if you invest, suddenly see, if it goes upside, nothing like that, you will be the most profitable person to go upside, no problem. But if it goes down, then you will curse your investment. So generally, there in market there are different types of people. In stock market also, we have these kind of people who are called as risk takers, risk averters. So a risk taker's behavior in when both are medium will be to invest, because he's always hoping that it will go up, and if it goes up, nothing like it, they'll make the most of it. But sometimes it may so happen that everything can't be going in our pace and our understanding, right? So sometimes things may not go as planned. So therefore, it is better to stay a little cautious. So those people who want to avert risks, what they will generally do in business, here at this point, they will continue to protect. So there is one part of the entire matrix where you are expected to completely protect yourself. That means it is trying to be in the safe zone. Okay, that is what protect is all about. But on the other side, there is a very bright, okay, something like a green signal where you can comfortably go and invest. So one part of the matrix talks about invest, one part of the matrix is talking about protect. Now if you look at the other sides of the story, business attractiveness is absolutely low, market is also very very medium. I think it's time you have to call off your money or to take your money and slowly go. It is called as harvest. And here also on this side, medium to low also, you will do the same thing, harvest. And when both are low, since it is very very dangerous to stay there anymore, you will take your share and go away. It is called as divest. This basically is the red zone. Okay, so that is why this particular is called stoplight model. One signals green, one signals protect yellow, the other one is a red zone. Okay, so basically, you're talking about what has been zoned out, nothing more than that. Okay, so that is the description of a General Electric model, how it has come. Now, everybody can by heart everything from the book, but this is the understanding of how it has come. Okay, so now this one is a better classification definitely than the BCG, because it's given due weight. Market growth, okay, in the context of market attractiveness, market growth is only one factor. Market growth is only one factor. There are multiple factors under the term market attractiveness. So, another very important point to make up here is both market attractiveness and business attractiveness. Both these are very broad terms. Market attractiveness and business attractiveness are very broad terms in comparison to market growth and relative market share. So in place of these two, when you're replacing both these, they have very very wider scope. That is what the idea should be. Okay, if there are any more points under this, I would want you to run through them, but these four portfolio tools are absolutely important, three of which we have discussed: the ANSO product growth matrix, Boston Consulting Group matrix, and the General Electric model. So whatever we have discussed across the last 40 minutes under this topic of stage 3, as part 1, stage 3 is about dealing in strategic options. Soon I will come down to discuss again on the ADL matrix, but right now, before I go to discuss what are called as stability expansion retrenchment strategies, I would want you to take a clearer look of both the Boston Consulting Group and General Electric model, and then continue the session whereby we will now go to the next part where we will be discussing our strategic options, I mean, strategic choices, where we will talk about stability, expansion, retrenchment, and combination. So, quickly take a look at what is there on screen and then we will proceed further. All right, guys, I hope you have gone through these three things: Boston Consulting Group Matrix, General Electric Model, and of course, the ANSA Product Growth Matrix. We will get to ADL very soon. Now, I'm moving to the other half of this particular chapter, and the next and very important thing about this stage where we are crafting strategies, and we are going to discuss about what is called as strategic choice. As part of strategic choice, see, strategies are made at all levels. Which level strategies are made? Strategies are made at corporate level, strategies are made at business level, strategies are also made at functional level. Right now, which level is making what strategy? As I've already mentioned, in our strategic choice and in our part of the syllabus, what has been discussed is stability, expansion, and retrenchment only, which are definitely a part of what is called as corporate level strategies. These are also called grand strategies because of the scale at which they are implemented. And since it gives an organization a direction to follow, they are also called as directional strategies. And since they were proposed by a couple of people called Glueck and Josh, they're also called Glueck and Josh strategies. What are these strategies? I think this is one piece where I would like you to do one more round of thorough revision after our discussion, because this is something where I again definitely expect questions to come. There are two parts to this chapter. Something is definitely going to be asked from the previous part of strategic options of portfolio analysis that we discussed. Something will be definitely asked from this topic also that we are talking about, right? It could be a question coming from vertical diversification, horizontal diversity. There are multiple points under expansion and all of that. So there are definite possibilities of a question. So what I recommend is, after we finish this round of revision, a thorough run through of the entire topic also is something that I recommend. Let's start by discussing here of the three studies. The first one, stability strategy. Right, there are key and very important points about stability strategy. First of all, what is a stability strategy? Right, within firm stays what within the same business, firm stays within the same, or firm stays within the current business. That is the first and foremost aspect of stability strategy. Very, very important point about stability strategy is stability is not a do nothing, sir, do nothing, just sit like that. That is not what is called stability strategy. Remember, whatever you are doing, you continue to do the same thing. It is not a do nothing strategy. It is such a very important aspect that, no matter what you end up doing, you might be doing so many things, but one thing that you need to understand is whatever you're doing, you continue to do. That is what staying stable means. Staying stable doesn't mean introducing new capital and doing something amazing, but whatever you're doing till now, you're continuing to do that. That is what is the first part of what is called stability strategy. The firm stays within the current business. It is not doing anything new or anything subtle or fantastic, right? Firm stays within the current business. It is not a do nothing strategy. And I would also want to add up here, firm looks for incremental growth. Okay, incremental growth means step by step, the opposite of radical. They're happy with that. No fresh investments are made in a stability strategy. No fresh investments. Obviously, when no fresh investments are made, risks are less. Okay, I think I covered all the major points relating to stability. Firm stays within the current business. It is not a do nothing strategy. Firm looks out for incremental growth. They are happy with the existing level of production. No fresh investment needs to be made, and risks are also very, very less. Now, very important point. You remember product life cycle we've discussed. At which stage of product life cycle we will do stability strategy? Entities which have reached maturity, entities which have reached maturity take up stability strategy, because after you reach a particular level at the product's life cycle peak out, you will, what do you do? You know, now that you have peaked out at that point of time, for some time we need to take a break. In the sense, I'm not saying take break and go to Himalayas. I'm saying take a break and do whatever you are doing, do that only. Don't do something new, innovative, unnecessarily putting pressure onto the situation. All that is not required. That's all. Stay within the current business. Don't do anything new. Just do whatever you are doing. And also, one more very, very important point that I would like to add up is here, sometimes stability is also performed at sometimes stability is also performed at introduction stage. Why at introduction stage they're doing? I'll give you a simple example. Just remember that in spring, which is used in pen and everything, small, as small as a pen to as big as in a suspension for a car or a vehicle. Spring is used everywhere. Now the spring works on principles of expansion and contraction. The more you press the spring and leave it, the greater it's going to expand. So like that, if you want to hit something very high, the more pressure you take it, that is the, better solid the base, greater will be the thing, like rocket launching. The more pressure it exerts down, faster it goes up. Like that here, the stability strategy is also used at introduction stage for preparing for the launch of a great growth strategy. If you want to launch for a great growth strategy, you can again as well bank upon this. Okay, I think I have almost covered all the points that come under stability. Firm stays within the current business. It's not a do nothing strategy, but you're continuing to do whatever you're doing. You're happy with incremental growth. No fresh investments are to be made. And it is about, I would like to add up a couple of more points because we do have place. I'll write that, it's maintaining stability strategies about maintaining what is called as maintaining a status quo. Status quo means wherever you are currently, wherever you are, you would like to maintain that only. You're not doing anything high, low, nothing. And there is also no redefinition of business. No redefinition of business. I think with that, I would have covered all points. I would want you guys to run through for anything. If there is, you know, any points that we can add up. Yeah, last we'll add up one more point. The firms that are doing stability strategy, they have modest growth objective. Okay, if you have ambitious growth objectives, if you want to grow very high and fast, then stability is not the strategy for you. You have to look for expansion or other things. Okay, so I think I've covered all points about stability. Please do give it a re-look one last time. Firm stays within the current business, not a do nothing strategy. Firm looks for incremental growth, which means step by step. Then it does not warrant any kind of fresh investments. No fresh investments are made. The risk that is being spoken about is also very less. And entities which have reached up to the levels of what is called as maturity. Let me highlight that for you. So, who has reached maturity, they generally end up following this. And also, it is very important to understand that sometimes even entities which are in their introduction stage, they also follow stability strategies so that they can prepare for a launch of a good growth strategy and maintain status quo, no redefinition of business, and they have modest growth objectives. So, with that, I guess we've taken care of all the points down there. Now, I'm going to discuss one of the very, very important and vibrant strategies under the heading of corporate level strategies, which is called as expansion strategy. What about expansion strategy? I want all of you to be very, very careful here. See, expansion strategy is also known as growth strategy. Lot of questions are possible from this, guys. So stability alone has been a question in the exam in the past. Now I will obviously come down to retrenchment first. Quickly, let me mention that there are three strategies in retrenchment, which are called as turnaround, divestment, and liquidation. Okay, Turnaround, divestment, and liquidation are three retrenchment strategies. That's all. But when you talk about expansion, it is going to be a little broader and wider, and that is exactly why I have the entire space. I'm going to use it for explaining what expansion strategy is all about. Now, in expansion, it is first of all I would like to mention that expansion is purely opposite of stability strategy. It is opposite of stability, okay, which means fresh investments are made. Obviously, when investments are made, risk tends to go higher. Risks are high. Okay, risks are also high in this because it's purely straight and opposite. Okay, and here we are looking for radical growth. We are not happy with incremental, step by step, and all that. We are looking for radical growth. And now, how can you do expansion? That's a big question. What all will you be doing in expansion, right? So again, here expansion, I would want to classify it as expanding yourself internally. Okay, so expansion, let us see this. I want all of you to understand how I am framing this up, so please concentrate. Expansion, broadly we are splitting it into two parts. Expansion in terms of internal growth opportunities, okay, internal growth, followed by external ways of expansion. Okay, internal growth opportunities are again sizably seen broken down into three. Okay, while external, as far as we are concerned, it is again broken down into two. What are all these? Let us go ahead and fill one by one. Internal growth opportunities or internal aspects, we have intensification. Internally you can do intensification. Now you really don't have to be worried about intensification because I believe you already know what exactly intensification are, because I marked up sometime back in the ants of product growth matrix. Do you remember those three aspects of what we called as market penetration, market development, and product development? Market penetration, so let me write it in full. Market penetration, market development, and product development, right? Which are the same points which we discussed in ants of product growth matrix. Introducing a new product into an existing market is called product development. Introducing it into a new market is called market development. While both are existing, it is called as market penetration. Then so I don't think I have to explain this again. I hope all of you are already clear about the three aspects in intensification. The second aspect that we're talking about here are called as diversification. Okay, diversification is not something that happens daily. Diversification is a very valuable aspect to an organization. Not everybody wants to go into diversification. So if at all you decide to do diversification, what sort of a diversification will you do? Again, diversification is broken down into four aspects of diversification. If you want to know what those are, they are called as vertical, horizontal, then we have what is called as concentric diversification, and then we have conglomerate diversification. And the third and very important aspect which has been added to the list of internal growth aspects, it is called as innovation. If you are finding out something new that has not been found in the past or before, that is only titled as innovation. And there is no much of a discussion on innovation apart from the points that are discussed there. We don't have much to talk about that. Okay, so this basically what you see right now here on screen, they are only considered to be internal growth aspects. What are internal growth aspects? Three of them: intensification, diversification, and innovation. Okay, take a look at those. Then we are moving on, guys. Then what we're talking about is on the other side of the story, which are external. Now, the thing about external is, if you have to see this, exactly what we have here in terms, okay, The same four terminology, generally what we are talking about in terms of terminology: vertical, horizontal, concentric, and conglomerate. These same four, they are also there, but this time one entity is not doing it. I will explain the difference. First, I will make a mention of the point here, that is, we are now going to talk about mergers and acquisition. Mergers and acquisition. What is merger? Two entities coming together to form a third new entity altogether is called a merger. While one financially stronger entity, if he buys out the another entity, that is called as acquisition, right? So this is what mergers and acquisitions are all about. Now we are talking about bringing the same four aspects: a vertical merger, horizontal merger. In fact, this word concentric is now going to be called as co-generic merger. That's all. The only difference between diversification and mergers and acquisition, I want all of you to listen to this point very carefully, is very simple. That in diversification, there is only one entity that diversifies either upstream, downstream, horizontally, whatever it is. But when it comes to mergers and acquisitions, there are involvement of two entities. That's all, right? I will explain what vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate are. Concentric and co-generic, they convey the same meaning, only terminologically they are different. And the last way of externally expanding or external growth, it is termed as strategic alliance. Strategic alliances. Generally, you see political parties forming up strategic alliances. Strategic alliance is a concept of coming together, not as a permanent unit. You will remain independent. You will maintain your statuses as independent. You will not do anything which is making you into a combined unit or something like that. But A will maintain the position of A and B will maintain the position of B. But A and B come together for something whereby they will just form a alliance. Okay. It's a very wide topic. I've already discussed market penetration, market development, and product development with you. Now, quickly, I will tell you what vertical diversification means. Okay, they are very, very important point, guys. Small parts, big part, nothing to discriminate about it. Anything can come in exam. The first and foremost thing let us talk about are, um, the concept of, let's say, vertical diversification. Now, why vertical diversification is important? Because it gives you some kind of an advantage either by holding upstream or downstream. So, first of all, what is this upstream or downstream that one is talking about? If you see that, first, I want you to understand how the product or process chain works. How does a product or process chain work? It goes by raw material, manufacturing, okay, distribution, and then finally I'm selling it in retail. Okay. Now listen very carefully. I am A Limited, or let's say I'll name myself to be X Limited. As X Limited, I am not involved in raw material production. Okay. I'm only involved in manufacturing. I don't do distribution of my product. I don't have any retail outlets. So what am I exactly doing right now? I'm only doing manufacturing currently. Now, when the same X Limited thinks, why should I only manufacture? Let's say X Limited is a sugar manufacturing entity. X Limited is a sugar manufacturing entity. So they are procuring sugar cane from farmers. What X Limited thought was, why should we be dependent on some farmers and their produce? And if they produce and they are demanding their price, why should we? Why not we buy 200 acres of land and start cultivating our own sugar cane? Can they do that or not? Which means you're going one step back into your same. See, you're not moving out of that. You're still dealing with your core product is sugar. So you're going only one step and doing sugar cane, right? After manufacturing sugar, what are we doing with the sugar? Are we putting them into packets? Are we putting them into bags, selling? That we are not involved in distribution. We're only manufacturing. But right now we thought, okay, we will only buy that land and do it. So now what is the new story of X Limited? X Limited now is also involved in raw material production. It is also manufacturing for itself. It's still not entered into distribution or retail. Okay. So this is going one step back, but you're still in the same product or process chain. You understand what same product or process chain means? That means it's still there within this only. You are in the same product or process chain. Okay, that's a little use this one. Same product or process chain, up or down. Either you go whichever direction you are going in, either up. This is called going one step back. So in vertical diversification, this is called as backward integration. What is it called? Going one step back is called backward integration. While there is also another scope where X limited sooner or later can they enter into even distribution. So the same X limited, okay, it is now, let's say it is doing this, it is not doing any raw material. Okay, this let me just move in this term backward integration here. So whatever X Limited did in this example, it is called backward integration. So X Limited is not doing raw material, but what it was doing was manufacturing, and now it enters into distribution. Okay, also. So they're not into retail. So this time what they did is to move one step down in the product or process chain, right? This step. That means earlier they were only producing one. Now this move here, it is termed as forward integration. Okay, so backward integration or forward integration, let it be anything, both of them come under vertical diversification only. Okay, I hope this example is clear. You have to remember this particular example. This example will help you to understand all these concepts very clearly. When it comes to understanding of the next one, which is called as horizontal. In horizontal, you know what you're doing, you're not going up or down. You are not first of all in the same product. In horizontal, what you're doing is entering into entering into business of entering into business of byproducts. Okay, you are entering into the business of byproducts, or you are taking over competitors products. Any of these things if you do, that means you are remaining in the same level. What you are doing earlier, you will now also be in the same level. Earlier you were a manufacturer, now also you'll be manufacturer only. But like say for example, earlier you were manufacturing sugar, no? Now you acquired one coffee manufacturing unit. Coffee and sugar obviously are complementary goods. So whereby you are going into byproducts, I can even add that, or byproducts, complementary products. So if you enter into things like that, byproducts or complementary products, or if you took over a competitor's products, in all these cases, byproduct, complementary, competitors products, all these are called as horizontal diversification. Okay. Then comes the third one where we are talking about concentric diversification. Concentric. In concentric, there are two products, right? Existing product, that is what you're doing now, and then you're diversifying into a new product. Okay. The existing product to new product is not linked directly. Not linked directly. Then how are they linked? Okay, the existing product to the new product linkage is in the form of three things you have to understand. PTM. What are three things? Process, second one technology, and third one marketing. If the new product is related to the existing product through one of these process, technology, or marketing, then such a diversification is called as concentric diversification. Right? Maggie, that is Nestle, what they did was, along with Maggie, they also marketed a Maggie ketchup. Many people thought, okay, Maggie and that ketchup have to be consumed together. There is no rule like that. Nobody told. Sometimes it even tastes horribly. I'm not getting into the taste aspect here. But what we're talking of is using your existing facilities. If you spin off a new product, sir, where did this new product come from? It has come from our current facilities only, right? Where did it come from? It came from our current facilities only. When the new product is related to the existing product through process, technology, or marketing, if the new product is related to one of these three, process, technology, or marketing, then it is called as concentric diversification. And then coming to the last one and the most important one, it is called conglomerate. What is conglomerate diversification? Where absolutely no linkage exists. There is no linkage exists between existing product and new product. Okay, so there is absolutely no linkage. You are absolutely entering into a new area. There's a very, very risky diversification, but when you're a conglomerate of multiple units, risk get diversified. That is the best thing. See, like what worked out for Ambani's or the Tatas during the pandemic is that, like say for example, we'll take the Tata Group. Much of the Tata consumer business was down. Starbucks was closed. Right, Tata Steel was not doing great business because the real estate was down. Tata Motors was down. But on the other side, if you see TCS was doing roaring business of softwares, right? Off late, then Tata Consumer Products, not the Starbucks wing, but the other wing, where huge consumption were there from the households. So, like that, if you are in a very conglomerate sense where one product is not related to the other, in events like these, like a pandemic or something like that, what happens is if one product gives you tough time, another product will come to your rescue. So, whereby your entire risk is diversified. That is the main idea here. Okay. So, I guess I've covered all four, guys. Very, very important: vertical diversification, horizontal, concentric, and conglomerate. Which is why I also suggested you it's a elaborate topic. And after I finish this topic, I would definitely want you to run through this whole topic, the text of this topic from your textbook. Okay, and then we have a small topic on innovation. Innovation is where you're thinking about something new to solve a complex problem. When you do innovation necessarily need not be to find something new only. Whatever existing is there, if you kind of, what do you say, if you are able to do earlier, it something took 6 hours to do, now if you're able to do it in 4 hours, it is increasing productivity. That is also coming under innovation. So innovation talks about helping or solving problems. If there is a little space, I think I would like to mention 3 points about innovation. We'll try and use here. One, helps solve problems. It helps, innovation helps you to solve complex problems. Helps you to solve what? Complex problems. Two, as I just told you, it increases productivity. See, again, productivity is not always measurable only, in terms of tangible outcomes. Generally, it is measurable, but sometimes if you're able to do things faster than before, that also is measured as productivity. So, helps you in increasing productivity. And the third advantage of innovation is gaining competitive advantage. Gain competitive advantage. Looks like a small point that I've added up. This could straight turn out to be a question in the exam. I'm mentioning this. Later, if this question comes in the exam, I will make this piece, what I'm talking now, as a reel and put it on Instagram. Okay, on my Instagram, I'll put. So, I'm just saying, and I hope anything and everything that we have discussed in the marathon is of a great help. And if you're able to do it with, what do you say, with 100% sincerity, then you should definitely be greatly beneficial for the exam. And by now itself, it's over 6.5 hours, right? So I hope if you have somebody who would heard everything of what has been discussed in the marathon, by now itself you would have understood what quality and worth we have delivered. So soon what you will do is, right after this topic is over, you will again go to the comment section and comment stage 3 done. Okay, don't have to in the meanwhile appreciate, you can leave your other comments there. Meanwhile, we are heading to the last part of expansion, wherein we are talking about external ways of expansion. External ways of expansion are mergers and acquisitions. I would not want to repeat, guys. See, vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate diversifications are there. Same way, vertical, horizontal, cogeneric, conglomerate mergers are also there. As I told you, I will write the difference because many people, despite teaching them this so many times, okay, they are still making mistakes. So difference between diversification and, of course, mergers and acquisition. What is that? In diversification, we have only one firm, only one firm is involved in vertical, horizontal, concentric, or conglomerate. In any of these things, they are only going to diversify. One firm was there before. After diversification, also one firm only will be there. In mergers and acquisition, it is definitely not like that. Two or more firms. Okay, two or more firms are involved. Concepts are same. Guys, X Limited is there in the business of sugar manufacturing. Y Limited is there in the business of producing sugarcane. So if X, Y come together, one is producing sugarcane, another one is producing sugar. Both of them come together and form what is called as XY Limited. What is it called? A classic vertical merger, because X Limited and Y Limited, two entities were there. If the same X Limited started producing sugarcane, then it was called as diversification. So the only stark difference between these two is that in diversification, one firm is involved. Here, two or more firms are involved in the transaction. Okay, so that is a major difference as a star point. I'll mark and keep different between both these. And now there is a small discussion on what is called as strategic alliance. Strategic alliance, members of the alliance. Okay, let me also, since I've written so much, I should not worry about writing these two things about strategic alliance. First of all, no alliance is permanent. Strategic alliances, these are not permanent. They're not permanent in nature, right? Members who come together, members of strategic alliances, maintain maintain what? Maintain independent. Members of the strategic alliance maintain independent status, which means A Limited and B Limited only come together as an alliance. Generally, political parties do that, right? What do they want to do? Like, say, I'll give you an example. In a particular state, just example only. Okay, state assembly, we have about 250 seats. Okay, much of you might be remembering this example. I gave the same thing in the class also. 250 seats. Somebody needs to win 126 to get a clear majority. But there are three political parties, A, B, and C. There are three political parties, A, B, and C. A has 100 seats, B has 180 seats, and C has 170 seats. Now, nobody has a clear majority. So, what should they do? Either A, B is the possible combination to form the government. Okay, B and C can come together because they have about 150 seats, or A and C. So these three are what? Possible alliance combinations. Now, let's say this particular alliance, like the AC, first one and third one, their political ideologies are absolutely different. Or let's say B and C, B which is having 80 and C which is having 70, their political ideologies are absolutely, uh, very different. And there's no way how they both will come together. So this possibility is ruled out. Now, you can see this happen in many states. So initially, A and B join hands and start a government. They'll promise some kind of, portfolio sharing, then ministers portfolios will not be given properly, then fights will grab, then A will join hands with C. So like that, any of these two are forming a possible alliance, right? By doing this, what will we get? By doing this, what will we get? Instantly we get certain advantages, right? Political advantages. Political means not the idea here. Say I want to enter into US, but some trade barriers are there for me to enter into the US. So I will partner up or alliance with somebody there in the US, saying that, look, market my product there. Same thing I will do for them. Your product I will market in India. So like that, strategic alliance generates some kind of advantages. What are the advantages of strategic alliances? If you see, I can name four advantages as given in our book, right? Political advantages, economic, obviously money wise advantages will be there. Economic, or rather than what you do individually, you can share ideas, you can share production techniques, you can share raw material, you can share employees, so per unit cost will obviously come down. And the third one is about organizational advantages. If I go and join hands with a prestigious organization, if I go and join hands with a prestigious organization, obviously my value also will go up, right? It is not like simply we have come together, hey, these two have come together. So now they may provide a particular good or service which complements the other, right? So two people are, A is doing a business, B is doing a business. B's product might actually complement A's product. Now that they both have come together as an organization, they can promote that product better. And political, economic, organizational, and obviously strategic advantages. The strategic means, the power of one plus one is generally more than two. That is what we call it as synergy. There's a hidden element of advantage. Instead of two competitors competing cutthroat and fighting it out, they can collaborate and target a stronger third party, which is what Vodafone and Idea did, right? If Vodafone want, of course, Vodafone and Idea is a classic example of a merger, right? Horizontal merger where two competitors came together. But I'm just saying, let's just imagine if it was not a merger and if they came together as an alliance for some time, right? Hello, don't get carried away with these four advantages. In the same story, disadvantages also will be there. When you're looking for economic or strategic advantages, they are also looking at you, for the good from you. Once the other alliance partner get, one, I'll simply say, what is a major disadvantage of the story? The disadvantage in this entire story is all about sharing. What? Sharing information, sharing resources, anything. When you share initially, when you join or start the alliance, it will all be good. But after a particular point of time, this very same thing only can turn out to be really scary. So that is exactly why one needs to understand what you are supposed to do and what you are supposed to take care before forming up this strategic alliance. Okay, guys, as I said, there are so many more things that we can discuss. And before I proceed further, I would want you to take a quick look at the concept of strategic alliance here. Then we'll take the story to the last part where we are calling it as strategic exits, which I've already told you it is called retrenchment strategy. What is the strategic exit part and what is the retrenchment story? We will see just when you take a simple look at what strategic alliance means. Okay, then we will also go up with the concept of strategic exit, right? Or the last strategy under this is called as retrenchment. Okay, let me wrap up this discussion by discussing the retrenchment strategy quickly and in short ways where you can run through. Three steps are there in retrenchment. One is called turnaround strategy. Okay, one is called a turnaround strategy. The next one here is called as divestment strategy. And the last one is called as liquidation strategy. Okay, now in turnaround, divestment, and liquidation, what is happening? First of all, I want you to understand what is this turnaround strategy. Trying to turn things around, right? This is the last resort. Give yourself one last chance to turn things around if it works. Okay, but you have to recognize when should you do this turnaround strategy. If it's too late, then there is no point in doing a turnaround strategy, right? You have to identify, because it's important to know when you are in early decline, or turnaround strategy is adopted to reverse the process of decline, right? And that too, the early decline says if you believe it's too late, okay, that is the first thing. If turnaround if turnaround is attempted, okay, if turnaround has been attempted and failed, or it is too late to do turnaround, then it's very simple. You know what you're supposed to do? Straight away, your answer is to go to divestment. And what is divestment in this context? Divestment means selling a selling a portion of business. You're not selling the entire business, but you're selling a portion of your business. That one particular piece which is not made sense, no, that you will selling a portion of the business. Now, liquidation means what? Which is not there in our book, much discussed about, but liquidation is about all assets, selling all assets and discharging all the liabilities, which means literally it leads to what is called closure of a business. Okay, That's it. It's done and dusted. You are gone. Closure of a business. Okay, so to reverse, if you're in the, you remember the product life cycle, right? Introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. When maturity means it's a peak out stage. From there, all you can do is to only fall down. So when you're reaching to maturity and after that you're falling down, at the early stages of decline, you can do something. Try to turn around something and take the curve up once again. So that is what we are calling as the turnaround strategy. Now, if at all you decide to do this, now I hope everybody understood what the retrenchment looks like, right? Now, if at all you decide to do what is called as turnaround, how do we do it? Let us also discuss that, which is a very important question, which can again come up in the exam. What are those? That's a question in the exam. Steps involved in turnaround. Simple, yet very important. Steps involved in a turnaround. So when you plan for a turnaround, what are the steps involved in that? That is what the question is all about. Okay, where obviously, the first and foremost step, assessment of current problems. Assessment of what? Assessment of current problem. What is the current problem? See, many places, many management books, and many things that the clear mention is made. The first step in solving a problem is recognizing what the problem is. If you don't know what the problem is, you won't come to step number two. Sir, we will do this, we will do that, we will analyze. You can do anything and everything of what you want, provided you first of all know what the current problem is. So, assessment of current problems is the first step in turnaround. Two, analyze. Clearly, you have to analyze the current situation, analyze the situation. Again, see if the situation suggests that okay, this is not something that we can continue to do, then stop it. Analyze the situation and draw up a strategic plan and draw a strategic plan. See, if at this point of time also if you realize that okay, no, doing turnaround is not going to help, drop it. But no, if you have a clear strategic plan, do it. Very good. Now, simply drawing a strategic plan will not help. Step three is very simple. Implementing the plan, assessment of current problems, analyzing the situation and drawing up a strategic plan, implementing that plan. Okay, this plan is also called as emergency plan. And then step number four is very critical, right? Because if you have implemented that emergency plan and it turned out to work, step number four is about restructuring the business. Is it? It is all about restructuring the business. And five is called returning to normal. Before you adopted this, how were you? Now also will you be able to get back to that? Returning to normal means coming. These five are very simple yet very very important steps, and this question has been asked in the exam in the past. So what are the steps involved in turnaround? I hope you got a broad idea of what the five steps involved are. Assess the current problem, analyze where the situation is, what you're standing with, draw up a strategic plan, and then implement that plan, restructure the business and come back to normal. Okay, this is what we have in this particular discussion of turnaround strategy. And as I told you, divestment is about selling a portion of the business. Why do you do divestment? There are five reasons as to why do we do divestment. I would just want to take a leave. I've done everything almost possible, right? But this one I want you to do this because I don't want to write all the five reasons. If you have space exactly somewhere there, you can always actually I can do one thing. Okay, in fact we can fit it here, but like I said, I don't want to write all the five reasons now. I will just make a mention that here there are five reasons for divestment. Please revise them and go. One, an acquired business proves to be a mismatch. You acquired a business and it proved to be a mismatch. So, wrong acquisition, then immediately divest it. Two, huge competition is there in the market. You are unable to cope with the competition, severity of competition. Three, technological upgradation is needed, but you don't have enough money to do. See, when technological upgradation is needed, you need to obviously upgrade yourself, but you don't have the money. And then the next one is persistent negative cash flows. Constantly you're only getting negative cash flows, and a better alternative is available. Okay, I'm so tempted to write them down. All right, why should I have, after writing so much for so many hours, not quickly? We'll write all five quickly. You can revise it along with me again. Acquired business proves to be mismatch. Acquired business proves to be a mismatch. When you acquire a new business and it proves to be a mismatch, not fitting in your portfolio, to persistent or consistent negative cash flows. Persistent negative cash flows. Then the third reason could be, like I said, tech upgradation is required. Tech upgradation is required. No funds. And as I told you, severity of competition. Severity of competition is there every time, but now we are unable to cope with it. And the most important one is that if you divest this and get that money, the terminal cash flows, what we call them, a better alternative, okay, a better alternative is available. Because if you can take off this money from here and you invest elsewhere, you have a better, opportunity to do so. So this is what the set of five reasons are, and I want you to, like I said, take a clear look of this entire topic once again, as to, because that also is a question that came in the exam. Both these five pointers have been questions in the exam in the past, so all I want you to do is take a quick look at both these points. What are the five steps involved in turnaround, and what could be, or what are the five reasons that you can talk about? So just take a clear look at all these points. Already you can get a better look of that now, both in the same frame. Steps involved in turnaround and the five reasons. If you can revise this, I think that's it. We can call this entire story a wrap, provided there is also something that I would like to quickly remind you of. There is an ADL matrix that we put up on hold, right? So I'll take you back there very soon. In the ADL matrix, if you have the book next to you, you can quickly come back to what ADL matrix is. Because in ADL matrix, after understanding stability, expansion, retrenchment, combination, all those points only, we have constructed that ADL matrix. Now here in the ADL matrix, what they are doing is they are going to take two things. Okay, let me uh, bring you there to ADL matrix, and you can also come to the ADL matrix in your book. First of all, what are the two things that are being considered in an ADL matrix? Let us have a clear understanding of that. Two things that are being considered in the ADL matrix are, one is called as competitive position of an entity, and the competitive position of entities are classified as dominant, dominant, strong, favorable. Favorable entities are those which are making decent profits. Then tenable entities are those which are just trying to make break evens and all that. And then we have entities which are weak. Okay, these are the five classifications of what we call as the competitive position. Okay, and alongside this, the four stages of the product's life cycle, right? We are also going to take the four stages of the product's life cycle, because how will each of these company, how will a dominant company react, how will a strong company react, how will a favorable company react, and how will a tenable company and how will a weak company react in all these four stages. That's what this entire story is about, right? This entire story talks about that only. And on the other side, alongside competition, we're also taking the stage of industry maturity. Stage of what? Industry maturity. Which means, in other words, this is now the same product life cycle terms which are reclassified to what you call as introduction is now called as embryonic. Growth is called as growth only. embryonic growth. Maturity is also called as maturity, only it didn't use a different word. And decline is called as aging. So it's only terminological difference. But other than that, in simple what stage of industry maturity, how will a company react? Because the logic is very simple. How a dominant company will react in the introduction stage will definitely not be the way how a weak company will react in the same stage. Correct? Because we companies are trying to find a niche and catch up, be there in the industry, do something, or do something of that sort. But when it comes to a dominant company, what does dominant company do? Dominant company offensively. Not only in the first stage, it does the same thing here, it does almost the same thing here. But in aging, no, it only considers withdrawal, it doesn't even withdraw. Okay, consider withdrawing. So like that, at each stage, what is that? Don't try to by heart the entire matrix, try to understand. See, it's a 20 box matrix. The technique of understanding ADL matrix is very simple. Take dominant company and see what will they do. Act offensively, act offensively, act offensively in 3 stages, and consider withdrawal in the 4th stage. That's all you have to remember. Like this, then take strong company. What will strong company do? Strong company will in the initial stage differentiate, because trying to be a unique producer. Then they'll continue to differentiate, and in the growth stage they'll attack small firms. Okay, they'll attack small firms. Strong companies, when they reach maturity, they need not close their business tomorrow, but they tend to somewhere, they are only strong company, they're not very dominant, but your product also reach maturity. What will you do? You'll slowly grow with industry. Okay, so like this, the ADL matrix gives you what you're supposed to do in each of these stages. Okay, I am not very keen on filling, just doing an exercise of filling all these boxes, but take each of this box, and a favorable company will try to differentiate, then it will try to focus, then it will try to differentiate and focus, and then finally harvest. Like that, take one keyword from each of this box and try to understand what each of these companies are doing. Now, only one thing that I would want to tell you about ADL matrix, which generally nobody tells you or nobody would tend to tell you, is that the ADL matrix is not just some 20 boxes thrown on your face. It actually talks about, because see here, weak companies, if you look at the weak company box, you might be having the book with you, you can see, in fact, in growth stage, in weak companies, that is somewhere here, they would have said withdraw. Okay, in the growth stage they would say withdraw. Now, don't you think that's little alarming? Huh? Why would you withdraw in the growth stage? And if you withdraw in the growth stage, what will you do in these 2 stages? Will a company never enter those stage? So this matrix has to be understood as how one company moves. I want to tell you just one thing here. Let's say, for example, when you start discussing about a favorable company, okay, favorable company, what will they do in the embryonic stage? Maybe they will differentiate or focus, they will follow one of the Michael Porter strategy to continue to keep that favorability. Like, I am having a favorable business because I'm different, I'm having a favorable business because I focus on a particular niche, something like that will be there. Correct? So apart from that, the favorable company will not remain favorable for rest of its life. No, by the time the favorable company actually probably enters the growth stage in the industry, it might actually go from a favorable company to becoming a strong company. So that time you should not look at this box, you should look at this box. So if you say you differentiate here, you should continue to differentiate there. Then maybe in the very long run, by the time this product reach maturity, the company which was earlier favorable now would have become dominant company in the market by the time they reach maturity, and thereby you have to see this box. So like that, what you are now seeing is a flow from here to here. Same way, what could at one point of time be a strong company, suddenly there is a fire accident or something like that, and the strong company tends to become weak company. Because then from that box to this box you have to see, and it will suggest you to withdraw. So are you understanding the logic? Asset deterioration. That is the beauty part of ADL matrix. Many people tend to try and understand what ADL matrix is. This is the actual beauty of the ADL matrix. This is not there in the book. This is something that one has to understand from that. The movements. A weak company, when it starts in the first stage and it withdraws the second stage, never any business will progress then. You have to understand, weak company will not remain weak for its life. Weak company, by the time it enters growth stage, it might become a tenable company, right? So somewhere, some other strong company, by the time it reaches growth stage, it might fall down to be a favorable company also, because somebody else might have gained stronger. So this matrix moves up, down, diagonally. The movements between these 20 boxes is what makes this matrix a very, very special one. You can find answer for everything. Whoever you are, you will find an answer for yourself here. All right. So that is something that I would want to tell you about the ADL matrix. Please go through all the concepts of portfolio analysis, and of course what we discussed across maybe the last 1 hour of strategic choice, where we started discussing about stability. I think it will be close to about what do I say, going by my timeline, about 50-55 minutes, close to 1 hour's time from whenever we started stability. Okay, run through all of that, which is the second part of this. That brings us to the end of stage 3. We are done with stage 1, which I would want you to leave a comment. I wanted you to leave a comment at 5 forces model. I wanted you to leave a comment later at the value chain, and I wanted you to leave a comment at stage 2. Now I want you to leave a comment if you have done here successfully stage 3. Along with stage 3, we've also completed 4 chapters, which means we are entering the last leg uh, of our marathon, where we will be discussing stage 4, which is on strategic implementation, and then a very small stage 5, strategic control by taking corrective action. There are also a couple of additional topics in the last chapter, where nowadays we have something called as SPM, strategic performance measures. How to measure your performance, some tools are there, why should you do that. The last topic of our syllabus, which also is something that I would give you a guidance on. First of all, I would have to take you through stage 4, where 4 very important topics are there. That is about the organization structures, leadership, culture, and then the strategic change and Kurt Lewin process. So I probably think another uh, 1 hour probably session on that piece and the controls. So that would be the last hour of our marathon going on it. Now what I would want you to definitely do is to take a pause at this point of time, run through everything that we have discussed, ranging from all of this. Let me scroll it through you. For portfolio analysis, we have discussed these: Boston Consulting Group and G model, all 4 portfolio tools. And then we also have discussed the strategic choice with stability, expansion, retrenchment, and then the expansion strategy in greater detail has been discussed. Then the difference between diversification, M&A, strategic alliances, and of course we've also discussed the retrenchment strategy in full detail. So I would definitely want you to run through all of these, and then get back to continue to watch the marathon. If you have watched the marathon chapter wise, at this point of time, I again suggest you to take a break, and then continue to watch the last leg of stage 4 and stage 5. Okay, so you can now put me on pause, and then resume watching this once you are through with the revision up till this particular chapter. All right, guys, I hope you had gone through this. Let us move on to the next piece. Now, the next part of this discussion is going to be something on the stage 4. Now, we all know we have discussed 3 stages in greater detail. Now, when we move on, stage 4, which is about strategic implementation, right? I want all of you to listen to what all come under the stage 4 of strategic implementation, the dynamic of stage 4. Let us see. I hope everybody's enjoying the marathon in one go. We're doing this what normally takes about 30 classes for me of 2.2 hours, which means a total 70-hour syllabus. We're trying to reduce it to 1/10 of it, and trying to get the best. And I the way marathon has progressed till now, actually I am really kind of happy that I was able to cover almost every topic till now. Almost every topic that is there in the book, we were able to touch, and we were able to have a knowledge on. If you have done one good round of revision, as I mentioned in the beginning of the marathon, you would have by now been very happy in doing this, because in relatively very, very short time, you could have completed great deal of the SM syllabus. Right? In stage 4, guys, we have 4 parts to talk about. right? Stage 4 is about strategic implementation. Let me first make a mention of that. Stage 4 is strategic implementation, and in strategic implementation, whatever strategies were chosen in the previous step through strategic choices, let it be any strategy, let it be an expansion strategy, or let it be a stability strategy, let it be whatever, right? In stage 4, such strategies will be implemented. Okay, strategic implementation. But one fine day you can't wake up and say, okay, from tomorrow we will do implementation. And implementation is not a task that you can simply achieve by doing whatever you feel like. There is a set pattern of things that one has to do. Implementation. Now I will tell you what all come under implementation. Then we will also discuss a quick point. I have couple of topics that I would want you to revise in the fifth chapter, where again I don't really want to dwell down deeper into that, but I will definitely give you an insight. The relative surrounded questions and all I want you to just go through about. Okay, here, what are the four branches? See, in implementation, any topic, any strategy you are implementing in an organization, what should an organization have? A proper structure, right? So first and foremost thing that we are talking about is having a proper organization structure. Okay, organization structure. 8 different types of structures are there. You know what those are. Ranging from simple structure to SBU structure. 5 traditional designs are there. 3 new age designs are there, which are called as matrix, network, and hourglass structures, right? So these are the 3 new age structures. Totally in all, we have about 8 structures which are there for organization to establish. Okay, organization structures they are called. Right now, apart from establishing organization structures, there is a very important yet multiple time asked question in the exam, yet people make generally common mistakes, which is in strategic leadership. Strategic leadership. Leadership is one of the most important topics that you can come across, not just from the syllabus point of view or something like that, even the natural course of actions in your normal life, strategy making, or anything which is very strategic. Leadership aspects are really very important. Okay, so then in the organization, culture is very important. So what is the relation between strategy and culture? There is a topic on culture changing actions. So culture cannot be again changed overnight. It takes a considerable effort and also time to bring that. And then there is the last concept here, which is called as strategic change, under which what is strategic change? Recognizing the need for change, doing it, and then implementing such aspects, seeing whether you got the change that you want to, and all that. How to generally make change lasting? That has always been a very important question, right? Change, no. Generally, in today's time, people are, like I said, very excited about getting some change very quickly. Will that last longer? Change can be, this is like going to gym. Monday, Tuesday they will go, from Wednesday they will not go again. Right? Why? Because change can be brought in. That's not a problem. Bringing a lasting change is what actually is a uh, topic talked about. So I would like to fill in this particular thing very clearly. So I want all of you to concentrate. A little up and down it will be there when compared to the order in the book. So in the beginning of fifth chapter, all these 5 stages of strategic management are explained. So in your book, if that is the order you're following, please go through that. That should not be a big deal. Then, okay, we'll do one thing. We'll come to the discussion of all these. Meanwhile, what we will do is we'll quickly compare 2 aspects. What are those? Strategy, formulation, and implementation. I will discuss with you relationship between strategy formulation, relationship between strategy formulation and strategy implementation. So what is the relationship between strategy formulation and strategy implementation? This very important short answer question is also there in that. I don't want you guys to miss. There is a difference table, right? Formulation. I don't want to draw that table now and explain you differences, but please don't forget to do that, right? Formulation requires intellectual abilities, implementation requires physical abilities. Then formulation is something done by less number of people, while implementation requires large number of people. So these are some of the points that you have to take into consideration. I will get to that topic in any case, but I would want all of you to understand that there is again a quick relationship between formulation and implementation. How? We'll discuss that by putting up formulation and implementation again in the set of four boxes. It's a 2 by 2. Okay. Let us take formulation on one side, formulation here, and implementation here. Now, what are the two things about formulation? Formulation is absolutely sound. Sound means fantastically formulated. And then formulation is flawed. Flawed means you didn't draw the plan properly. While on the other side, we have implementation, where implementation is weak and implementation is excellent. Now, considering these four boxes, we are calling these as A, B, C, D. I hope you have this in your book and you can see and read the text also once again. But let me just explain. Now, this is what happens when formulation and implementation both go hand in hand. That is square B, most successful. Square B is the most ideal situation. What is square B? Square B is the most ideal situation. And obviously, you can see very clearly square C is the worst of all. Okay. In A and D, they are there, but they lack something. In A, it is lacking implementation. That means a strong plan is there, right? Good plan. Here it is like good plan, weak implementation. So which means you're still not getting the results, but you at least have a clear direction of where you are going and what you're doing. In square D, you know what is happening. In square D, your plan is flawed, strategy is flawed. Now, even a flawed strategy, when forcefully executed in a very right way, might sometimes get you the results. Implementation is excellent. So some, please don't conclude the story here, sir. How will you have a stupid plan, like a flawed plan you take and implement it properly? This is like writing wrong answer in neat handwriting. No matter how much wrong answer you write in neat handwriting, you will still get 0 marks only, no? So some people argue it like that, but some people are saying that, no, this is not like that. This is a, like, say strategy is slightly flawed, but implementation is excellent. While the implementation is excellent, maybe we will realize that, okay, this is to be done like this, and we may end up making changes. Are you getting the logic here? So that possibly could be the situation. So one might have to understand how this is the implementation versus formulation has to be viewed. There is also another contrast view between these two. Okay, the contrast views talks about, again, that also is a 2 by 2 discussion like this, where again we are taking formulation and implementation, but this time they have talked about, how it's a different viewpoint. Okay, like, we'll go by drawing a 2 by 2 first of all. Okay, in this viewpoint, what they have done is, now again, here also four boxes are there. We are this time going to take the contrast view. Contrast view means we will interchange. Okay, here we will put implementation, here we will put formulation. Okay, now let's see how things work when we are giving importance to each one of those. Now, if anybody asks you a question, which one is important, you can't tell which one is important. Both are important, right? So formulation can be two ways. What are those? Formulation is effective, ineffective. Formulation is effective and ineffective, while implementation is efficient and inefficient. Now these are the four possible combinations. Now, what are the businesses going to be? In the first box, we will have a business that will thrive. What do you mean by thrive? Thrive means it's going fantastic, nothing to do with that particular business. Okay, thrive is that it is going to be pretty fantastic because formulation is effective, implementation is excellent, things will absolutely go on very well. Okay, now then there is another box where I have to tell you this. Let's say mark them as 2, 3, and 4. We'll come to 2 and 3, but 4 is very clear that it's a stupid story, because Formulation is absolutely ineffective. If you look at implementation, implementation is also ineffective. So this business here, we are going to classify it as die quickly. Die quickly. Now, the only thing left are sell 2 and sell 3. Right now, according to some of the strategists, their viewpoint says sell 2 is a worse place to be than sell 3. Sell 2 is a worse place than sell 3. Sir, why are you saying that? Because when your formulation is ineffective, no matter how good you try and do something, that is, no matter how hard you work, you will still eventually end up having a flawed plan. In fact, in this case, they are telling that this particular business here too has no clear strategic direction because of its formulation being ineffective. Right, they are telling that these businesses may not die tomorrow, but eventually they will die slowly. Sell 2 is a worse place than sell 3. Why sell 3? Because sell 3 formulation is absolutely effective. They have a fantastic plan. Maybe they are inefficient now, but you remember experience curve. When you repeatedly try and do the same thing again, you will gain efficiency and you will eventually work out. So that is why the box is indicated as survive. So only 1 and 3 are situations which people would like to be in. 1 is the best situation that people would generally like to be in. It is called thrive. Okay. But when you talk about survive, it's okay. Maybe we are now really not trying to break our head about all the efficiency, because experience will bring in efficiency. Every time you can't be efficient right from day one. Correct. So that is one point that we have to take into consideration. But sell for absolutely disastrous, because you have a stupid plan and you also are not implementing very well, so things can go haywire. Okay. So I would like you to take a clearer look of what this is. This story can come in the exam, guys. This was asked in the past, so I might want you to just look into it clearly once, so that you don't have any what do you say, second thoughts later. Other than that, everything looks pretty manageable and okay. All right, I hope you have gone through it. Then we'll get back to our discussion on what exactly is the story of Stage 4 strategy implementation. Let me get on to that. There is something that I want to alert here, that I want you guys to definitely take a look at a difference table between formulation and implementation. Okay. I don't want to waste time writing that. Like I said, formulation starts before action, implementation is the action. Few people are required to do formulation, while a lot of people are required to do implementation. Formulation is an intellectual process, while this is an operational process. Formulation focus on effectiveness, implementation focus on efficiency. Formulation precedes implementation generally succeeds strategy formulation. Okay, these are the 5 6 points, though I told you to read, I only revised off. Chalo, anyway, go and do that. That's one difference table is there between formulation and implementation, you should do. And one point that you have to understand after this is formulation generally will determine implementation. First you will formulate a plan and then you will implement it. First you will formulate a plan and then you will implement it. Is that right? That is a normal course of action, right? First you will formulate a plan and then go about implementing it. Then when you talk about this one, sometimes implementation also determines what formulation is. Sometimes implementation also determines what formulation is. So this is called forward and backward linkages. In forward linkage, what are we trying to do? I think I should give you a quick explanation of that. Forward and backward linkages, let us just take a minute to make a note of that. First you will do, of course, strategy only. Strategy formulation. We're doing strategy formulation, then followed by strategy implementation. Strategy formulation, then followed by strategy implementation. Okay, this is one part of the story. While on the other side, sometimes strategy formulation followed by strategy implementation, and this implementation will further determine you to do strategy formulation, because the first time when you did formulation it might have not come well and the cycle might continue. This one right here is called forward linkage. What is it called? A forward linkage, and this one here is called as backward linkage. Forward and backward linkages. Understood? If formulation determines what implementation is, and if implementation later determines what formulation is, that means you're going one step back. Like this is like going from here to here again. Understood? So that is what is called backward linkage. So this is called forward and backward linkages. Now, I think we are in the last leg of discussion on the story of implementation. Let me discuss all the topics about implementation quickly, because we can then go and discuss stage 5. Couple of important topics are there which have been newly added. I will also give you a quick insight on what those are, and then I think we should be able to safely go about wrapping this one. Okay, check this out. What are the organization structures? There are, as I told you, 8 different organization structures. First one is called simple. Then simple is upgraded to functional. Functional goes to divisional. Divisional moves to multi-divisional. Okay, simple, functional, divisional, multi-divisional, and SBU based structure, strategic business unit. So these 5, they are called as traditional or normal regular designs. Then we have 3 more, 6, 7, and 8. These 6, 7, and 8 are new age designs. What is the sixth one? It is called matrix. In the beginning of the marathon, we discussed about relationships. Functional and divisional relationships are vertical. Then we have certain horizontal relationships. When vertical and horizontal both are brought into an organization, that is only called as a matrix relationship, right? Then there is something called as network structure. Okay. And finally, we have what is called as hourglass structure. Okay, so this is what are the 8 different organization structures, and we will then obviously have a clear look at what these 8 structures are, followed by the concept of strategic leadership. As I was mentioning you, it's a very important topic in the strategic leadership concept. What are the roles of a leader? What are the responsibilities of leader? And what are the 2 leadership styles? Those are only there, right? Now the next topic, we're in strategy culture, right? Culture is is culture an ally or obstacle? Okay, then culture changing actions. If at all you're doing some culture changing, how will it work? Culture changing actions, these 2 are also discussed here in this part. And when it comes to strategic change, okay, the topic of strategic change talks about 3 steps. One, first and foremost, recognize need for change. Recognize the need for change. Create a shared vision. Create a shared vision. That means don't keep, I mean, don't figure out a vision and keep it to yourself. You have to explain to the others on what to do. And third one is about institutionalizing it. Institutionalize the change. Okay, these 3 steps are part of strategic change that every organization is looking for. And under this concept of strategic change, there are 2 more topics, right? One is called as Kurt Levin's change process, which I will simply explain you now itself. Kurt Levin change process. And then in today's time, under the strategic change, a new topic has been discussed, which is called as digital transformation. Okay, so many concepts are there on your screen right now. All these are to be discussed. We will discuss each of them quickly. Nothing to worry about what those are. So I'm not going to discuss strategic change again, because 3 steps are there. I would want you to definitely go through that. Recognize the need for change. Create a shared vision. Shared vision means you have to not just create a vision and keep it to yourself. You have to explain it to everybody in the organization. Create a shared vision. And then change has to come from within, institutionalizing the change. Then coming to Kurt Levin's change process, there are 3 steps in Kurt Levin's change process. Break free from whatever you are doing now. It's called unfreezing the situation. Then second one is called changing the situation. That means bringing the change from old to new design. You are going to bring that change. And the third one we are talking about is called as refreezing it. So unfreezing, changing, and refreezing. These are the three steps proposed by Kurt Lewin for a change process. Also, what H.C. Kelman did in only changing, he suggested three steps, right? What are the three steps in changing? He said, first and foremost thing, sir, how do I change? Strictly comply, right? Compliance means what? Meeting the requirement, nothing more than that. Sir, I want to get up at 8 o'clock. Now I'm daily getting up at 9 o'clock. How should I get up at 8 o'clock? By getting up at 8 o'clock. Compliance means meeting a requirement. One more thing to change attitudes, the best thing that you can do is to identify some role models for you. So, compliance, second step is identification. And the third and the most important step in changing is change has to come from within. If somebody else tells you to change and all, we won't change. Change has to come from within. And that change coming from within is called as internalization. What is it called? Internalization. So these three steps are part of change. It's a small topic, guys. I don't want anybody to miss this topic because multiple times it's been asked in the exam. So um, I would want you to take a clearer look at whatever is there on the screen right now. Strategic implementation has so many topics. We'll mark them with numbers. First topic about organization structure, then about leadership, then about strategy and culture. Where little is discussed about the relation between strategy and culture. But this fourth topic, what we have just discussed, strategic change, nothing much is there in that. So I thought we should finish it right here. Okay. So in strategic change, recognizing the need for change, creating shared vision, and institutionalizing three steps. And in that only there is a Kurt Lewin change process which talks about this. Okay. So all of this is there in the material that I'm going to share now. This PDF, whatever I've written on screen multiple times, if you see and revise, the picture also will sit in your head. What is there in digital transformation? Yes, I will definitely discuss that because that is a newly added topic, right? Go through the concepts of strategic change and Kurt Lewin's change process. After that, there is a digital transformation in which we have change management as a very important topic right now. Okay. So, what is this concept of change management and how are we going to bring that in the concept of digital transformation? In the concept of digital transformation, I have two branches to be spoken about. What are the two branches in digital transformation? One, I want the question that can come in the exam. Five best practices for doing change management. Five best practices for what? For managing change. Guys who have done strategic management before from the old syllabus, this topic was not there. So please ensure that you study this topic and go. Right? Very, very important. Starting, it is very simple. Begin at the top. Begin at top means from the top level. This entire thing has to come from leadership. Okay. Uh, not somebody from the bottom lines of the organization are shouting, we need to do this, we need to do that. It will not work. Change has to always begin from the top. Somebody very responsible in the organization, they should initiate the change. So begin at the top, that is the first part. Then followed by, please remember, forced changes will only kill you. Forced changes will kill you. So what you should do is ensure, second step, changes changes both necessary. First and very important point, you have to ensure that change is necessary, and we also want to change. It's not like we are forcefully changing. Ensure that change is both necessary and desired. Ensure that change is both necessary and desired. And reduce disruption. Many people, when you ask them to change, no, disruption will be there normally in terms of job roles, in terms of somebody want to interrupt, somebody will not feel good about this change. So to reduce disruption, you have to take certain steps. Everybody should be informed well in advance. Huh? Everybody should be encouraged to bring that change. If somebody has a problem, you need to tell them, hello, please tell us. That is called encourage communication. What is it called? Encourage communication. And the last step, the 5 best practices, fifth one is please understand change. Like I said, change should be something that has to occur in the normal course of business. Change should be, right? Change, whatever you're doing, no, change should be a norm. Norm means something that is normal, right? And not an exception. Change should be simply a normal thing. That's all, not an exception or something like that. Okay. So these are the 5 best practices that one has to do in terms of bringing, now whether it is, see, I think I'll have to tell you something here. Whether it is digital transformation or any transformation, 5 best practices of managing any change in a small organization should be this only. Okay. And then also, uh, another question can come in the exam, which is about points to navigate. Points to navigate means what point should you go through? Points to navigate during digital transformation. When digital transformation is going on, points to navigate change during digital transformation. In other words, what point should you follow? That is the question here. Okay. So keeping it very simple, first and foremost point that one needs to understand is why are you doing this? Huh? One, specify aims and objectives of digital transformation. Why are you doing this exercise? Is it some time pass that you're doing, huh? Or is it there is a logic behind doing it? What are the aims and objectives? Clearly you communicate. Then there is a point which says always. Okay, always 3 times. They're saying always communicate. Why should you always communicate? Because one of the big problems in normal human life, or anywhere in business also, the problem is people don't communicate. If you have something in mind, you have to talk it out. Now I want my organization to change. My employees are not willing to. So the employee should tell, no. As long as I keep forcing them with something, and they're like, "Arey sir, this is not working out. What are you telling?" Something should be there where they should tell me. Huh? So always communicate. That is the best thing. Open your mouth and talk. Right? It is not necessary. See, communication necessarily need not be in talking terms only. You have to communicate by your actions or by your words, but don't sit quiet. Communicate. That is a very important thing. And whenever you are navigating change, some people will be there who don't like the change. Not now, they will never like the change. So what is the next thing that they will do? We don't want change. They'll go on a campaign like that, and that is called as resistance. So what you are supposed to do? Be ready for resistance. Be ready for such resistance. Suddenly, any time resistance can come. You have to be ready, and gradually you have to do. Change should not come sudden. Okay, implement. There is one point in strategic change topic, Kurt Levin's change process. You can go and check back. Sudden and unannounced changes are socially destructive. What are they telling? Sudden and unannounced changes are socially destructive. So, like that, we have to understand what we are doing here. Implement changes. Implement changes gradually. Okay, implement change when gradually. And very important point, once change is done, people who are newly taking up this change, they might need some assistance, so offer help or offer assistance. Okay, offer assistance whenever there is change, and probably assistance, or you can even call it as training. Guys, these two are short answer questions from the topic of digital transformation. And since it's a newly added topic, now guys who are doing the new syllabus for the first time, I don't think you should have any problem in that, because you would have heard and learnt it. But those guys who have been doing the old syllabus, this is an alert for you that these two questions can definitely turn out to be something important for you, and you can go about doing this. Okay. Now, let me move on to discussing some very important topics in the last leg of this discussion. I have so many things to like talk about, but one of the most important things that I would want to talk about now is the Mckinsey 7S model. Okay, so I hope everybody got through to this digital transformation. Check this out once. All right, then I hope you got to this. Now, let us move on to the next topic, wherein I'm quickly going to discuss something again new for those people from the old syllabus. A McKinsey 7S model has been introduced. What is this 7S tool? This is nothing but this is also a organizational design. Okay, this is also a organizational design on how you can design your organization. But here, what have they done is they've broken the 7S into 4 plus 3. Okay, 7S have been broken into 4 plus 3. Certain things are called as hard elements, and certain things are called as soft elements. Why are they called hard and soft elements? Let me write them down what they are. You can only tell me why are they called as hard and soft elements. See, the idea is very simple. Uh, Three hard elements are there. First one is strategy. Okay, then followed by structure. Structure means whatever above I wrote, no, those eight structure, strategy, structure, and systems. What particular system an organization follows, top down approach, bottom up approach, whatever is it, they all come under the discussion of system. System is a word to depict that. Okay, then moving on, coming on to the soft elements. First and foremost thing in soft elements are called as shared values. The values I told you the very beginning of the marathon, only value is something which is omnipresent. It has to be there everywhere. What does the organization subscribe to? Which means, like, is this a corrupt organization? Is this a good organization? Because those values only will be embraced by everybody, right? Then the next most important element of the 7S model is staff. Staff means people, right? Employee development, employee aspect, and now staff alone is not important. 3 and 4 point next to staff are very important. What skills do they possess? Skills, again, that is why they are called soft skills. Skills are not visible. See, in an organization, strategy, structure, system, these are all established and they are visible. Okay, visibility means not in the physical building or something like that. That is, these are the frameworks, that but values are within somebody. Staff are people, right? And skill is something that these people possess. And the last S is talking about style. Style means the way of functioning or way of doing something, right? The leadership style. Are you doing a transformational leadership style, transactional leadership style? So when I'm talking about style, it is not about dressing style, it is about leadership style. Let me write that here in bracket. Okay, so that is, those 7 points are called the 7S in McKinsey. Strategy is a long range blueprint of an organization. How organization is divided and how work is divided at corporate level, business level, functional level, that is called structure. And then what are the internal work process, from where to where things will go, and from how one place to the other things will move, that is called as system. Right, these four I've just explained you: shared value, staff, skill, and style. This 7S model is also something that is in the latest times. Many people have been adopting that for one reason, that this kind of an organization design gives completeness. All hard and soft elements have been brought in. And again, but there are also some negatives about this, like, only why are these seven considered? Right, see, in the book you can write, these are hard elements, these are soft elements, but there may be many more elements which generally can't be visible at that point, no? So like that, one or two criticisms are also, see, every model will have some criticism. Here the major criticism is all these points are talking only about organization. What about environment? So one of the big criticisms is that only, that it's talking very less about the outside environment. And also it talks about only your performance. So apart from that, I don't see any point that is putting any kind of pressure on us. So McKinsey 7S model is something that also has to be understood about. Okay, so now that leaves us with a quick discussion on the 8 different structures. I would like to give you a quick insight of what these 8 different structures are, from simple structure to uh, what is that last one, hourglass structure, all those 8, followed by we have leadership and culture. Okay, if that is taken care of, then we have done all the effort that is needed for implementation. Then probably we will have to talk about taking corrective actions if we are going wrong. We have to do an evaluation. When you evaluate, you will get to know where you stand. If you are going in the right direction, if you are going in the right direction, then possibly we can stop it there. But if you are going somewhere offbeat, then probably that's where control has to come in. I would like again, ask you to put me on pause here at this point of time, because it's a good time for you to uh, revise whatever we have discussed, and then we'll come back and discuss whatever are there here in the organizational structure aspects. If I can bring that back for you here, quickly. Organization structure aspects, yes, there we go. All of those, we are going to discuss those three topics: structure, leadership, and culture. Can you just take a minute to run through everything and get back? So I hope you have gone through all of these topics, guys. Let's get to doing something now, wherein we are going to talk about the organization structures. We have discussed so much. Now let us wrap up by discussing all of this, wherein I would want you to concentrate and focus on the organization structures. 8 different structures are there. First one is called simple structure. Now, it's been a very long discussion. I want you to hold as much focus as you can in the last leg also. I don't think anybody has watched it all at one stretch. So, uh, you know, you've been watching it at breaks. That is what I hope. So let us start with simple structure. In simple structure, I want all of you to read this content thoroughly, okay? Because there is also, if you have already revised it, amazing. Otherwise, it is important for you one to realize that these structures, no, they have content under them. I'm going to briefly explain how each structure functions, okay? Under the simple structure, there is an owner, and he is a decision maker. And what happens is, this owner will make all the decisions that are relevant for the organization. So under him, whoever are there, they're all part of just executors. So owner and executor, that's all. That is a relation. One person will make decisions, all the others will simply follow it. That is what simple structure is all about. But after a particular point of time, what happens is, in a simple structure, you can't hold up. Sir, what do you mean by you can't hold up? See, like, how many things they will do? Will he concentrate on finance? Will he concentrate on marketing? Will he concentrate on what else will he concentrate on? Everything the owner has to do. And owner sometimes may not be capable of doing it also. See, because I may be good at finance, I can't always be good at everything, no? So I might again need some kind of what do you say? Simple understanding of certain things is okay. But when I need some functional expertise, like say I would need to do what do you say, marketing, I'm not well versed with it then. So that is exactly why after a particular point of time, and maybe now here there is one person and here there are five, okay, they can control. When five becomes seven, maybe I can exercise a little more control. How much, how long can I go by that? If one fellow can control 10 people, after that probably 15 people are working under me, I may not be able to remember everybody's names also. Chalo, 15 I'm good with my memory, fine. 20, 25, 30, so like that, when is the end to this? So that is exactly why we are calling this to be a simple structure. Then next one, to address the drawbacks of that simple structure, what we are doing is, we are going for a functional structure. We are going for functional structure. Now in functional structure, what is happening here is, at the top level there is a CEO, and all corporate level people are going to come at this level, right? Corporate finance, marketing, HR, logistics, production, all these people, including maybe you can add up R&D also. All these corporate level people will be there at that level. And from there another wing will stretch, where all of these people are corporate level. Then again below them, each department will be there: finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management, R&D, all of those. Which means there is a functional level, and all functions, under each function again people will be there. Okay, so this basically is a structure categorized based on functions. Here all corporate level people are there here, and here all functional aspects are basically there. So this is the functional structure, which is an advancement over the simple structure. But here also you can see that there is one problem. What is that problem? That at some point of time one has to understand everything is again CEO's accountability. Here how everything was owner's accountability, like that here everything would become a CEO's accountability. If it is good for the organization, CEO will take credit. If something goes wrong in the organization, CEO will be blamed. Then no matter how much functional expertise these people are carrying, neither they are getting due credit for their success, nor they are being blamed for their failure. For everything, CEO is only there. So in functional structure, one of the basic problems is that there is too much accountability. Too much accountability on the top. And because there is too much accountability on the top, it's kind of creating a problem. And then moving on from functional structure, and again simple and functional structures both can be followed only in less diversified business. If as a business you are highly diversified, if as a business you are highly diversified, then these structures won't work for you. For highly diversified businesses, only one structure will work, that is called SBU structure. Now I want you to understand the third one, which is called as divisional structure. Divisional structure, wherein fourth one is there, which is called multi-divisional structure. Okay, now I want you to understand what is divisional structure. In multi-divisional, the structure is as like same as what divisional is, but when it comes to multi-divisional, okay, the structure is very much similar to divisional only, but multi-divisional structure is called as M form. And there is one speciality about multi-divisional structure which I will explain you once we finish discussing what is the divisional structure. So in divisional structure, what is that we are doing? Again, CEO on the corporate level from the functional level. See, for your understanding, I'm telling how this comes. Okay, this piece, if I can only copy that piece, right? I'll take it here. I mean, simply go by saying if I can bring that once again. So again, the CEO is the one who is holding it up. One second. Okay, we'll go for it. Okay, I think that's okay. Let's take it up. CEO at the top, and all the corporate managers remain intact even in the divisional structure. Okay, so this piece, exactly this piece, is replicated. So the top doesn't change there. CEO, we have corporate finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management, all those functions are intact. Now, what happens after this level is, now this time we are going to break up the entity based on divisions. So at the top, again, there is corporate level, no two thoughts about it. But what is there after? Now comes here division 1. Okay, division 1. Then there is a division 2. Then here there is a division 3. So like that, there are divisions. Under each division, under what? Under each division, we have again finance, marketing, HR, the inventory management, all those. Okay, so vertically under each division is headed by a divisional general manager. Each division is headed by a divisional general manager. Now, this guy is responsible for the performance of the functions. So, now what are the three levels that are coming up here? If you can go by marking this will be the first one. Okay, this generally here is the first one. Then now at second level are the divisions, and under each division below them functions are there. So only thing that you can see as a difference between the previous one and this is, here in the functional structure this was there, and then below all the functions were there. But now what we did is to bring in divisions and make somebody a divisional general manager responsible for each division, and below which we have all these, what do you say, three, mark it a little brighter, right? This is 1. At division it is 2, and all these functions are 3. So this is now the divisional level, which also has all the functions within them. Now this division 1, 2, 3, how can you classify divisions? Divisions can be classified based on geography. Normally whenever we're talking about divisions are generally, I'm not saying that is the only way to classify, but generally geography, product, service, these are the ways how we classify. So Hyderabad division, Bangalore division, uh, then you can say soap division, shampoo division, product wise, service wise, and then also one more thing, process wise. Now guys, process wise if you classify, which will again look very similar to functional structure only. A divisional structure by process is very similar, uh, a divisional structure by process is very similar to functional structure. Okay, so this is what divisional structure is. Now an upgradation to this is, see, if each division, let me tell you what the multi-divisional structure is. Multi-divisional is not a new thing. If each division can be, if each division can be identified, if each division can be identified as a separate business, okay, when each business, each division 1, if you pull that out, now say I can have one product. I'll tell you that simple difference. Listen, I have one product. What is that product? Let's say product A. Product A, division 1, division 2, division 3 are, product A is, division 1 is Hyderabad, division 2 is Bangalore, and division 3 is Chennai. Like that, 3 places. But I have 3 products. Product A, product B, and product C. Now I can pull off division 2 alone as a separate business. So only that piece, if I can pull off separately, that will be called as a multi-divisional, multiple number of divisions brought together. So if each division can be identified as a separate business, if each division can be identified as a separate business, then that is only called as a multi-divisional form. That is only called as what? Multi-divisional form. These are the 4 structures which are used when you are less diversified. Let me add that point. Okay, all the above 4, 1 to 4, all organizational structures, all organizational structures are used in less diversified businesses. Less diversified business. Okay, now sir, my business highly diversified, what to do? Okay, if your business is highly diversified, then what to do? Let me explain you that. For highly diversified, what you're first supposed to do is to classify them into SBUs. Classify them into what? SBUs. When you classify them into SBUs, what will happen when you classify them into SBUs? You get multiple SBUs. Now this, for highly diversified, we are going with the 5th structure. It is called the SBU structure. SBU is a single business. What is SBU? The word SBU is nothing but, SBUs can either be strategic business unit. You know the full form, right? I'm still writing it. Strategic business unit. What is strategic business unit? It is either single business, it is either a single business or collection of related businesses. Collection of related businesses. Okay, single business, strategic business unit, or SBU is either a single business or collection of related businesses. Now how is this structure going to be constructed? Same story. There is a president at the top. Why are we calling them as president? Because now it become a group. Okay, president, and the top level of all people. Okay, one second. So first, when you have highly diversified businesses, what you're supposed to do, you classify them into SBUs and create an SBU structure. SBU is a single business or a collection of related business. Now, what we are doing in an SBU structure is we put group vice president is there on the top. I mean, group president and vice presidents are there on the top who have control on the entire group. Then we have, okay, let me tell you what that is. Okay, in the top, in place of CEO, we are calling president. So president followed by all top corporate people. Who are those? Corporate finance. You know this, so I'm just simply saying corporate finance, marketing, HR, production, inventory management. So basically what I'm doing is, now this has become our new level 1. Okay, this right now is your new level 1. Who is there at level 1? President, and the top group is there at level 1. Now listen very carefully, this is where the change is coming in. At level 2, you have SBUs. SBU1, SBU2, SBU3, and SBU4, like that. I'm just taking 4 for example. Any number of SBUs can be there here. Now, what, let's say SBU2 is further classified into, now I wrote two definitely. It can either be a single business. Let's say SBU1 is a single business. It can just continue to be a single business. But if SBU2 is a collection of related businesses, then under SBU2 there will be divisions. What are those? Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. And under each division, again, finance, marketing, HR, that is, this structure will be there. So you saw how elaborate the structure is. At level 1, all the corporate levels are there. Huh? At level 2 are SBUs, and at level 3 are divisions and all the function. These are all functions. So divisions and functions are at level 3. Each SBU is headed by a manager. Did you get a clarity, guys, here? Each SBU is headed by a manager who is responsible for the performance of that SBU alone. See there, how this is how the SBU structure looks like. And also I would want you to take a clear look at all these simple functional divisional structures and multi-divisional you have had an understanding of. Please run through and revise these too. I mean, all these 5 put together are called as a traditional designs. What are they called? They're called traditional designs. And then we will now discuss 3 new age designs. All right, then I hope you've revised all these. Now let us move on to the next part of our discussion, wherein we are going to discuss the 3 new age structures. Now, what are the 3 new age structures? Taking you there, we'd be moving on to discussing the first one out of that, which is called matrix structure. Matrix structure. Now, in matrix structure, what happens is, again, just like in the past, we have CEOs on the top, but what one needs to understand is, along with CEO being on the top, here there is multiple set of people below him who are handling finance, marketing, production, logistics, and inventory management, logistics, R&D, like HR, whatever it is. Now, what is happening is, all these people are horizontally connected to who is called as a product manager. Then again, the same set of people also are vertically connected to another finance, another marketing, another production. In fact, the same team are also doing it for, or same or different people are doing it for product too. So how matrix gets established is, see, for doing this matrix structure, there is a prerequisite. If you have abundant number of resources, then you can place them like this in SBU structures with so many positions to staff. But when it comes to a matrix structure, you know what happens? First of all, the prerequisite in matrix structure are resources are scarce. Resources are scarce. Ideas can be cross fertilized. Ideas can be cross fertilized. Cross fertilized means we can apply one over the other. Ideas can be cross fertilized. That is the point. Okay, so what ideas you can cross fertilize, what can stretch from here to here. So now what happens initially is, they'll start with a product, and one product manager will be there. For this product, one product manager will be there. Now, same way for product 2 also another product manager will be there, or the same product one guy can handle product 2 also. Then later these guys might even start product 3. So what happens is like this, the same resources are allocated more. So now at each level, a finance guy, if you pick him, or let's say HR guy, if you pick him, he is vertically connected to a HR manager on top and is horizontally connected to a product manager. So this kind of a vertical and horizontal relation makes it each functional executive, okay, is vertically connected to a functional superior and connected to horizontally connected to product manager. Okay, so this is what the main theory in matrix is. They are, okay, each functional executive, whoever it is, they're vertically they are connected to a functional superior, means somebody above them, and horizontally they are connected to a product manager, right? There are 3 steps in how a matrix gets constructed. So please all of you refer to your book, no, in either the ICM material or whichever material you're following. This definitely will be a question that is there in the um, material. What that is, for development of a matrix structure, what is the proposal? Davis and Olson, there'll be 2 people, Davis and Olson, Davis and Lawrence, not Olson, Davis and Lawrence, yeah. So Davis and Lawrence, they proposed 3 steps. First one, okay, 3 points to consider for Davis and Lawrence. This question is something which has been asked in the exam, so that is why I'm telling you this. Davis and Lawrence have proposed 3 steps. Okay, they propose 3 steps in setting up a matrix. How to create 3 steps, rather I'll say, in fact I'll say 3 distinct phases. What are these 3 distinct phases according to these 2 people, based on which a matrix is created? See, first what happens is you have to identify cross functional tasks. Cross functional, you have to identify what are cross functional tasks or cross functional task forces. Then after you identify which can be linked to what, see, the same guys are doing something in product 2, you can ask them to do something in product 3 also. Now if product 3 works, you can ask them to continue. So initially, to try, this is a very very easy method. So this, the second step is called product or brand management. So what happens is, first we will put one guy. Let me tell you what product or brand management. Simple. Product one manager is in charge. No, that guy will initially take up that product. It's a semi permanent product in the beginning. It's just a try. We are not even trying to um, establish that as a permanent product. We tried that product, it worked. Now when this line entirely worked for you, what happens is this guy who's project manager of, it's just a project to start with, the project manager of that first product will now become a brand manager, because this product is not anymore a product for you, it has eventually turned out to be a brand. So this fellow will now become a brand manager. And finally, when that product settles up in the long run, that is what will take one line in the matrix, and the matrix that is finally created will be called as mature matrix. Okay, first you have to identify cross functional task forces and connect them. Then you have to do semi permanent products. The product manager, whoever is initially what was started as a project, will now turn out to be a product or brand. Then he'll become the product or brand manager. And when that product finally is successful, it will become a mature matrix. Okay, these 3 steps or 3 distinct phases are there on how a matrix is constructed. So matrix is the only place where you will find both vertical and horizontal flows. Okay, so I hope you are clear with this. You can take a look at what the matrix structure is clearly. Then I'm going to take you through 2 more structures to close with. The 7th one, that is called as network structure. Okay, network structure. I hope you are taking a look at the matrix structure. Are you done with that? Let us move on now to talk about what is the 7th one called network structure. Actually, network structure, technically it is termed as a non-structure. What is it termed as? Non-structure. There is no what do you say, particular diagram or something like that, there is a firm in the center. Okay, there is always a firm in the center which is acting as a broker. Then whatever you are good at, you do that much only, right? The firm acts as a headquarters in the center. Rest all activities whatever we are talking about, outsource them. Outsource finance to a chartered accountant firm, outsource marketing to an advertising firm, outsource hiring to a HR consultancy firm. Okay, and outsource logistics to somebody else, like that. Main function what we are good at, okay, retains the function firm retains the function in which it is good at, in which it is good, and other activities are other activities are outsourced. That's all. You do what you are good at, and rest of the activities you outsource. Right? This firm here, which is there in the center, this just acts as a broker in mixing up all these. So whoever is good at it, they are the ones who are doing the action there. Okay, it's a very simple structure. Network structure, also termed as non-structure, or it is also termed as cobweb. Cobweb means like actually there is no structure, but like since it's outsourced like this, it looks like a spider's web. That is why it's called a cobweb structure. And the eighth one is a modern day structure called hourglass structure. In hourglass structure, the theory is very simple. You know that hourglass with the sand, right? They turn it for 1 minute, 2 minute, that part. Okay, so that one here, we have the top level. Okay, and then we have the bottom level. Okay, top level is there and bottom level is there. So this is considered to be the top level of the organization where very few people are there, and this is considered to be the bottom level of the organization where many people are there. The bottom is the widest, top is the wide level. Now what happened is, earlier there are so many middle level managers who used to occupy the spot. So now what you're doing in hourglass structure is you are shrinking the middle layer. Shrinking middle layer means it is a very narrow. There is a middle layer. Okay, but what is happening is this top level is wide, the bottom level is the widest, but the middle level is now the most narrow layer. Sir, then who will do all the middle level layer fellows work? We will replace it by use of IT systems. Okay, so finally eventually how it results is, it results in a structure which is like this. Okay, which is a structure which is wide at the top, wide at the top. Okay, and then very narrow in the middle and widest in the bottom. The problem is at the operational level, when these people want to scale up, okay, no real career growth opportunities. If anybody tells you what is the big drawback of this, okay, I will write 2 points. One, there is a shrunken middle layer which saves obviously all the cost. But also drawback, another important drawback is no career development opportunities. Guys at this widest level, even if they want to grow up, how many positions are there here? Very narrow. So no career growth opportunities. That is one of the drawbacks of the hourglass structure. So guys, if you have heard me, I want all of you to go through all the 8 structures once again. Put me on the pause. We are almost in the last segment of our discussion. So I hope network structure and hourglass structure are very clear. And I definitely recommend at this point of time, you might as well want to take a break. You can do so, because I'm going to discuss two simple concepts of leadership and culture. Two simple concepts I want to discuss: leadership and culture, to wrap up stage 4, and then eventually we'll get to strategic control. So very small piece is pending. So if you don't want to take a break and spend another like what max about 15 minutes, we will wrap up the discussion. Nothing much, but I definitely want you to do one thing. If you think you are confident about those two topics, finish the revision, but definitely go to all these 8 structures and run through all the 8 structures in detail. One of them can always be asked in the exam. All right, so let me just come down to the final story of leadership, right? So now taking you back to the diagram, I don't know if you can recollect what we started this entire story with. right? I'll try to get back to stage 4. You can see there all 8 organization structures have been covered. We've already discussed the concept of strategic change in detail. So technically speaking, 1 and 4 have been covered. Now we are going to touch base on 2 and 3 and wrap up this question. Both are very simple. If you give one reading, you will understand. I don't want to discuss much on strategy and culture. Like I said, culture is about I'll tell you in brief now itself so that we can discuss the concept of leadership and then wrap it. Because in leadership, you know, 3 questions are there, of which definitely something or the other can come in the exam. In culture, the point about culture is a blend of multiple things like values, beliefs, thought processes, ideas, and all of that. Corporate culture, right? So where does corporate culture come from? It comes from all the organization's values and surrounded by the sociological forces. See, simple. The question is culture an ally or an obstacle? Is culture a ally or an obstacle? If culture and strategy match, it will be considered as an ally. If culture and strategy matches, it will be considered to be an ally. But if the very same culture doesn't match, so it turns out to be a obstacle. You understood? There are few points only in the book. You can read them. So that is why I don't want to write and waste time. Already it's been too long. That's what we've been doing. And like I said, you may not have heard it in one go, but many of the parts have been done, like in a long stretch of time. So culture is an ally or an obstacle. If anybody asks you that question, the answer is very simple. If culture and strategy are matching, it is an ally. If culture and strategy are not matching, then it's an obstacle. And then whenever we are trying to change culture, are you trying to change culture or are you trying to change strategy? See, changing strategy to get a short term gain makes sense. But see, in the long term, if you want to actually work, it is the culture that has to be changed. And culture changing actions, there is a point like that. No, it's a very, very important point because you can't just like that feel something about culture and change it. Culture has to be changed by announcing it, and culture execution, it has to be people have to be outspoken, managers have to come and talk forthrightly, they have to tell people as to why it is being changed and what is being changed, and you genuinely have to understand what exactly is the culture that will favor your strategy, and then make changes to the culture in such a way that ultimately this culture will help in getting you an understanding of, okay, this is where we stand and this is how we do it. Okay, so that is where we stand about culture. Just give it a simple read would do. Even for strategic leadership, that would do. But I would quickly want to explain what comes under the concept of strategic leadership. Leadership is an ability it's an ability to envision what can happen. Like say, sometimes there are some beautiful quotes about leadership. Like say, if a pack of 100 lions are led by one dog, all the 100 lions will behave like a dog because the mindset. But if 100 dogs are led by one lion, all those 100 dogs will actually act like a lion. Even though physically they are not that powerful, they'll believe like that because leadership has that ability. People look up to you. And leader is not somebody who stands behind and tells you, go front, you do this, you do that. Leadership. So a leader lives in the field with his troops. Leader has to lead by example. That's why they say. What do they say? Lead by example. So when you are there and when you lead by example, that is exactly what people look up to. So this is the basic definition of leadership. And in leadership, there are 3 topics that I would want you to discuss. First of all, there are 5 roles of a leader. This is an exam question. Then there are some responsibilities of a leader, 7 responsibilities, and then there are 2 leadership styles. Okay, so this is the main reason why I wanted you to understand on leadership, and one of them can always turn out to be a question in the exam. These 5 roles, okay, you can just I'll write it in shorter forms. First role, stay on top of what is happening. Stay on top of what is happening. What do you mean by staying on top of what is happening? Staying on top of one mean not going and sitting on 10th floor. Taking responsibility, right? Okay, I'm on the top. I'm taking responsibility. What about going further? Like that, staying on top of what is happening. In an organization, leader's role is about promoting a culture, right? Promoting a culture. In that culture, what is it? Promoting a culture of togetherness, harmony, coordination, a feeling of pride and fellowship. Promoting a culture and esprit de corps, it is called. Esprit de corps. Esprit de corps is about a feeling of pride, fellowship, of being associated, to a group. Esprit de corps means a feeling of pride and fellowship. I am a proud member of the Indian Army. You'd never feel any Indian Army person saying, "Ah, yes, sir, I'm working for Indian Army." They don't do that. If you see some fellows there who's dejected about a job, he'll say, "I'm working for X Limited." There is no, like then the tone only power is not there. But if you meet an army personnel, if you meet somebody working for the Indian Air Forces or Indian Navy, you see in their body and they're very proud about being associated to a group. Some people are there, they're very proud. I'm working for Microsoft, I'm working for Google, I'm working for. Not everybody who's working in Microsoft is proud about doing so, or vice versa. I'm saying, so sir, are some people who are working in Indian Army also not happy about it? That is their personal choice. See, exceptions are there everywhere, but majority of the people, because they don't see it like a job that they're doing, they see that it is like a, what do you say, service to the country. So that automatically brings that is something a great leader can generate. See, many people used to tell, no, those people, who played under Dhoni had a great team, that is why he was able to win so many things, right? Now, see, when we talk about leadership, now, since it's a cricket frenzy nation, I'm taking these examples. Now, you've seen multiple people lead, and that to your generation, you've seen, generally, most of you, when you started watching cricket, you must have seen Dhoni, Virat Kohli, and Rohit Sharma lead Indian cricket teams, right? Each of them have a different style in leading. Oh, there's a reason why Dhoni is called Captain Cool. There is a reason why Virat is called the aggressive captain, and then there is, one reason why Rohit is called the very tactical person, right? See, he's won multiple IPL titles, right? Somebody Dhoni has done everything, like every possible title in the cricket he has won. Why? Because of its leadership. Now, leadership alone will not draw everything. So that is why many people who are the critics, no, they say Dhoni had a great team. Now, when I was growing up and I was watching cricket, no, there was Saurav Ganguly, who was actually touted to, like, till then we were a great cricket playing nation. There are a lot of stories, but Saurav Ganguly's approach to captaincy, that's when people started talking about leadership and other things. Otherwise, normally 11 players are there, one of them is chosen as a captain, and they will lead from front. But that was not the case. When he came in, no, he changed that direction. He started making the team play aggressively. He gave an outlook, the kind of bowling options he chose, the kind of aggressive batting that he chose to do sometimes, the kind of changes in the order that he made. All this made him like a very vibrant leader. Okay, so each of them did great things. See, there are good and bad about everybody. I am not here to debate about anything for that matter. You be a fan of anybody, right? And I'm very clearly saying I'm not a fan of anybody. In fact, now I'm not even a fan of that sport also. Because as person growing up, I've played a lot of street cricket like everybody. We've played everything. We've enjoyed that game. But today, for the kind of business that it has become, anyway, for fun, maybe if you're watching it. But there are some lessons to learn on this. Like, one of the best lessons about these things is leadership. Like, everybody has a style. Promoting a culture. When I'm looking up to my leader, that esprit the cops will come, right? And then organization is supposed to be responsive to changes in the environment, because environment is highly dynamic. It is the role of leader to what? Keeping the organization. Whenever I talk about leadership, no, suddenly I will get this like high energy. I don't know what about the topic itself is like that. I really like about the concept of leadership. Today, in the name of leadership, people are making so much money by conducting leadership seminars and all that. But funny things is that sometimes I see on Instagram, leadership seminar, become a leader, 99 rupees. If only you can become a leader in 99 rupees. Why would you be doing all this? Anyway, don't subscribe to all those thoughts. Leadership is leadership in thoughts. Okay. Lead what? Lead yourself. That's what actual leadership is all about. Anyway, I don't want to turn this into a motivation session. All I'm saying is leadership is a wonderful concept. Each of you be a leader to your own thoughts. Okay. Don't succumb to somebody else's thoughts. That's all. That is what our point is. Okay. Keeping the organization responsive to changes. I was just feeling, like kind of drained energy a little bit actually right now. Whatever time you're watching, this is very late in the night actually. You don't feel all that on this screen, because the software always shows the entire environment is very bright and nice, no?
But actually, this is very, very late in the night that I'm doing this, because today I've, like kind of already many people are behind this. Like, only if the marathon comes, their life will move on. They're making my life like that. So those of you who have watched it till here, you should definitely, be happy that I was able to do all of this and pull it off. Okay, I was traveling for a long time in the last month, so which is exactly why I couldn't pull off this. And I thought I will tell at the end, but since the topic came, and so I'm working on this continuously from a lot of times. I felt a little, like where I'm okay, we are almost finishing up, but leadership topic comes, all the energy is back now with leadership. We'll wrap up the stage 4 and then go to control and wrap up our session. Come on. So staying on top of what is happening, promoting a culture and esprit de corps, keeping the organization responsive to changes. And the next role of a leader is about very, very important role, exercising ethics leadership. Okay, if the leader is ethical, people will also look up to them and be ethical. Otherwise, if my boss is a corrupt boss, I will also look up and say, my boss is only corrupt, why should I be? And then most importantly, a leader should always push for corrective actions. If something goes wrong, no, whatever I did is only correct. That is not a behavior of a good leader. Pushing corrective actions, these 5 points. Okay, these are called the roles of a leader. This is a very, very important question. Multiple times it has been asked in the exam, right? And then there are 7 responsibilities of a leader. First one is about, very simple, guys, making strategic decisions. These are all there in the book, so you can give a quick read to all these 7 points, but I'll still, since I've done so much, I'll write this up. Right, they'll formulate action plans, make strategic decisions, formulate action plans, and then effective communication ensure effective communication. I think all these points are self-explanatory once you know who a leader is. One of the most important points is point number 4, which is called managing human capital. Means managing people. Money management is normally the financial capital management, but when it comes about human capital, managing human capital is the toughest task. You know why? Because human being talk, and they talk unnecessary things. So managing human capital is the toughest task. It's easy to tell we'll manage this, manage that. No, but managing human capital, then managing change. What we talked about as strategic change. Strategic leaders only will manage the change, and then uh, you know I'll say not managing this time. We'll say maintaining culture. Sometime back we discussed about culture, right? That culture also has to be also established and created and maintaining over a period of time. And most important responsibility of a leader is to sustain high performance over time. Sustain high performance over time, because achieving something also can be done, but after that, sustaining it for a long time, that is what the actual sensibility is. Okay, so roles, responsibilities are done. Then quickly I will take you through to 2 leadership styles, which I think many of you already know very well. One is called transformational leadership style, and the second one is called as transactional leadership style. Okay, transformational and transactional. What is transformational leadership style? We'll see that. First I'll explain that. Transformational leadership style is by speech. Okay, where people are attracted by a persona on based on what leader is talking. By speech you can give them motivation. And transformation, mostly it is motivational leadership. Okay, before the speech, after the speech, that kind of it. Transformational leadership style, it is followed in beginning and end of life cycles generally, because that's when you don't have money. Because if you have money, you can do the other one, what is called as transactional leadership style. Transactional, the other sort of leadership style is called as transactional leadership style. In transactional, it's very clear, it's a more formalized approach. Okay, transactional leadership is more formal, wherein in the transactional leadership style there is no speech, no motivation, nothing. It is exchange of pay or rewards.
Nice. You do this for the organization, we will give you this. It's like a give and take. And the other point about transactional is it is pursued in a well settled environment, not in beginning or end, because obviously this is involving a lot of money. It is pursued in the well settled environment. So guys, this is what we have in the topic of leadership as such. Leadership in itself is a very wonderful concept. Like I said, you saw how my energy got boosted up when listening to leadership. So please ensure that you read the concept of leadership in clearer detail. And with that, I would also want to tell you, yeah, before I give the whole screen to you, I would also want to tell you with that we wrap up what is called stage 4 of strategic management, which is called strategic implementation. To wrap up, we have discussed till now stage 1, strategic intent, stage 2, a deep rooted strategic analysis of both external internal environments, and stage 3, crafting a strategy, where you have seen portfolio tools and strategic choices, and then stage 4, where you have seen 4 topics: organization structure, strategic leadership, culture, strategic change. Now the screen is yours. You can take a quick look at what we discussed in leadership, and then that will bring me to what is called as stage 5. Stage 5 is about strategic control, and once we discuss that, we'll wrap up this particular discussion. Okay, quickly you can take a look at it.
All right, then I hope you've gone through. If not, you can put me on pause and you can go through on that. We will now move on to the last topic where we are talking about stage 5. Stage 5, what is stage 5? Stage 5 is strategic control. Very, very simple topic. Control is all about taking corrective actions. Control is what? Taking corrective actions. When things go wrong, taking corrective actions. When things are going wrong, you may tend to sometimes take corrective actions. So if you have to answer this question, you have to go back to the first chapter where I asked you the first question: strategies are formed at which levels? Strategies are formed at all levels, right? So where things can go wrong, anywhere things can go wrong. So what is the next thing that you're supposed to do? Take corrective actions. Where will you take corrective actions? Corrective actions are required at all levels. So let me tell you that corrective actions are required at operational level, which are called as operational control. Wherein in operational control, the story is all about efficiency. What do you mean by efficiency? For the amount of input that we are giving, are we getting the right amount of output? So in operational control, what you are doing is establishing a measurable relationship. Establishing what? Measurable relationship between input and output, which is what is called efficiency. And see whether you are efficient or not. If you are not efficient, you will implement operational control to ensure that your efficiency levels are increased. The second control that we are talking about in strategic control is called as managerial control. You know what is the theme in managerial control, right? Long back, again, in the very first chapter we would have discussed about something. Management control talks about optimum utilization of resources. Optimal utilization of resources. If you remember, when we spoke about two words, effectiveness and efficiency, that's all. Whether the management is able to achieve goals in the most effective and efficient manner, whether management is able to whether management is able to achieve the goals. See, many people will achieve goals, but the question is, are you able to achieve the goals in most effective most effective and efficient manner? That is the question. If you are able to do that, that you are able to achieve it in the most effective and efficient manner, you're done. You're taken care of what it is. Now, so at the operational level, you're bothered about efficiency. At managerial level, you're bothered about optimal utilization. And at the top level, you are more bothered about what is called as a strategic control. At strategic level, it is also called strategic control. And strategic control is further broken down into 4 points. The first of which is called premise control.
the surrounding area in which you are, where you are, that is called premise control. Then for certain situations where you have to be suddenly ready, they are called as special alert controls. And then the third one is called strategic surveillance. Like how CCTV cameras are there for surveillance, like that we're doing a strategic surveillance. Strategic surveillance, why are you doing this? Strategic surveillance is unfocused. See, in premise control, you are pretty much focused on what you are checking, where it is going, where the organization is going. Like it is like a continuous monitoring of what is there in surroundings. It's basically the premises around us, environmental factors, industries factors, those we are going to check in the premise control. But in strategic surveillance, premise control, I'll say simply, this keeps happening so many times, right? Premise control is very focused, while strategic surveillance is general monitoring. Okay, strategic surveillance is general monitoring, while premise control is very focused on industry factors. Special alert control, the name only is there, special alert for situations like floods, natural calamities, or something that is not in our control, like a pandemic, those things. And then we have the last but the most important one is called implementation control, things that may go wrong. Implementation control is about where things can go wrong, at the implementational level. So if I'm traveling on a highway, I have a question: how far have I come on the highway? Then what do we do immediately? Either we look at nowadays the green board that is there on the highway, or we look towards the left, there is something called as milestone. So as part of implementation control, we are going to adopt two steps. Okay, you know what those two steps are? Implementation control is further broken into one: monitoring strategic thrust. Monitoring strategic thrust. Thrust means the core idea. Are you still stuck to the core idea or not? And the second one is called as milestone reviews. If you are stuck to that, how far have you come? Okay, monitoring strategic thrust and milestone reviews. So this is what you do in the implementational control phase. Sir, is this something very similar to what we are doing in operational control? No. There we are measuring relation between input and output. There what are we doing? We are measuring a relation between input and output. But here that is not what we are doing. Okay, here we are talking about outcomes, right? Milestone reviews. How far have you come? Is the idea still the same? When you started, what idea you implemented? Now also, are you on the same idea or not? That's all, guys. That's what we have in stage 5. And I feel like I won something. Okay, by doing this long marathon, what we just get, like I said, it is, I don't want to mention time and exaggerate and all that, but it is really late in the night, and I'm really happy that we have pulled off this, right? I think the whole thing might come down to about 8.5 hours, right? And I'm really happy that we have wrapped up the whole new syllabus, and I think I've covered 96% of all the topics. Maybe one or two topics here and there might have been left, but again, strictly speaking, I am very confident that I would have covered I mean, like, thought I should cover something in 5 to 6 hours, which are very precise and exam limit. But in 8.5 hours time, if I was able to achieve all 5 stages, and that too with this level of conviction, I am really very convinced. Now, only you watched it all this while, so you should definitely now, in your comment, if you have already marked, go and edit now and say all 5 stages complete, and then also leave an additional word on how did you feel about this particular marathon. Okay, so before I wind up, I would just want to tell you that there is one last topic in the book, because after doing all this, I don't want to leave that topic. So I'm just reminding you that there is one new topic toward last topic in the book. It is called SPM, strategic performance measures. So what are these strategic performance measures, which are nothing but tools to measure, like in the areas of finance, customer satisfaction, market, probably employees, all that about. There is one types of strategic performance measures. One topic is there like that with about 6 points. Please revise that topic. One thing that can come in the exam. And then there is, like, choosing the right SPM, how to choose the right SPM depending on relevance, data's availability, data quality, and data's timeliness. It's a damn simple topic. If you spend about 5 to 7 minutes, it doesn't take anything more than that. So just there are 3 questions, and why this SPM is important. As I just told you, SPMs are required for in the casual talk only I told of that. There are about 6 types of SPMs. Then I told you which SPM to choose. Choosing the right SPM, 4 things: relevance, what is relevant, data is available or not, if available, what is the quality of the data, and how you will be able to use the data. Data is not only quality but also about its use. If you are having some 1947 data, it won't work. Timeliness of the data, how relevant it is. And then there's one last topic in that, which is asking about importance, which has about 4 points. If SPMs are there, you know where to improve and when to improve. It helps you in continuous improvement. Depending on your SPMs, you can align your goals. And not only that, you have to measure and tell this to your stakeholders. You have an external accountability, right? This is where we stand and this is what we did. And then further in future, how can you allocate resources? Okay, that also you can take into cognizance with respect to that. There is a small topic, SPM, with 3 subtopics in that. What are the types of SPM, importance of SPM, and how will you choose which is the right SPM, that is strategic performance measure. Though I orally discussed, I'm, like I said, I'm really done with writing on it. It is anyway there in your book. So run through those 3 topics, and I will be really happy if you can conclusively come down to either, you know, fun final story about what we're doing. I'm ultimately anyway going to share this PDF also in the description of our marathon videos. So this also is going to be a great deal of use for your repeated revisions. Once when you watch this material with the marathon, it will make sense to you. You know what I wrote. Then from next time, just scroll through this material as many times as possible till the exam. And as on the date of this upload, because for further attempts till the syllabus changes, this video will comprehensively be useful. So, but as on date when you are watching this, if you have completed and if you have come till this far, use this material to the best. And also definitely you can let me know on how you felt about watching the whole marathon by leaving either a comment on this video, or you can send me a DM on Instagram or Telegram on the name that you see below me now, at CA Harish Krishnan. That's the handle. And Telegram ID also is the same, and Instagram ID is also same, at CA Harish Krishnan. You can leave me a DM on how you felt about the entire marathon. Also, all those people who have been running behind my life for the last few days to release this marathon, you should definitely watch this, and you should respond to me okay, on how you were chasing me for this. And then since I've wrapped it up now, I'm just telling that, like, I've had I had a long stretch of classes to finish the regular batches, because of which I was not able to do the marathon at that time. And right after my classes were over, I thought, like, from long time, that too after the pandemic, I used to be an avid traveler back in the 2015, 16, 18, 19. All 5 years I've did lot of travel across India. But and once the pandemic struck, I had reduced my travel drastically. So after all that was done in March, where I was supposed to, from when people started chasing about this marathon, I've actually gone to Kashmir, and then I've visited. I frequently go to this like the mountains, the Himalayas. I like them so much. So I've again gone there, and I've been to this, like, for a long time. I had there spent for a couple of weeks, so that is exactly why there was a delay. So anyway, now I think I gave you the best of what I can do in this 8 hours 45 minutes, whatever the time duration this comes down to. So guys, make sure that you prepare very well. Revision is the ultimate key in the last 1 month. Don't get dejected about anything. Ensure that you prepare very well only by revising. Many of you have only 2 papers to clear, that is audit and FMSM. So for all those people who are writing only audit FMSM, focus very well. FM is a great scoring aspect, huh? So if you can score very well in FM, then you can boost up all your preparation to SM through this video. I'm pretty sure crossing 70, 75, literally, I'm not joking on it, will now be looking like a very, very simple task. Okay. I once again thank all those students who have patiently waited for this marathon. And if you've really watched till here the whole marathon, I really, really appreciate you. And again, I say thank you for your patience, and I wish all the very best for your exams in
whichever timeline you're writing this and whichever time zone you're watching this, because this is going to be a timeless video for now, and this marathon is going to be useful until the syllabus is going to change. So whichever attempt you are writing, all the very best for your attempt, and do let me know your results also after you get the results, because you watched this marathon and how it fared well. Not only just after the marathon is over, definitely you tell me that after the marathon is over, but definitely after you get the results also, try and get back to us. So I really feel very very happy about it. See, more than all this, we put all this on YouTube for free, and it's not about anything at this point of time. For me, if a large amount of audience are happy doing this, then I will extremely become happy when you say, this marathon has helped me passing. That's all. That is just the like the it is the fees that you pay to me by just making me feel happy for this particular marathon. Once again, guys, all the very best. Ensure that you keep your motivations level high, and I will see you soon through other videos. Thank you. Have a great exam.